Teilhardian sect, right, or
Can
whatever, right?
you repeat that name? Like, what was that?
Joachim of Fior, right,
Show
or
us
the
name.
Joachimites, right? They talked about age of the Father, age of the Son, and age of the Holy Spirit, right? So it's like these three phases of history, right? It's a proto dispensationalism, right? That sort of affected people like Hegel, right? Because he's talking about the spirit of world history. And of course, it does have to do with the salvation history of the Jews, right? He's combining the notion of Rome and Jerusalem, right? And I'll take a little break there if anybody else wants to comment. I mean, because I know I'm going for a while here.
Yeah, I mean that's a there's a lot of important stuff to take in. Definitely,
Yeah,
I think I took
Well,
in most of it. So,
yeah, we'll
is
keep
there
going in a little bit. Yeah,
is there an equivalent to the divine right of kings within Islam, whether it's a heresy or not?
yeah, yeah. It's the caliphate, right? It's the caliphate, right? You can't enforce Sharia law, right, if you don't have the caliphate, right? And the caliphate is, by and large, a theopolitical state, right? And it should be aimed towards a unification of the ummah, right?
well,
Or of the Muslim nation as a whole, right? So in terms of the theopolitical state there, right? In terms of the Jews, right? They have a sort of theopolitical state as well, right? Where they have to enforce certain religious laws, right? Within a political context, right? So you see that, right? You see that within the laws of the Orthodox Jews. They have certain ways that they handle money, and even the the Orthodox sects in New York, they told the Jews that they need their voting records if they want to join the community, right? So they'll even check your voting records, right? So I mean, yeah, yeah. So they're by and large understand that they're also a political organization, right? The Christians, they've made significant headway, into politics. You look at the Council for National Policy, right? You look at certain other, Christian organizations,
Burning
obviously the
points.
Christian
Yeah.
Zionists. Yeah.
yeah, well, I would say there is, well, it depends. Some Muslims don't like it, but the Safavid Empire, which even became Shia, Shah Ismail the First, he did cast himself as divinely guided, even
Oh yeah.
incarnational figure. He even said that I am the truth, though. But
Well,
that's not much.
it depends on your definition of every religion too, though.
Yes,
Like,
yeah.
that's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah,
And
also
well, I was
the
going to ask you.
Zoroastrians, though, they had this idea of far or kai. I cannot pronounce the Avestan name, but I can put it on the private chat. They did think that the light of God or Ahura Mazda or Ormas shines through the appointed king, and that light radiates through the king. They call it
Like,
far.
like I wouldn't like I was gonna two things really quick. Like I wouldn't count TPUSA as a Christian organization, but also like what I was gonna ask something earlier, and I just remember what it was. So I was gonna ask you like with like Paul, like because you and I talked about like you're talking about Paul, but so like for example with Paul, do you think that some of the things that people read into Paul later on, like for example, like Neoplatonism or Middle Platonism or whatever they've read into Paul or whatever, would you say that those things were, like if you had to wager, I guess, would you say that those things came out of like the Socratics and pre-Socratics, or would you say that it's more of something that it just kept people just kept synthesizing and syncretizing and perennializing all these things continuously throughout history, and that regardless of what Paul's intent for, I'm just using him as an example, regardless of his intent, this stuff was going on before and it's going to continue after, and really like you see that culminate in like Kant, Paul, and Marx, I think, as like the most devastating and that most people have heard of, I guess you'd say, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, in terms of Paul, he's not specifically using Greek ideas. His ideas can be seen to be uniquely Jewish, right? He's quoting the Old Testament scripture extensively, right? He's using a binatarian framework, right, where Jesus is the Son of God. He takes the obedience of God unto himself, right? So it could be seen as a parallel with the ideas of John, right? Now what's interesting about it, or where it connects to Greek philosophy, right, is Paul going to Athens and speaking to the Greek philosophers, right? So this is actually mentioned in the New Testament, right? You could look at Paul talks to the Greek philosophers in Athens, right? Um, and he actually Tarsus was seen as secondary to Athens in terms of it being a school that taught things like rhetoric, and philosophy and all that stuff, right? So when Paul went to Athens, right, he actually went to the agora and he made philosophical arguments in favor of the Christian God against the Greek philosophers, right? So this is what's purported to have happened, right? So so the reason why it's important is because John and Paul, right, they adopt certain Greek terminology, right? Like pneuma and logos and stuff, right? So they're using certain Greek conceptions and restyling them, and they're speaking Jewish concepts to a Greek audience, right? And also Paul is the apostle to the Gentiles, right? So he's bringing Greeks into the fold, right, of salvation, right? So this whole idea of him being apostle to the Gentiles and
Well,
traveling to Europe, right, and spreading the ideas of the Old Testament all the way to Europe, right? That would be his first time. Yeah.
yeah, and sorry, just to make sure. So, and one thing
Uh,
specifically, because I agree,
I know that
I
was it.
understand.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and just one more thing specifically, would you say that the idea of progress, like, was Paul was the progenitor of that, or do you think that that was directly in Judaism? Because, like, I don't even like the term Judaism. I know you don't either, but whatever we call Judaism, colloquially, like we would say it was Christianity, you'd say it's Islam, whatever the precursor to true religion is, because Judaism, as we know it today, is like definitely not what we most people think it is, in our opinion, right? But so I guess what I'm saying is, like, do you think that the myth of progress was coming out of was that coming out of uh, like whether Paul intended it or not? I guess what I mean is, like, I don't know if Paul, like, it's hard for me to say whether Paul himself was like promoting the myth of progress as his intention, or if that came later. And I don't know. And I'm not trying to ask you directly, like, what's your opinion on that. I'm just saying, like, do you think that there was anything, a proto myth of progress, that came before that?
There's several concepts, right? One is Heraclitus's idea that nature is in a state of becoming, right? So this idea that nature was in a state of becoming, right, allows us to understand how spirit moves up the hierarchy of being, right? So if nature is in a state of becoming, then we realize how spirit and matter interact, right? So when we get to Aristotle and we get to these ideas of the hierarchy of being, right, that's extrapolated, right, to how matter transforms into spirit, right? So this notion of matter transforming into spirit, right, is the basic idea, right, that's brought into the eschatological scheme, right? And once it combines with the idea of the messianic expectation of the Jews, right, then it becomes transformed, right, and even secularized, right, and combines with the notion of evolution, right, and turns into the notion of spiritual evolution, right. This is the theosophical notion, right? So as you could see, these ideas have successive um development, right? A lot of different
It's
conceptions
almost
at the
Well,
like
time
different.
were used. Yeah,
It's almost like multiple iterations of the same idea. So like,
also
you know,
really
like
right,
generation one, generation two, essentially.
right. Nature transforming itself into the divine, right, through these success. Yeah, so yeah,
let me say something. This also did influence parts of the Islamic world in like the early 12th century, like
oh yeah,
Sohrabadi's illuminationist philosophy. I'm not sure if you ever heard of the illuminationism of
no,
Sohrabadi.
no, but you could look at you could look at Al Farabi, right? You could look at
Yeah.
Avicenna,
Yes.
right? Obviously, you could look at the discourses of Rumi, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the discourses of Rumi, he's sort of getting into, all these sort of Neoplatonic concepts,
Yeah. Let
right?
me
So,
read a very short summary on Sohrabadi's ideas because it's kind of
yeah,
interesting.
sure, yeah,
Yes, Sohrabadi's illuminationism makes light the basic reality. All beings are grades of luminosity emanating from the light of light, God, with their perfections determined by intensity and proximity to that source. He downplays the Abyssinian existence distinction, treating existence as a
right,
mental predicate, and recast I'm almost done. Ontology in terms of a hierarchy of immaterial and material lights. Knowledge at its core is by presence, an immediate, non-representational awareness grounded in the soul's luminosity rather than in abstract forms. He also posits a fourth ontological level, the world of images, mediating between intelligible and material realms and accounting for visions, dreams, and eschatological experiences. The system is a Platonic leaning critique of paratisticism, which we were talking about, that he frames as reviving ancient Persian wisdom of life. So that was like a syncretism between Platonism, Zoroastrianism, and Islam by Sohrawardi in like 12th century AD. It did
yeah,
grow in popularity from Mullah Sadra in around 17th century AD, I think so. I have to double check. But I just thought that was interesting. I wanted to. Sorry if I
yeah.
interrupted. I just
Y-
wanted to read that one.
Yeah, you should look into the thoughts of the Mutazilites, right? Because the Mutazilites were combining certain Zoroastrian concepts. They were saying that God is limited, right? That God has to create through love and reason, and that explains his limited nature, right? And they also wanted to maintain a lot of different ideas, so they did influence the thoughts of Al Ushari, right? And Al Ushari and all those thinkers, right? They sort of influenced Ghazali to critique those ideas of Avicenna, right? The ideas of Avicenna are deeply influential on the development of science and empiricism, right? So a lot of the modern philosophers, right, like Descartes, Spinoza, right? I'm also Leibniz, right? They use Avicennian arguments, right, to support their theses, right? So I think Avicenna was I think he could have been influenced by definitely influenced by the Mutazilites, right? I'm in different groups like that, right? But I think the Mutazilites in general, you could see the influence of Zoroastrianism there, right? So they influenced the Albigensians, right? The Qatari, right? I believe in the 10th and 11th centuries, right? And yeah, so obviously Saint Augustine, right? He joined the Manichaean sect, right? I believe that um yeah, so so he wrote a bunch of attacks on the Manichaeans, right, when he joined the church, right? So it's interesting, right? So so yeah. Obviously the Sabians are mentioned in the Quran, right? It's very interesting, right? They're mentioned in the Quran as the people of the book. So people that are claiming that the Quran supports the the Old Testament because of that, they probably should produce the Sabian book that it's talking about, because it doesn't even make any sense, right? To compare, right, Jews and Christians, right, to Islam if it mentions that group, right? It's pretty interesting. But
Which
yeah,
book, the New or the Old Testament?
I'm talking about the Quran, right? The Quran mentions the Sabians, right? So yeah, uh,
But when they
as
say the people of the book, which book?
they're talking about the Old and the New Testament. So
Well, that's
so that's
confusing.
what's interesting, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Can the
right?
Jews
Because
pay the jizya and be fine, or?
yeah, Muslims believe in both. Yeah, they believe in the Old and the New Testament. They just don't believe that um that there's a preserved version of those books, right? So
Yeah, it's the same with every pretty much religion or book out there. There's no originals. They've all been rewritten, skewed, and for the times, the priests will put in what they think is right morally,
right.
or they'll change it because it doesn't make sense to them.
Well, a lot of it's just the problems with translation and the historical context,
Yeah,
right? People don't understand what certain terms mean. They don't understand what certain historical contexts mean, right? When the book is referring to certain situations, right? So
Yeah.
there's that sort of idea. Then they don't understand the meaning of the words. So I think beyond the historical context and just the meaning of the words, right? I think there's a lot that the majority of the followers of the religions don't understand, right?
yeah,
But I think generally, right, religions don't really have a deep impact on people's lives, right? So that's the problem, is that we can gripe and complain about people's religion, and how much the religion misunderstands history, but science doesn't have a very clear understanding of history, right? And it certainly doesn't give us a clear concept of why people were religious for such a long fucking time. Right. Right, like it doesn't seem to tell us like why people asked these deep questions and came up with these ideas that these aliens came to Earth and they wanted to transform nature, and that God is immaterial, he's removed from nature, and that nature is in a state of becoming, and
yeah. There
science.
was this strange change in that from the Sumerian, where they walked with the gods, to the god being an unknowable, ineffable thing. You know.
Right, exactly, right. So some could say that was due to the Sumerians, right? Because they were sort of the first builders of cities,
Yeah.
right? So
I also want to
they
say one thing.
so they
I think
perfected the
people.
science, right?
I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead, please.
I think some people underestimate the extent of Greek influence because even in Central Asia, you had a lot of Greek influence, and I was thinking recently maybe the Lotus Sutra had some Greek influence. I don't know because Lotus Sutra is kind of controversial among some Buddhists, but I really do value and hold the Lotus Sutra dear. But some people claim it is very universalist. The Lotus Sutra, it's very interesting, like very universalist, and it has a sense or an idea, of Buddha nature moving or trending towards awakening to Buddhahood, the Lotus Sutra. And maybe, in the Central Asia, you had certain sutras, like the flower garland sutra, which probably had Greek influence to it too. So, that's a different realm, but the Greek influence really penetrated into Central Asia during Alexander's conquest, so that's maybe interesting to look into also. So, well, sorry about the interruption. I just wanted to mention that to Central Asia and Greek influence.
KML, would you say that all this technological endeavor is to know or to be known?
I would say is to create a false idol or something. You know, the false idol is to be known before the true knowing, basically the false. Does that
They
make
want to
sense?
make the man God, right?
Yes, yeah, that's about
So
it.
man becomes God by merging with technology.
Yeah, there is like a kind of twisting or like a more profane version of Hermeticism. You see what I mean? Is a profane version of Hermeticism. You know, becoming like the gods, and then you become like the false idol of, or which is like a simulacra of God. You know, you become the false idol of God, which is like becoming a demon. You know, or something. You know, in some sense. You know,
Yeah, we've got superhumans out there right now,
you
augmented human
you
beings.
mean Manchurian candidates, right? You know, like
Yeah,
Manchurian.
well, they're much more. They do it to themselves actually now. They have parties and stuff, and they get together and they augment themselves. They can make themselves stronger, smarter, faster.
Yeah,
You can
Max.
That's right. You can be a $6 million man.
pretty much, yeah, yeah.
Next Vision. I'm not sure if you ever seen it, but Jesse Ventura has a very good TV series, you know, called Conspiracy Theory. He has one about Manchurian candidates, and some
Mm.
of the people they interview in that it's pretty depressing. One of them claims he had stuff put into his brain, chips, and when he sees certain, I don't know, signals or cues that kind of triggers him or flips a switch that makes him go into kill mode. Basically, he claimed that.
Yeah, they're working to get way past that. They want.
Yeah, yeah. Now they are. Now it's much worse. Now it's much.
Yeah. I don't know if it's worse because you don't have to do quite the. Well, there is the electronic torture, which I guess is kind of worse in a way, except you're allowed to live your life pretty much. You know. But, yeah, most of the MK Ultra testing was done in Canada too. I live in Canada, so they did all that up here to figure out how to break people and make the different personalities and activate them. But you can do it electronically now, which is easier, right, and less
Oh,
detect.
is that why the movies like The Naked Gun have cell phones flashing and the new Hulk movie with Harrison Ford, the flashes on the screen get people to go, whew.
Yeah, light will be the next communication level that they're working with. That way they can get down to the level of DNA and make changes on that level.
But there you have it, folks. Sucks for all y'all with epilepsy.
Yeah, yeah, it's probably going to cause some people seizures because of the flashing lights. They want all the LEDs up, and that'll be communication and manipulation and control all in one.
I don't mean to detract, but Neurojack, who is that in your avatar? I'm just curious. Like, who is that in your avatar? I'm just curious.
That's David Cross. He's one of the best actors ever, just like Ice Cube.
Awesome. I was looking up. There is one article I've seen on the ethics of biodigital conversion, but pretty much they say in the article that they can't really regard ethics because it really just gets in the way and stops the progress. I wish there was more on that, but
Let me tell you something interesting, okay? And this is just the truth, and it ties into what you say. Increasing regulations never help. You know, like they try to increase regulations to mitigate the damage from invasive or new technologies they roll out, or they try to impose regulations to help with conservation measures. But none of that really helps. You know, like eco consultants, their whole job is about finding loopholes and ways to bypass regulation. The point is that more and more regulations, they don't help. I think only roll back the technology really helps. You know what I mean? So that's just
yeah,
something common sense to me. Though.
I'm almost on board with Elon now. You can't stop it, so you might as well try and work with it and steer it in a decent direction. You know, because if you don't deal with it at all, if you don't deal with AI and the technology and the integration of biotechnology into human beings, somebody else is going to do it for you, and you might not like the result.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this though. There's a problem with that mentality, though. I mean, I do respect it greatly, but the problem is that All the money or taxes go mainly into social engineering to see if they can gather data and
Hmm.
mold and shape our behavior with the media or with manufacturing crises. Basically, they're like, gather data, predict, shape, and mold. And then they're trying to manipulate the human behavior. So
So,
Yep.
I want to ask Machine a couple of things really quick before I forget, because this is just a small list. But so I made a couple of notes of some ideas that we count as science, yet they came from like occultism or philosophy, and I just want to do like a quick rundown of these three ideas, just to see like if he sees any like common thread that is notable from his perspective. So one is the rational cosmos. The idea that the universe follows mathematical laws comes from
Yep.
Pythagoras and Plato, and later
Right.
Kepler, who saw math as God's blueprint for creation. So that's the first one. What do you think about that one? Because it comes out of
So
like sacred geometry, essentially. So it's like spiritual motivation and
right,
stuff like that.
right,
Yeah.
because that's what we're gonna go over. How Pythagoras was basically, part of a cult, right?
Right. So
And
yeah.
the cult was part of a group of people, right, called these philosopher sages, right, where they created these schools. So they created, the proto thing, right? That is the basic idea that became the trivium and quadrivium, and then that became the different subjects, right? Geometry and grammar and logic and um, you know, and music and all these different areas of study, right?
So I guess my point in bringing that up is like if that's true that it came out of like literally some like cult that has nothing to do with any of the religions that any of us really practice, then by us accepting these precepts, we are kind of indoctrinated into a cult of some sort, whether we're aware of it or not, if that makes any sense, right?
Yeah, almost everything can be considered a cult. Every modern organization or institute
Right,
at this.
right, right.
Yeah.
Except for it's the religious people that proliferated the indoctrination, right? And that's what I'm kind of showing is that it's obviously Jews, right, in Alexandria, right, Muslims in Spain, right, Christians, right, obviously in Europe, right, in Great Britain and France, right, and then eventually spreading to Germany, right, that they created these systems, right, uh yeah, blessings to Lord. Oh, and they created them by combining as Isaac Luria did, right? The thoughts of Maimonides, right? And obviously Maimonides himself was sort of a Neoplatonist, right? So yeah.
can you say the last name again? I apologize. Sorry.
Moses Maimonides, right?
Moses. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
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 no.
who was sort of talked about by Isaac Luria, right? They say the people who study Lurianic Kabbalah, they say from Moses to Moses there was no one like Moses, right? And they're talking about Moses Maimonides, right, who codified the Jewish law, right? He codified the laws of the Talmud and all that stuff, right? And this is in like 1200s, right? So obviously, writing at the same time as Aquinas, right? He was saying that reason is what humanity shares with God, right? And this idea of reason that goes beyond nature, right? This is the synthesis that both Aquinas and Maimonides came to, right? And why I believe that the Catholics and the Jews have such a interesting relationship.
Yeah, I was watching a video about that recently, and I don't know if we probably shouldn't get into that now, but yeah, like the whole converso thing is a pretty serious thing that people aren't
Neurojack, you
really
said
talking about.
yeah, two other ones. You said first was rational cosmos, Pythagoreans. You said two other ones too.
Yeah. The other two is this one. So the quantum slash interconnected cosmos. It comes from like Hermeticism and alchemy, and also German nature philosophy, which is like everything is like nature is like a living interconnected organism essentially. And then the last one is the evolving cosmos, which basically is like Hegel and T. Liard Darsh, whatever his name is, Chardin, uh, evolutionary spirituality, which I'm sure it goes back further than that, but that's just like
Maybe. Well, I don't think Empedocles though, but I don't think he would like Hegel or Desjardins. But yeah, Empedocles is more the beginning of the evolutionary worldview. So that's interesting. Empedocles, the pre-Socratic.
right, but definitely got synthesized over time, and
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think yeah,
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 definitely.
and I think I mean I had somewhere else I was trying to go with that, but I mean let me just see if I have another note really quick. It's like see if I can find it.
Kind of agree with both of those philosophies a little bit.
But see, that's the thing is like when you kind of just accept those things as like a given, right?
Yeah.
And then you try to go back and say, well, like let me justify this, like uh religious belief. Like that's why religion is continuously under attack, because you're always trying to reconcile like this like occult belief with like your ethics or something that's based in like something that's not really based in rationality in the sense of like a scientific manner or something, right? So it kind of puts you at odds with yourself in a sense, right?
Kind of
I
like
think
God.
So
religion. I think religion is attacked due to the growth of radical empiricism and maybe the positivists also. I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah, and that's another thing is that um I think atheists and occultists sometimes they both believe in some methodological form of naturalism, right? So they have that affinity, right? Whereas the religious people, even though they are sort of a majority in terms of their cosmological viewpoint, right? They don't have any sort of unity, right? So
No, they don't. How many
well, well,
denominations?
well, here's the other place I was going to take what we were talking about, and I'm sorry to derail, but I think this is directly related to kind of what you guys were mentioning earlier. Where do you think the idea that hyperstition can become reality came from?
Well, that definitely came from the Kabbalah, Nick Land, and the whole numerology, Nick Land talk about, and the hyperstition, like the memes that become
Well,
self-propagating.
yeah. Well, and another way to put it is like the secret. Like, if you can dream it, you can do it. If you believe in it, it can be real. Like, where does that idea come from? I guess.
yeah, hyperstition is sort of like his play on hyper real, right? So it's like you know, it's like the realm of fiction, right? Just as cyberspace, right? Like what Gibson says, right? It's sort of
Right.
its own world, in a sense, but it also pervades into this world and goes beyond. So that relates to the occult right there, because that is sort of what the pleroma is, right? So that's sort of mentioned in the intro to this show as well, that the pleroma could be a collective consciousness of the mystics.
Oh, yeah, that.
Right. So I guess another way to put it is like, um, I mean, it's got, well, just to make it a little less sophisticated for everybody, myself included. Like if you were to read like Steve,
You cut out.
Yeah, but it's interesting. You know, what I mean, it's interesting concepts. Maybe I'll play a song as Neuro gathers his, technical,
Yeah.
whatever
I'm
he's doing.
wondering if, well, what, ask Max Vision something, just play. Since you
Yeah, for
said
sure.
animus, do you think there's any power in sacred geometry, or I'm just curious what you think, Max Vision?
Any power in it? Well,
And not power, but any like esoteric wisdom to be gleaned from sacred geometry.
well, does that go right down to numerology? Like, is that part of it as well? People
Uh,
can read quite a lot out of stuff, you know.
yeah, yeah, I think sacred geometry is interesting. I never really looked into it as deeply as other people.
Hmm.
I was just curious your opinion about it and
I
stuff.
haven't looked that deeply into it, you
Oh,
know.
you haven't? Oh,
And I
okay.
understand the like the Fibonacci sequence and all
Oh,
that
yeah. Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. Fibonacci sequence is very cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
I just wanted to ask that question before
power
the
of
break.
life is, resonance and the resonance of the universe.
Yes, I agree. Yes, definitely. I just wanted to ask about that. What about you, Dark Lord? What do you think about sacred geometry? I just wanted to hear what you have to say.
Uh,
Yeah, okay. You don't have to answer. I just wanted to ask about that. Yeah, okay, you can go to the break. Sorry about that. Just a random question to ask. I'm sorry about that. Sorry.
Yeah, I say no to sacred geometry. I say no to natural law, but I say yes to fine tuning, right? Via nature being intelligent, right? So there's some of that, right?
I give
yeah,
nature a consciousness myself, you know.
Right.
yeah, I would definitely say that math, I think, it plays a very big role in the universe, whether you're good at math or not. I can't deny that numbers and stuff, that the world and existence isn't mathematically accurate to the nth degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, E8 looks like sacred geometry E8, and I heard that has like some kind of, I don't know, mathematical it's from group theory. Let me see, I can share it right now. You can look at it. It's kind of weird. It looks like a mandala, and it's a mathematical
Hmm.
thing they use. I'm not sure if you've ever seen it. You can share it. Just interesting stuff. E8. Let me see here. Just let me share it. I kind of show how science is just kind of, you know what I mean? Brown's boy said science evolved out of the occult, and I think that's true. You can look at E8. Can you share it quickly? Just share the E8 picture I get.
Oh yeah, I could agree with that for sure.
Yeah,
Science.
it looks like a Mandela.
Yeah, holy smokes.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's actual mathematical.
Oh yeah, a friend of mine sent me that a week ago, I think. Yeah, each of those sequences, none of those sequences match. They're each individual sequences.
Yeah, that's why I was asking because I wanted to get your opinions on stuff like this. Yeah, but it's
It's
interesting.
beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yes, definitely.
I don't know, as a method of construction, the universe uses these frequencies, but can I use them to decode something or figure something out? I don't know. Can you use them?
I,
They
I, I
never
don't know. I
figured
haven't
it.
looked into it that deeply yet.
Yeah.
No, yeah, yeah.
Can you use them as a divination tool? Probably. You can almost use anything, really.
I always wondered about dowsing, dowsing where people use the stick and they can like try to find gold or some kind of mineral deposit or something. Or not, dowsing is for water, my bad. But
Oh, it
dowsing.
can be for metals too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's interesting. Yeah.
Right? I mean, it means something, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of what people consider superstition of our ancestors was actually not superstition. It was probably attuned to something we've lost.
I would agree with that because a lot of myths and folklore still survive even to this day, like skinwalkers and wendigos and stuff like that. There's a lot of, and even Krampus. Look at all the people who like to put on their little demon costumes and go as Krampus. So, Krampus, however you say it.
Right.
Yeah, my German friend, he was a very interesting person. He actually viewed the study of myths and, mythology and other stuff as very important, and I thought that was very interesting. He considered it.
I'm one of them people. I definitely believe that they didn't put. There's not hundreds and hundreds of years of werewolves and vampire folklore myths for no reason. Whether or not they were literal bats and werewolves, I don't know.
I think they might have existed. I believe in a chimeric past, where there was,
I definitely believe that. Yeah, a lot of the mythological creatures like chimeras and stuff did exist,
yeah,
especially with the Nephilim. Messing with the DNA and stuff.
yeah, I believe in that period too. Yeah. Must have been messed up to be around then.
All you had to do is pray to Zeus, right? So
Yeah, right. Whatever they called them in your land, had different names in different lands. Same guys, seems like anyway. I like the Greek myths of creation. I kind of think that the whole thing has happened that way. With the Cyclops and the 100-handed, 50-headed, or whatever. All these weird, strange creatures, and the gods and the titans. Wow,
Right.
must have been a time, man.
Right. Or the Hindu one where they got flying chariots and lasers. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
That's
the
some.
gods. Yeah,
Yeah,
It's just
did you know in ancient China they also had myths of like dragons that could take human form, and the some of the kings, their lineages go back to being mixed with the dragons. The dragons that could take the human form.
yeah.
So maybe they could shapeshift also. I have
wow,
no
that
idea.
sure does sound like Skyrim and being a dragonborn.
I think that comes from we all come from a dragon. Like all creatures on this planet started off as the sons and daughters of a dragon. Kind of
Yeah,
weird.
that's okay, cool. Yeah, that's I don't want to talk about that much, but the game Dark Souls, video game Dark Souls, the mythology to that is very similar to the Greek mythology also. Like there are arc dragons that existed in the abyss, and then they fought with the Titans, and there
Yeah,
was a weird intermixture that led to what we are now.
they
I think that
all in all myths they all just sprang from the earth. The first ones they sprang from the earth, like the Cyclops and all that. So I don't know. The earth was given birth, I guess, at one time. Bizarre. That's why I think the Bible says man came from the dust, right? Or God made him from the dust of the earth because he did spawn from the earth.
yeah, precisely.
As weird as it sounds.
Yeah, so we got oh yeah, we had Calix here in the back, but I think he like accidentally dropped out. So yeah, come back if you want. I mean, about to play some music here. Yeah, blessings to Calix.
I like the Vedic with all their weaponry. They had the weapons of destiny, I guess they were. What were they called? All those specialized weapons that could bring down rains of arrows and burn cities. Those were amazing.
Yeah, this is something I haven't asked any of y'all. What do y'all think about the new Egyptian museum?
Where?
If I'm not mistaken, they opened it right up there, basically right not that far from the pyramids. But it's this super huge new museum that they've opened up here recently.
Oh, okay. I'll, I'll
It's
check
pretty
that out.
interesting. It's pretty fucking huge. But I definitely think that the coincidence of them releasing this gigantic museum isn't a coincidence. So I think that's interesting.
New Grand Egyptian Museum displays never before seen. Okay, awesome. I'm going to check it out.
Do you think they're hiding anything special regarding Egypt that could like shed light on a lot of mysteries in life or something? Scary.
Yeah, I think they're hiding a lot of stuff. Oh, that's beautiful. It's a huge museum, yeah.
Oh, it cost a few good shekels. It's in the billions, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, do you want to
Yeah.
play a short video on it? It's for 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
I'll
Yeah, but
just
Skirbina has a book by Savitri Devi, right? That somebody told him to publish, and it says that Moses was Akhenaten. So check that theory out.
Yeah,
So if that's
I've heard
true,
that. I've heard that. Yeah.
yeah, if that's true, then we're all in some deep doo doo.
it kind of makes sense when you look at it. There's the link to the video. It's kind of long, but
Also, I'm not sure if you agree, but you know, Christopher John Bjorknes, he argues that Yahweh was originally based on Set. That's what Bjorknes argued. Not sure if that's true, but that's what he argued.
Right,
that's
right. I think he says that that Jesus is like some like Lucifer or something. I don't know, but it's like, yeah, he's got some out there theories.
should be Horus, right?
Yeah, sometimes I think he's saying some of this stuff for shock.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I think that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta stay controversial, especially in today's time where everything's controversial.
But
Yeah, I don't agree with Bjorknes on everything. You know, I've also had some small little squabble with him, but not that big, just a small little squabble. But I did donate afterwards a little bit, but you know, I have mixed feelings about Bjorknes. He does have a lot of valuable insight, though, especially about the Kabbalah and about you know the banksters, banksters, and a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, just the sheer volume of work is pretty significant.
Yes, yeah, the
He's
sheer
produced he's produced
Yeah.
like 10 or like 15 books or something like that. So
Yeah, he's still definitely worth reading.
Test.
I didn't mean
Yeah.
to you know, insult him or anything. I do
yeah, me
appreciate it.
either. Yeah, me either. Yeah, yeah. I think he's a notable thinker,
Testing.
even though he has said that Islam is created by Jews or whatever. But yeah, it's pretty funny.
Greetings.
Yeah,
Great
blessings,
thinkers.
Calix. Yep.
Well, he did also say, you know, this is not my view, but Bjorknes claims that Jesus literally is Satan. You know, that's what he argued. Like,
Well, he thinks he thinks it's an atonement sacrifice for Yom Kippur,
yeah,
right?
okay.
So he thinks that that Jesus represents the scapegoat ritual atonement sacrifice. So
Hmm.
yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, I wanted to hop in here really quick. Or I just I wanted I have like unbelieving friends and like it's like they're my friends, but they're unbelievers.
Yeah, they're kafirs. Yeah, we call them
Yeah.
kafirs.
Yeah, and like they're always cool, but they were cool at first, and it was just like I started talking about it, and they're like, it's just a bunch of books made by men, and I was like, bro, it was God who spoke through them, and they were like, you don't know that. They're like, oh, and just like I was like, oh man, dude. Yeah, they were doing that to me. They're like, it's just a bunch of books wrote by other men. I'm like, bro, the word says that it's, that God spoke through them, like that, like they were vessels, and they're just like denying it. And
It does say that.
yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
most people treat religion or the important questions in life as just entertainment now, or like they
right.
treat everything in a radical empiricist.
They just
Uh,
try to
way.
make a joke out of it.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah,
just like, I told him, I was like, there has to be like physical evidence. I mean, I haven't seen it by myself, but I
yeah,
bet you, like, if you go to the Middle East, you can find evidence for
yeah. You could
something.
like, yeah, you could like look at it that way, or you could also look at it like in a less critical way. There's truth. Like it doesn't matter who said it if it's true.
Mhm.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Right?
Yeah.
Like,
And they were just like denying like just existence. Almost. It sounded like it. I'm like, bro, like there's truth in everything. But like for some reason it really just like
right?
tugged at their heartstrings when I brought up Jesus and God and
Yeah,
Christ.
yeah. People get like that.
Yeah. And I was just like, all right, well, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, it makes you think. You gotta like. It's like, man, we need to cast out some demons out of you and put them in some pigs or something like that.
Oh,
This is
Well,
crazy.
for
and the thing
real,
is,
bro.
all those people there, they don't believe in the exact same things. If they were to break it down to it, like none of them do. That's what I found universal. Everybody believes their own thing, you know.
Right. Like not even
Yeah.
my own parents. Like I can agree with everything even with my parents, but I do because they showed me I was raised with the Bible and all that. So
yeah. Also gave one more thing. Can you share? I just want you to the people to see. It's another mathematical technique, but this is what it gives rise to. I'm not sure. Is this something I want people to see if
Yeah,
possible?
yeah. It's a Mandelbrot sequence, right?
That's a Buddha brought. So they created a kind of fractal method.
With Buddha.
Yeah, yeah, it's a Buddha brought. Yeah, Buddha
Yeah.
brought
Yes.
Yeah,
the
but if you zoom
fractal.
out of the Mandelbrot sequence, it makes this shaped as well. I don't know if you've seen.
Yeah. Looks like a Mandelbrot sequence as well. Yeah.
I wanted to highlight a comment that Frank Monday said. It says, if God spoke to them, cannot God speak to us? So why demand that one doctrine is better than another for one aspirant? Is that not dogma? What's meant by the living word? What did I get from that? Is he talking about the what are the prophets, or who are they called?
Well, I guess comparing all the spiritual writings.
Yeah. So you
Right.
see this Buddha?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, I see it. Yes, yeah.
He's
Yeah,
even
it's like
the
the two
crown.
hands. It's like meditating. Yeah, it's very
It,
similar to this right here, right? Very
Yeah,
Yeah.
similar.
Buddha brought. Yeah, it's very
it's like
similar.
fractal, like what's left is right and right is left.
Oh, and also perfect symmetry.
I have
Nice
that like
symmetry most
behind
of the
me.
time.
I bought that. I don't have that anymore because I gave it to somebody so they can sell it. But that. So wait, what did you mean by like you're like, oh, I don't believe in fractalism? I don't know.
I mean, I'm a Buddhist. I'm a Mahayana Buddhist.
I think it's like I think it's part of God's work, but it's not. You know what I mean? I mean,
yeah, see, I
yeah,
respect
yeah.
your beliefs. I respect your beliefs.
I
Most
mean,
second.
no, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't own it anymore. It's just like I don't base my belief on the fractal or the
Yeah, no.
yeah.
The sutras that I consider the most important are three. Three most important sutras are platform, diamond, and the lotus. Those three sutras are the most
Mhm.
foundational to my traditional path. But maybe the Suragama sutra is also important. Yeah, there are sutras to read and study. Uh, but the practice of meditation and koan study is probably the most important. But sutra study, I think, is still important too. So the sutras are important in my path.
Yeah.
Those,
If I wanted to get into metaphysics, see, that's the thing. It's just like it's like a fine line between earthly and metaphysic beliefs or something. And
well,
it's
all theological texts, well, most of them have certain
correct.
like metaphysical beliefs, like claiming there is a God or monotheistic God is a metaphysical belief in many ways, or saying that one can become enlightened and experience their true nature is also a metaphysical
Right.
belief.
Right. Or even that God created the world.
Yes,
That's pretty metaphysical because you need God to exist before nature, right? So it becomes a whole
exactly.
thing.
Yes. Yes.
Correct.
Well, if you want to really understand my beliefs, the two most important are the platform and the diamond, at least for my tradition, though. And maybe the Lotus Sutra is recommended to read like halfway after practice if you're starting to lose motivation or something. But the Lotus Sutra is very good too. You know, Lotus Sutra is very big in the Nichiren school in Japan. Nichiren, and the school I followed was Soto Zen. Yeah, but I think Rinzai is a little bit better than Soto Zen, to be honest with you. Soto has some issues with Soto Zen, but they're not that far apart. It's like comparing, I don't know, Orthodox with Catholicism. But I think Rinzai is a little bit better because it's closer to what the ancient Chinese were doing. You know, I could go into that more depth, but I don't want to because this is not what the channel's focused on. I don't want to derail it too much. Yeah, I went to a Soto Zen center and
Right.
practiced a lot of Zazen. Zazen
See,
and
this is the thing about unbelievers. Like unbelievers would believe that, but they wouldn't believe other things, you
no,
know?
I mean the thing with the no, they don't believe they have degenerated Buddhism. Like if you went to
Right.
to Zen school, there are a lot of Jays in there, and they push for naturalism, and they dismiss the reality of rebirth. You know, I actually take rebirth seriously. I do believe in rebirth. I mean, I don't think you die and it's just eternal oblivion. I think rebirth is real, and dukkha is what unites all of the worlds in some way. You cannot escape dukkha, you know what I mean? You cannot escape the dissatisfaction from longing for things and yearning for things. You know, life is defined by dukkha. And so, that's my traditional beliefs. You know, it's just a mainstream Buddhism. And, when you get enlightened and you are in the state of mind, which is, free of intentionality and free of grasping and clinging, and then you die in that state, then you go to peri-nirvana, and in peri-nirvana, you're not reborn anymore. You escape the wheel of rebirth. You know what I mean? That's why the wheel of dharma is important in Buddhism and stuff. So Buddhism has been degenerated, much like the mega churches for Christianity. You know how they go and they spread
Uh-oh.
liberalism and stuff. So that's happening to every tradition. It's happening to it's happening to Islam too with the spread of feminism and other things. And it's happening to Christianity with mega churches and like Kenneth Copeland, and
Right.
I'm not sure any tradition in the modern era is free from such contamination.
I know.
For a quick rubby.
Very far and few, that's for sure. I've been to a lot of different types of quote unquote Jesus believing churches, and I can tell you, I've only been to two in my life that was satisfactory to say that I would go to it myself every day of the week when they're open. Very far and few have I ever seen a preacher or a deacon or a bishop or people who, like I said, when you're sitting there supposed to be worshiping, your Lord and Savior, and then you open up your eyes to see what everyone's doing around you, and everyone's doing the exact same thing. They're like, opening up their eyes, looking around, saying who's praising the Lord the biggest. So, you know,
Right.
that's why I've always said you don't find Jesus Christ in a church. If you truly come to know Jesus Christ, you can find Jesus Christ anywhere, whether it's on your deathbed, whether you're about to be executed, dying of disease. That's why from my religious experience, that's why I put my faith in Jesus. If I hadn't had that religious experience at 9 years old with the Bible, I probably wouldn't defend it so much. But just because of that experience itself, how can you deviate from something that affects you for the rest of your life? So life
Yeah.
is a really hard battle, especially when you don't really know what the truth. Just because we have religious or schizophrenia episodes doesn't necessarily mean you're not close to the truth. It's just we don't really know what it is.
Yeah, I would say that there is a concerted effort to degenerate all traditions by like I don't know technicians or by like just brainwash people. Like they just go to church or they go to the Sangha, you know, and Buddhism is called Sangha, and they try to degenerate the tradition by spreading I don't know nationalistic worldview. I mean, it could be organically occurring due to indoctrination, but in general, that afflicts every tradition and every so that leads to just erosion amongst the traditions. So yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, uh, yeah, definitely. So I do respect your beliefs, and that's why I think
Yeah, I like Frank Monday's comment. I mean, let's highlight Frank Monday. Intellectual dichotomy seems to lead one into a rabbit hole, but the mind loves the game. Good good one. Uh,
Yeah.
good one.
Yeah, let's get into some music and then we'll get into the Pythagoreans. And then we'll
Who
move from that to the Jews and their influence on Neoplatonism and Gnosticism, and then we'll move from that to looking at the influence of Rosicrucianism on the philosophers like Descartes and Leibniz, and we'll move from that to look at a number of different items that we've been covering. So I appreciate you guys, and yeah, yeah, so stick with us, kid. You'll go far. I mean, so yeah, so let me go ahead and play this music for you guys, and
awesome.
yeah, we'll get into this. I made this mix a little earlier.
You got some
It's
fresh mixtapes?
yeah, it's pretty intense. You
Oh,
know, um, you know, um, it's called "Brutalized" by Necro. So, so
Necro. We got some
yeah,
Necro.
Necro. Exactly. We'll play some Necro. So,
Well,
so we'll be back.
in the famous words of T Bird and his buddies from The Crow, fire it up, fire it up.
Yes.
Precisely. So yeah. So we'll be back in about 4 minutes with the
Who
Pythagorean
said that?
stuff.
What was that? Fire it up. Fire
That's
it up.
T Bird, T Bird and his gang group from the movie The Crow. They say fire it up whenever they're about to do stuff on Devil's
Oh
Night.
yeah.
Wow. I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, I forgot about Devil's Night. Yeah. This the
Good
Crow.
research.
That Southern guy.
Good to have you here, Pandemonium. Thank you. Blessings.
Yeah, blessings.
I noticed a lot of boxing memorabilia and got some gloves over here, pictures everywhere. Who's the boxer? Hey,
Scorpion.
Tough enough. Did you
Getting brutalized. I'm a street fighter like M. Bison. I might bite you like Tyson. Try for the license. Put ice on the cut. Doctors will be splicing it up. Rocky snuff right to the gut. I'm a Spartan. Start beef, my fist go hard. And you punch like a girl, but you ain't Christy Martin. You get no love. Hit you with no gloves. Duff you like show enough shove. You know one's above. My thunder and lightning. Your ice sting. No wonder you need Visine. Not surprising. London prize ring. Felt you were ill. Your black belt ain't shit. When you're attacked in your jail cell, you fainted. While you pump it dope and you I'm jumping rope. There's no hope for you dope chump, jealous lazy bum. No matter son, I'm training. Whether it's sunny or raining, like sunny I'm raining. You Patterson. You realize when I close up your two eyes, getting brutalized. Size you up, prize fight shit, die what? You getting brutalized. Fake tough guys breaking stuff, no compromise. Getting brutalized. Size ain't shit, big guys see the minds too. You getting brutalized. I laugh at your fronters, a no skill rider. You ain't no ill fighter, you telegraph punch explosion. Shots thrown from the hip, your dome split open, hematoma. You should have known your shit. Defense techniques from a knucklebone blitz. Your knees buckle, your weak sucker, don't snitch. Deal with it, real with it, it'll heal quick. Then I'll run up on you again and bust open your shit twice. 3 times quadruple, rip apart pupils, kick the marsupial, hard and brutal. And watch how we get busy. You left dizzy, left right hook. Where is he? Sidestepping, you miss me. Repping the rugged, prepping myself, thug it. Militates weapons, our hands deadly, slug it. Out, you're bugging out, drugged up, get knocked out, your mouth plugged up with stitches. You're ugly now. You realize when I close up your 2 eyes, you getting brutalized. Size you up, prize fight, shit, die what? You getting brutalized. Fake tough guys breaking stuff, no compromise. Getting brutalized. Size ain't shit, big guys see the lies too. You getting brutalized.
Yeah, that reminded me of a lot of ultra violent anime I saw in the past, like Devilman. Yeah, Devilman is pretty ultra violent.
Right. Yeah. I've seen scenes from Devilman. I actually tried to use that for one of my music videos, but then we got uh copyrighted for it. So I couldn't. So yeah.
Yeah, the original manga is very pro Lucifer, believe it or not. It's
I don't
crazy.
think I've ever used that one. That's strange. It's weird that they do seem to flag certain animes and not other ones.
Right.
Well, I mean, at least ones that push a message, like they don't have problem with a berserk whatsoever. For some
See,
reason,
this
they
is
have
the
no
thing
problem with
about
it.
anime, dude. Anime always has like a positive story.
No way, Berserk is
Or
no. You haven't seen enough anime, my man. You know, a lot of manga and anime, they're not positive. You
Yeah,
know, like
I don't know what positivity animes like Blood Sea have, but you know,
yeah, there's
maybe because I
a lot.
haven't read them, but I've just
Yeah,
seen
you
the
don't want
ones
to.
that they put out on you know,
Trust
Maybe
me.
on
like
TV.
One Punch Man. I mean, actually, it's not positive, but it is, you know.
Well, one stuff like that is, pretty fun, that and it has a good message, but there's a lot of anime and manga out there that are kind of, not positive, definitely. I could name several, definitely I can name several. Like I think
I mean,
Fire Punch is pretty brutal.
but is it a good message? I mean, isn't One Punch Man's like best friend, like student, whatever, basically like a mechanical guy? I mean,
No,
Right.
One Punch Man is good, but Fire Punch is some very disturbed shit. The manga Fire Punch, very disturbed. You're gonna lose your mind reading that one. Fire
Yeah, I've
Punch.
never really read a manga. I mean, it's
Oh,
some
really?
I like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
I love JoJo. Yeah, JoJo is great. I like
Dude,
the Arc 3 with
I
Stardust Crusader.
yeah, dude, I love that.
Yeah, me too. I love JoJo.
Dude, did you see the last season
Uh,
where
you mean
it's
with the
like
girl? The girl,
yeah,
yeah, that one. Yeah, I saw. I
that
thought first
shit
two
tripped
thirds.
me, dude.
They thought the first two thirds were good, but I didn't like it as much as the fourth season. The fourth one, with
I
the
really like
the-
how it ends.
yeah.
I honestly believe that might be us, the end of that.
I forgot about the ending. To be,
Yeah, it's just pretty much cyclical. It just
oh yeah,
everything just resets pretty much.
oh yeah. Yeah, I remember the girl. She was in prison, and then she escaped the prison. I think so, and then she was fighting against the. I think wasn't Dio, but I forgot who it was. Yeah, I don't remember that well. I just remember the president section being very nice, and I
If
forgot.
you guys haven't watched it, I would watch it. It's really cool. The writer, I don't know who the guy is, but yeah, Japanese dude probably did a great job. But anyways, I'll be back.
Yeah, blessings.
Blessings.
Yeah, blessings.
Oh, I just want to say I don't think it's coincidence when Death Note dropped. Especially with how we were talking about earlier, Avian, about 2019. Yeah, I don't think that was a coincidence. I think Death Note was like just basically like, you know, another psyop on the masses. Like, oh, you know, when a bunch of people just randomly drop, don't, you know, put too much, you know, eyesight into it.
Yeah, Death Note. I watched like 10 episodes when I was younger, but I didn't like it that much. I dropped it when they made him eating the potato chips look so cool. I thought that was. I'm
Well,
kind
well,
of.
the symbolism is definitely there about, you know, the transcendentalness about whether or not one has the right to play God if given the chance.
Yeah, it's definitely there. Yeah, that's definitely true. Yes.
Yeah, I did wonder what that was, where they were like, where he's like, I'll write a name in my book. I'll eat a potato chip. And then he crunches on the potato chip. I was like, what? Like, why would that be a scene?
It's very drawn out to me, but it does have a lot of the symbolism that Dark Lord is talking about with him.
Well, of course they got to draw it out. They, you know, got to make their money off of it.
Yeah, like the false Christ-like savior. You know, he's a false Christ-like savior, and more like a antichrist or something. You know, Light. I think his name was. Right, right. His name was Light. I
Well,
forgot.
on top of that, the fact that they chose the name Kira, because the name Kira has popped up in a lot of, you know, popular culture. So
Well, yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I think in terms of
Well,
you
the other
know
figure
anything.
washes his feet, right? So he
Yes.
washes the foot of the guy who like turns him into the police, right? It's a reference to Judas, isn't it?
Yeah, that
yeah,
is. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember him. Forgot his name, but the detective, the guy with the black hair who looks pale. Something.
Yeah, I
I
see a
don't
lot
know.
of myself in that guy.
I'm just not a space ape.
And that weird guy, right? Like he eats a lot of sweets. He's always sitting like in an awkward position. So a lot of my mannerisms are very similar to that dude. But yeah, in the show.
You mean the detective, right?
Yeah, the detective. Yeah,
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, he was
yeah. I
a very.
found his personality to be very similar to mine. Across a lot of different animators, it seemed like that character in particular and me had a lot of similarities.
Yeah, I'm
Oddly,
interested in what you think about Techno Lies. If you ever in the mood for
By the way,
another
that's not a
anime.
coincidence, TML.
If you're
I
ever in
haven't
the
seen
mood
that.
for, if you're ever in the mood for another anime, I would be interested in what you think about Techno Lies because that actually deals with uh mankind and you know transhumanism. Actually deals with transhumanism. Techno Lies and with a lot of yeah, it's pretty interesting. Techno Lies, but it's very bleak. You know, Techno Lies. It's by the same peak studio that made Lane, I think. So I gotta double check the same studio that made Lane. I think it is. I think
Yeah,
they're
yeah. I remember you telling me about this.
or no.
You know,
Actually,
that's
I got that
something
wrong. It's not.
that was actually something that I
Same
found
studio.
out that, you know, a lot of the early animes that
Oh,
a lot of us enjoy, a lot of them were created by the exact same studios. So that's not a coincidence either.
no, I actually got that wrong. It's not by the same studio. I was wrong about it. I think it's the same writer. My bad. The same writer for Lane and the same writer is the same writer for Textnolize. He's actually a very good writer. I forgot his name. I can tell you his name right now. He wrote a lot of interesting stuff. Yeah, Chiaki J. Konaka. Yeah, he wrote Lane and Textnolize and some other interesting stuff like Ghost Hunt. Ghost Hunt was very. I think it was called Ghost Hunt. Yeah, Ghost Town. My bad. He also wrote Ghost Town, Textnolize, and Lane and Digimon Tamers. All of those have very surreal plots. You know, very like,
He helped make Digimon.
no, Digimon Tamers. Tamers is very it's more surreal than the other ones because it actually has to deal with a virus that starts infecting the real world.
But
You are
you mean Digimon the series, right?
no Tamers
Oh,
Tamers
okay.
is one of the seasons. He did the Tamer season.
Which I want to say
Oh,
that was another early movie that pushed that thing, just like Yu-Gi-Oh was with the digital monsters.
yeah,
Oh, how
Yu-Gi-Oh.
convenient! It's all centered about Egyptian stuff too.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh had a lot of occult stuff. Definitely, like if you ever watch season zero of Yu-Gi-Oh has a lot of occult stuff, and it's kind of interesting. But yeah, definitely, it's kind of strange. That season zero feels very different from the later one, season zero, but it's pretty fun though. I guess.
Yeah, there seems to be almost no animes that don't have occult things, and also video games. It seems pervasive throughout video games
For
and
sure.
anime.
I would say when I sit here and say that just about everything I have ever consumed in my life, no matter what type of media it is, there's some type of subliminal image or message that lets you know 100% that it's connected to what I consider like the grand LARP, which is there a you know God basically? That's what I consider the grand conspiracy to be, which is what they're always putting in your face, which
Yeah,
is
let me tell
why
you this
they're
though.
pushing the opposite.
You know, Killer 7 is one of those games that really mess with your mind, and I was thinking about it recently, and it was messing with my mind, because I played that game when younger, and I didn't really pick up on everything. I did read some analysis of it, and then I was thinking about it recently, and it really, oh, that game is something else. Killer 7, I mean, it's full of occult imagery. It has human and child trafficking. It has
And not to
demonic.
mention just the name itself, Killer, and then Seven. I mean,
Yeah.
the symbolism behind seven.
Yeah, that game deals with dissociative personality disorders. It deals with even stuff like nuclear weapons. It deals with let me think what else it deals. It deals with a lot of crazy ass shit. Manchurian candidates. Oh, that game really messed with my mind when I think about it. And there's a random scene that doesn't make sense in the context of the whole game, and you confront Mithras as both a child and an adult. Like it's a child, the blonde child with an adult voice, and that scene didn't make sense in the context of the game. But now that I think about it, maybe it did make sense. I don't know. But yeah, that was kind of weird. Yeah, it's kind of weird. You come across Mithras, but yeah, that game is pretty intense. I'm surprised more people don't really talk about it though. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, Killer said. And the final boss is a fat demonic politician hanging from a rope. You believe that? The final boss is a fat demonic politician hanging from a rope. Yeah, there are lots of crazy ass scenes in the game. Like you can talk to a head. You talk to a head in a washing
I
machine.
mean, let's be
And
real here, Avian. Except for the few companies who maybe are allowed to make video games like the ones that we hold dear from our childhood, almost every single thing in person and media and corporation that makes video games is probably some high level occult people just putting in your face, like I said earlier, look what we worship, look what we do, and you don't really bat an eye at it.
yeah, well, I would say some games are more than others, to be honest, because some games, like
For sure,
Just
but
get
I mean,
acclimatized to it.
but like I said, even something as innocent as Pokemon, I love Ash Ketchum, but it's occultic, no matter how you look at it.
well, Pokemon is obviously occultic because God is a fucking Pokemon, called Arceus. And
Well, there you
Pokemon,
go, ho ho.
yeah, that's very bizarre, like. But something, there are some other stuff probably have harder time seeing occultic stuff in that, maybe like Harvest Moon well, the Harvest Moon does have the Harvest Goddess, so maybe that is occultic too when you get down to it. I mean, maybe I think Harvest Goddess is probably closer to Sophia, maybe. Maybe in some ways, because in Harvest Moon series,
And I hate to tell you, but the word harvest is very well liked in the occult
yeah,
world.
and in Japanese it's called Story of Seasons, though, and when they localized it into America, they called it Harvest Moon, though. But in Japan, it was called Story of Seasons.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that be? Sometimes it's because of legal issues. Because like with Resident Evil, they had to legally call it Biohazard in Japan because over here in America there was a band called Biohazard at the time. So I mean, I guess it really just depends. But I can tell you, like with the Hitman game that I have, if you go in and you pay attention to some of the names that they have on some of the billboards, like the level with the politician. just on one billboard alone. I took a screenshot and then I went and looked up all the different names that they were using for like the construction names, the names of the street. Every single name has a fucking occultic meaning behind it. So, you know, again, question everything you see and hear. So,
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
for
It's
sure.
all in the use, though, right? Symbols are neither good nor bad if they're using symbology. It's just how you use it. So, same thing with what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like with the Alien franchise. We can sit here and put, you know,
Yeah, well,
basically genitalia in your face all the time, and you'll just see it as
yeah, well,
normal.
one thing I will
Apparently.
say though is that the Silent Hill series is way more occultic than Resident Evil though, because in Silent Hill 3, it's literally about
I would
like
agree. It's literally
yeah,
about demons. Yeah, I would
yeah,
agree.
yeah, and you know, Silent Hill 3, I have to double check, but I think she's actually God, believe it or not. Like she's actually fighting God or like a Gnostic version of God, and she's trying to become. I don't know. Silent Hill 3 is full of the Gnostic stuff. Like I have to
But
double check.
I would disagree that they aren't occultic on the same levels, because I'm going to tell you, you know, as someone who played Resident Evil 5 a lot growing up, constantly hearing Albert Wesker put in your face that he wants to make the Ouroboros virus. How convenient that's popping back up, you know, and he wants to, you know, within, you know,
No, no, I'm saying,
disperse it. You know,
no, I
it's
can
pretty
show you.
occultic when you look at
Yeah.
what, you know, they're doing with eugenics and, you know, things in the air today. So.
Yeah, well, no, Silent Hill 3 is still way more occultic because you actually do fight God in that one, which just feels very, you know,
Well, I mean, yeah,
sacrificial.
that's one of the major medias that they've been pushing. You know, if we can kill God, why not? You know, like, you know, look, what's his name from Sin City says, if I could go out there and punch out God, I would.
Oh, yeah, that also reminds me of Silent Hill 4. Let me tell you about Silent Hill 4. That game is really something else. I know the gameplay sucks, but the story and the atmosphere are really something else in Silent Hill 4, and I've been thinking about that a lot too. And Silent Hill
Yes,
4 is about the
and in the movie they had the woman getting raped by barbed wire.
yeah, I think the games are better, but yeah, the movie, yeah, but the games,
Oh,
you
what's
know,
wrong? You don't like being psyoped?
yeah. Well, I made the games are side hopping too, to be honest, you know, because I don't know, like Silent Hill 4 is about this serial killer guy who was abandoned by his parents in this room in a hotel, and so he grows overly attached to the room in the hotel, and then he goes in behind the wall, and he like does some weird occult ritual and starts dreaming, and you know he's dreaming behind the wall, you know, the whole time you're in the game you're actually in this room alone and you're trying to figure out why you cannot leave the room. You know, there are like freaking stuff on the door, like there are locks and other stuff. You can't escape the room. You're stuck in the room and you keep going into another dream worlds where you become like women or other people being chased by this killer, you know, who has a mask, you know, and near the end of the game, you find out the main killer was behind the wall the whole time. You know, the room is highly possessed, and you see ghosts and you see demons in this room. And you look behind the wall, and you see he's behind the wall, and he's like in a cocoon, just dreaming. You know, what I mean, the serial killer. And eventually, you walk up to the cocoon, and you're like sucked up into his dream, where you fight like a godlike figure. But he was so isolated and such solitude that he was starting to dream up and like attack people. Like the people he attacked and killed were the people who went into that room that he views as his mother. You know, and his name was Walter. I forgot his last name, and he's like an abandoned child who was not wanted and stuff like that. Like he actually in the game, he actually wished he were never born and stuff like that. So I don't know, it's a very disturbed game full of occult imagery. Silent Hill 4. So like probably one of the most occult games. Silent Hill 1 is actually about children being experimented on in a school, in school, and by Satanists and other stuff too. Silent Hill games are full of occult stuff. I mean, way more than Resident Evil. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, damn, it's right in your face. Like, you have like stuff like Satanists and what they do to children. You have stuff like a serial killer who is overly attached to a room, who's dreaming up different worlds and harming people through his dreams. It's like
I would agree that Silent Hill is more in your face about it, yes, but I can tell you from everywhere from Hitman to even PS1 games, every game is occultic on some level for sure.
definitely on some level. When you show me that Skull and Bones figure from Hitman, I was like, yeah, that's definitely occultic. Like I know about Skull and Bones.
I mean, it's like with the original Resident Evil 2. They literally put in one of the first places that you get as the characters, one of like the second or third room that you walk into in the gate. Like I put in my video, it says "This too shall pass." So again, everything that they put in your face to me is just, hey, let's get you conditioned for it. So that way, if we do manage to succeed in any of our endeavors, by the time it happens, you're going to accept it and fall into whatever mold we want you to. Oh, well, convenient. That's what Resident Evil 7 and 8's messing with.
Believe it or not, but this too shall pass has actual Persian origin. It's an old adage of Persian origin about impermanence. This too shall pass. That actually has Persian origin. I can show that.
Well, I believe like Osmondeus, every great empire will fall and turn to stone. So if that.
Yeah, that's pretty much happened. When the Mongols came, that really caused civilizational collapse. When the Mongols. Yeah.
Yeah, blessings to all the people. Yeah, making a little sandwich here for myself. And I was thinking of whether to like what exactly to put on this sandwich of mine, but there isn't many options. Right? So it's gonna be kind of a plain.
I had a grilled cheese.
Yeah, just kind of like rye.
Are you sure? Are you sure it was real cheese?
Yeah, I was wondering actually. Good comment there. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
wondering.
like-
The cheese seems different now. It seems more like processed cheese than off a big block of real cheese. I don't know why.
Yeah, the raw milk
They
cheese is
changed
the
it.
best. Raw cheese is the best, really. If it's from
Yeah.
pastured cows, yeah. If it's from pastured cows.
Yeah, well, I buy Cracker Barrel, which is usually pretty good, made from real milk in Canada here. But I don't know. It seems like it's processed cheese now. This block I bought.
And they stick up cows in barns and pump them full of hormones.
No, you're not allowed to in Canada.
Oh, I guess Canada is better than America in that regard. Definitely.
Yeah, our food's better.
That makes sense. Yeah. I know Italians tend to have good food. Italians and
Yeah,
Spaniards.
we don't have as good as Europe. Like some European countries have really good food. Like they don't even have glyphosate on their crops and stuff. Like the
That's
Roundup.
incredible. Yeah, no glyphosate. No glyphosate. We
Yeah.
mean that the food is very nutrient dense.
Yeah.
Yeah, the glyphosate is some really sick shit. I used to read a lot of John Mercola. I'm not sure if you know about Mercola. I like him, but
Know the name, yeah. I wish they'd stop using all that and go back to small farms. But big agro seems to be winning at the moment. Be happy you got cheese. Don't complain about that. Well, I am happy I have cheese, Frank. Monday. But if I make it better for myself, am I not making it better for everybody else? Right. Thank you, weaponized. I kind of say it backwards, I guess.
sometimes I have trouble. I get some words scrambled up. I think
Yeah.
glyphosate. Yeah, glyphosate.
Yeah, it's very molecularly similar to DDT.
Mhm.
It's just a little bit altered.
Yeah, that was not good.
Yeah, I
My
had a
mom.
friend, believe it or not, I had a friend who was like a kind of savant, and he could like look at organic chemistry diagrams and tell you if something was artificial or not, or synthetic or not. And some of the stuff he saw like in our foods, like preservatives and stuff, he could tell immediately that this stuff was dangerous. And he claimed he once was working in academia, and he found a way to make lotion, sun lotion, suntan cream, healthier. Because a lot of the creams you use for like, avoiding getting a rash from the sun. A lot of that has bad chemicals that also seep into the ocean and can also make you sick. And he found a way to make it healthier. I mean, like a way to avoid the negative toxins or the negative chemical. And when he brought that up to his professors and even other people, they say, "Oh, this is not marketable. It's not gonna, make it's not gonna
Mm.
grow. They're not. It's not gonna be adopted by industries, basically." And he just became like me. He became very disenchanted and very. He became very disillusioned with all of academia, and he went wolfing for some time. Wolfing is worldwide organic opportunities farms or something like that. Wolfing, and he just stopped caring about all academia and all other stuff. He even refused to work on other stuff. But yeah, his name was Tristan, and I was good friends with him for some time. But yeah, that's the way it is, because basically the whole system is not geared. It's like kind of it's geared to the corporate interest or the
Mm.
expansion of technique, or it's not geared towards bettering people's individual lives. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, the stuff they use helps feed the medical industry. They could use metals that are actually healthy for you and would, you know, help your body. Silver would be one. Zinc. They could use other things in suntan lotions and lotions that
Well,
would be
boy,
good for
that sure does sound like the Umbrella Corporation, who come to find out was slowly dropping the T virus inside people's noodles and creams, so that way they could, regenerate people's dead skin cells to make them younger.
you.
But Resident Evil is not as occultic, right?
I do like Resident Evil. I need to. The thing is, I really do
You're
like
all
the.
going to die down here.
I I actually keep starting Resident Evil remake, but I never really get that far into it. But I need to get into. I did beat Resident Evil 4 and 2, but I need to like really beat the first one. The first one was probably one of the better ones. It was pretty good
I
too.
don't know. What I'm trying to say is, Avian, despite the video game-ness about it, when, they're sitting here putting in movies and, constantly telling people that they want to depopulate us, I have a problem with it when it constantly reappears in
Keep
multiple
it.
media.
And the X-Files has an episode about that with that. I forgot the name of the episode with the guy who's like a very powerful figure, and he's actually wants to depopulate. Like, you know what episode I'm talking about in X Files? I forgot the name of that episode. The one with the man who
Well,
wants to.
that was just a major psyoping tool to get the masses prepared for whatever they were going to do at the time and the future, and
Yeah,
erase the past. Kill it if you have to.
but you remember that episode I'm talking about, right? Like, I forgot the name of that episode. I did watch it though. I forgot the name of that X Files episode. Uh, I got to try finding the episode.
Yeah, one is pretty impossible when the sea monsters come, and you got to get back to the house. And there's, like when there's those green, like
Yeah, I remember the cigarette smoking man. The cigarette
Yeah,
smoke.
the smoking man. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah. Yeah, I remember him. He's definitely kind of predictive programming. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, he's my favorite character other than Mulder.
Hey, my memory is kind of deteriorating, but not that much. Like some people's memory is more deteriorating, but sometimes I forget certain things or scrambled up.
I don't know. Maybe we really are being controlled by a bunch of aliens that can, just shoot frequencies through a television set and walk among us and, talking rich watches and say, they see us.
Well, one
Who
answer to the
knows?
Fermi paradox is called dark forest hypothesis. Dark forest hypothesis, and that's basically if if an alien species becomes smart enough, they would remain covert. I mean, they would remain covert, and they wouldn't attack each other directly. They would do it through covert means. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Covert means. And that's called dark forest hypothesis. So if they wanted to invade us. At least based on that worldview, they would do so covertly. You know what I mean? It's called dark forest hypothesis.
If you got 100 years to turn us into zombies, Why not? Take a couple
Well,
hundred years to do it. Don't worry about it. You know.
well, I don't know everything. All I know is something like demons or like I don't know, something like demons or maybe aliens. I don't know. It's hard to tell, but it's definitely something manipulating mankind to some extent. Because I don't think the average human being would want to push for crap like biodigital convergence. Most people would be, you
Oh,
know,
sure. Some people are just crazy.
well, that's that too. Maybe it's just crazy people who are conditioned into being madmen. I don't.
Well, they've opened up the testing of nuclear weapons in the U.S. again.
They're always doing crazy shit. It's just
Yeah.
hard to keep up with. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I do like saying that the apocalypse will be televised.
Yeah.
But
I'm
Disturbed said that a few years ago.
I'm 35 years old and I feel like I'm an 80-year-old jaded man. Like or something like that. I'm 35. Yeah.
Don't be jaded. Just live your life. Try to have fun. You know.
Yeah, that's right. You just gotta do your best.
Uh-oh, now we're getting into the Ouroboros loop. Does that mean that good intentions come into play? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Good. I don't know.
Remember, and like we just said earlier, what is good?
I'm pretty sure
Are
good
we
isn't whatever Epstein did. What I mean? That's not good.
Uh-oh.
are we feeding the egregor of humanity? I don't know. Maybe. Right.
Well, I've often assumed that if God knows everything, then, maybe he knows that mankind really does have to run their course and really, beat the dog dead, so to speak, when it comes to every endeavor that they could have. So that way, maybe we'll give up eventually on this egotistical search to become gods. Because I don't know about any of you, but I know I wouldn't want to be God because it'd be pretty hard to be a god. So, imagine what these people who run these corporations and us like rats, imagine what they want to do. So
We could
I'm
destroy
good.
ourselves. I think
Well, I
that's
mean, we are, like you just said about the nuclear weapons, right? If we can just sit here and test things, whether or not we're on a ball floating around or an enclosed system, where's all that
right.
testing going? Well, I
Well,
guess the next time you go and drink some water and grow, a unipenis out of your head, don't come complaining. So
right. Well, that's why they have to go to the bottom of the ocean to get steel now, because that's the only steel left that's not irradiated.
Yeah, I'm not sure I mentioned this, but there's this powerful technical elite, I forgot his name. Like they do stuff like drill the fresh water from the Great Lakes and then sell it to China. But the fresh water should be used for the people living on that land, it shouldn't be sold to China, or something like. And that's the problem, they don't have any respect for the earth or even the people living on the land here or something. You see what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
uh,
Nestle's buying up all the water rights everywhere, trying to.
Nestle. You said Nestle, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, Nestle.
and they're doing a great job in Canada. They're buying a lot of the springs and stuff.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man. That's that kind of stuff
I
really
mean,
is.
that's not just assuming that they want to, not control freshwater supply.
Oh yeah,
That is very interesting. Thank you for sharing that.
yeah. Bill Gates is probably moving to resources now, natural resources. I think he's going to try to take control of those.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, to be honest,
Food
because
crisis.
yeah, now he's not. Now he's moving from the climate hoax to wanting to focus on getting lands.
Yeah,
The natural
scarcity of
resources.
resources will probably be his next bent.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I actually, read only one sentence of the article. And I'm like, oh, maybe that's what he's planning to do, and it seems like I was right. I mean, I use a
Right.
kind of heuristic method now. Right?
Yeah, he's still pushing vaccines and stuff, though. I think, but
Oh, don't say that word.
oh, okay,
Well, regardless, I do think
Call
2019
bad
was a hoax.
juju. There you go, bad juju.
bad juju.
2019 was 2019 hoax was probably when I really started, waking up. Like just to the more satanic elements that play. You know what I mean? 2019.
Well, I mean that still goes to say, like, if it is really a rollout, like, where are we on the evolutionary chain of where it's at? Because I'm like, I hate to talk about the technology. If the technology really is already here, from what I've seen, I
Yeah.
mean, it's going to have to be pretty convincing. Because I mean, you're never going to have people like me believe in aliens. So if it's going to be aliens, then I can tell you it's not going to work on a majority of people. I mean, there's a lot of people who really don't believe in aliens, even though they're not religious. So I don't know how they're going to swing that one if that's phase one, like they're putting in Marvel. It's phase one.
Well,
I think
there's multiple paths to control, but control is the ultimate goal, right? However they get there is however they get there, whether it's
Well,
aliens,
yeah, because it's like the
Matrix.
Matrix. They can just have the agents, help take out the people.
I haven't mentioned this yet, and I didn't really look into it much, but I did a little bit in the past. Do you know about Blue Beam Project? The Blue Beam Project.
Which one? You don't like Star Wars?
Uh, I think that's more like holograms and crap like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, active holograms. They have those now. You can buy I'm not allowed to look at metamaterials anymore. They banned me, but you can get holographic films and stuff to wrap anything in. So
That means they could fake anything. They could fake
Well,
anything from
anything, yeah,
I hate to
anything to be
say
fake.
it, but if you like the Mission Impossible movies, I mean, look at some of the realistic masks that you can buy for a few $100s. So you're not really going to convince me that they can't, pull a Tom Cruise and wear somebody's, face, except
Oh yeah,
for, when the little discrepancies pop up on TV, like, oh look, the wife of so and so is wearing an obvious mask. Well, I mean, obviously it's a distraction. So.
yeah. They want to get into your mind. That's the ultimate goal.
Well,
you
yeah,
also,
because if you have people constantly questioning everything, then once everything comes, what will be real by that point?
Hmm.
that's one thing I will say that with this growth of science and technology, we've actually reached a point where it's harder to tell where lies end and truth begins. People act like we know the truth more than anything, but I don't know. I feel like it's more like we're kind of living in a hyper real or something like that, like a kind of matrix they've designed or something. That's what it feels like. Sometimes it does feel like the Truman Show, definitely. Sometimes it feels like the.
Well, it's kind of the Truman Show along with the Matrix, I guess, a bit. You know,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
it's a little bit of everything from Hollywood, really. You know, because we're being changed right now. They're actually changing us now. They're messing with your emotions on a constant basis through various different means. Um, yeah, manipulation is hard. They've tried. This is just speculated. I don't have any evidence of this, but they tried to put the phrase "it's okay, just take it" into people's heads about 5 years ago. There was wide reports of that amongst people who were pro and anti, and so they're working diligently away. But it seems right now they don't have the ability to just go in and like they can write and rewrite to the brain, but to do it wirelessly across a broad band of people would be much more difficult at the moment. So,
You think it's definitely true they're like spraying shit on our food, like I mean,
oh
like
yeah, definitely,
yeah,
definitely, definitely.
yeah, definitely seems to be
Yeah,
the
they
case.
call it here. They call it appeal, right? There's this thing called appeal. It's supposed to preserve your food, and it does, but it's nanotech.
What's wrong? You don't like it when black sludge lands all over your belongings in your house and your car?
I've had lettuce in my fridge for a month. I had a head of broccoli I kept for 3 months, and it still looked almost edible. So it was almost
I haven't told this to anyone, but I might as
fake
well tell you
vegetables.
guys because during 2019, or 2020, my mom is a nurse, and she was working during the 2020 uh, fiasco, basically, and there was a blocked out room, where even the doctors were not allowed. and the
Right.
nurses were not allowed. Only feds could go through there. And maybe they were, I don't know, doing something with the bodies, like putting it in formaldehyde. You know, you've probably heard of formaldehyde, and they were probably experimenting or other crap like that. So that's
I thought you
something.
said Jackal and Hyde. Just
No,
kidding.
formaldehyde is a kind.
It was a joke. Calm down.
Yeah, well, it does kind of tie into it, but yeah, that's right. Yeah, and you know that 2019, 2020 scam was when I really woke up to the satanic nature of things. More so, basically. You know, like Podesta is not a normal man, and also, I don't trust a single word from that devil's mouth. Like, it's,
Well, the Podesta plan is civil war. So right now,
Uh-oh, what kind of American are you?
I'm Canadian, so.
I was doing the Civil War movie.
Oh, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen that. They
Oh.
even what is it? The Western Alliance or something that they create? What are the two factions there?
To be honest, I can't tell you. I didn't pay that much in.
But apparently, in real life, they've made the Western Alliance, so they're playing out the movie as best they can.
Well, predictive programming is as such.
No, we like to call ourselves China to the country is called China to an American. I hope people turn on the people that implement these plans instead of each other.
Yeah, I try to hold out hope on it.
yeah.
It's hard to.
The thing is that they're always up to new shenanigans, and it can become very hard to keep up with it. You know what I mean? Like,
You
it's just
talk to the average person, and they know that they're being fooled on some level, that they're being messed with. Just the average person these days knows that.
I will agree that it does shock me the amount of people who do seem to know, but it's like the manager up here that's at the store where we're basically friends at this point. I can tell you, when I just literally had basically this conversation with him today when I was up there, and we all have our personal things going on in our lives, but you can tell he cares about these things, but I was like, but what can you really do? And he just couldn't give me an answer. Just go about your life,
Yeah,
do the best you can.
yeah. Make a little noise every once in a while, you know.
Yeah, well, then the agents like to flood you.
Well, they're going to come for you anyways because they can read your thoughts now.
Uh-oh. Positronic scanning.
Yep. Get yourself one of those little.
You don't want a Vulcan mind meld?
Get yourself a smartwatch or one of those Aura rings or something, and they'll be monitoring your brainwave activity. That's why what's his name Kennedy wanted everybody by the end of the year to have a wearable.
Oh. Yeah, but still, they would still need a very good catalyst to get a majority of people to accept it. Unless people are really going to say that whatever laws they change, people are just going to accept no matter how drastic. I mean, if people are that much of a sheep, then maybe there's not much hope for us.
Yeah. He was being more honest about it. He wants to tell people that it's for health monitoring. And
Allegedly.
Could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. The thing is, those things come with an LED light on the back of them, on the bottom. So that's interfacing with your body right there.
Well, I mean, that's basically what they claim about 2019 and the blue lights.
Yeah. It's a little LED light. It's inside the Aura ring, and it's inside the smartwatch. There's a little LED light on the bottom of it. Faces your skin.
Well, that's one of the things that Hitman does. The Hitman game, when you get to the levels where they're really pushing the medical tech, I mean, that's basically what they put in your face. And like the Japanese level, that these people have medical technology that's well beyond what any little peon, basically not even millionaires, have access to this technology. So if you want to know how someone's able to get 8 or 9 heart transplants,
Hmm.
I don't know. I would definitely say that they've managed to already get the system in place to where, I mean, obviously I would say a majority of people don't have access to it, but they need a very good catalyst. A majority of people is not going to just accept whatever a rollout is, whether it's a chip, a mark of the beast, alien stuff.
That's why they're going to do it subversively, probably.
But I mean, even then, what you if you get a majority of if you get the majority to conform, the rest will follow. I mean, won't they still have to apply some type of external pressure
Well,
other than removing your power grids and your foods and anything of the sort?
you're going to be you are the internet. Eventually, they can get rid of all the machines and just run the internet through you, pretty much.
Uh-oh, hear that, 5Gers?
So, because you can power the internet. I got to get going. Thanks for having me up, Machine Rise.
Yeah, blessings, sir. Yeah, thank you so much for joining.
Great
Appreciate
talking
it.
to you guys. Have a great night.
Thank you. Nice
You
talking
too.
to you. Have a good night.
Yeah, of course.
I want to be Johnny Depp.
I found tons of very fascinating stuff, including including just tons of weird shit. So yeah, so we're about to get cracking on this stuff. Yeah, I found tons of weirdness, including Adam was a primordial bigender human. What? That gay shit. So yeah, we're gonna figure this out together and explain the connections between Orphic Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism, and what it has to do with the Alexandrian Jews. And yeah, so that's where we're headed. And of course, that influenced the Lurianic Kabbalah going into the 15th century, right? And some of the premier people who were part of the Rosicrucians, they studied said Lurianic Kabbalah, or they had teachers that studied it, colluded with them, right? And they created sort of Christian Kabbalah. And this influenced people like Descartes, as we'll see. And yeah, and then we'll move into the stuff we look at Tuesday. I mean, the stuff we look at on Tuesday before we move into the sort of Elul stuff, right? So we got a lot of good stuff. We're sort of going in a sequential order, looking at history here. Right, so we'll be on a journey going through history, and then I have a interesting conversation I had. I went over there to antagonize the modern men lost again. So we could sort of replay that here at the end of the show. He's chosen to move that to a members only, but I've recorded it, so I will just replay it here. And that will be sort of closer to our show, pretty much. And yeah, I thought it would lead to some more reviews, but he chose to put it members only. So yeah, we got the continuation of the LARP at the end of the show here. So yeah, so I'll move into that, but yeah, first I'll play this song, right? We're almost 3 hours into the show, right? I made this video, um, largely inspired by Avian's last presentation on Godzilla, right? So yeah, so I really like this music from Mortal Kombat 2. It is surprising that this music is made on 8-bit sound system, right? It's actually startling. Right, the Mortal Kombat 2 music is very advanced. There's a few Sega Genesis soundtracks that are just highly advanced for their time.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree about that. Uh, I could share some of my favorite music to you on Discord later from like retro consoles, but I feel like a lot of creativity and like some modern games doesn't compare to the older 90s
You're
synth.
right. It's the same thing with Resident Evil. Look at Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, Resident Evil 4 save room themes. They're some of the most iconics in game
Oh
history. But
yeah,
now look at the new ones that are completely bland.
yeah. I
Yeah,
put that
yeah.
save room theme on low volume to go to sleep
I
several
think
times.
also
Oh
you
yeah,
you
that music's my comfort music, dude.
can I get your opinion quickly on what you think about Resident Evil 2 remake? How does it compare to the original? I think the original is probably better.
I mean, the only thing I don't like about the remake is there isn't more interaction between Leon and Claire, and they didn't add no technically extra scenario. Like, in the original, if you beat it as Leon A, you get Claire B, but in the second one, there's like the items might be in a different order, but other than that, like there's no difference. So I mean, but that comes back to the corporatism. They knew that they could push this content out, and just because it bears the name and the symbolism and the imagery of the franchise, people are going to buy it. So,
But also,
but
I don't want to interrupt too much, but what do you think about Resident Evil Zero? I never really played Zero that much, but the Zero, like, excuse me.
well, I mean, dude, if you honestly ask me, I think it was just I didn't get to grow up with that one, but it's good for the time it came out. I mean, when it comes to the puzzle system, it's good, but as far as like psyoping, I mean, it was just a doorway of letting people know how crooked most of these corporations are. If you want to ask my opinion about it.
I see,
Because in
yeah.
effect, we all know that corporations control, basically almost 100% of everything that goes on. So,
Yeah. Hey, sorry about that. I didn't mean to derail that one. I just wanted to get that. Sorry.
No, it's all good. Yeah, Avian gave this great presentation about how technology creates these monsters in the form of problems that we can't manage or control, except for with the use of more technology, and it transforms nature into these problems, right? You could think of in the Silent Spring by Rachel Carson, right? There's this idea about the Japanese beetle, right? It becomes an invasive species, right? That wipes out all these crops, right? Because of the use of DDT, right? So DDT creates mutations in certain insects, and they become invasive species, right? That then terrorize farmers and so on and so forth, right? So there's this problems, right, about these monsters that are created through the use of technology, mutating nature, right? So this Godzilla theme sort of
which is
applied to the
also
ideas of Rousseau, right? The
what
cyclical.
Jurassic Park's
Yeah.
pushing heavily too.
Oh yeah.
Now that you mention it, it's kind of funny that in the new Jurassic Park movie, what's the new genetically modified problem at the end of the movie? Giant locusts. I don't know, man. You obviously, I don't know about you, but how many people are hiding a Barbasol can full of dino egg?
That was actually a pretty stellar, concise summary of my Godzilla presentations. Thank you, TML. That's very concise and incisive. You know.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciated the creativity of that presentation. Yeah, I could think of a lot of other like themes, like with animes and things. So yeah, so maybe in the future, we could venture down that road. Of course, but yeah. So here is this Godzilla um video I made with the song from Mortal Kombat 2. The title of it is called "Living Forest." Right, and the song that is the vocals is called "Stomp Rappers" by Apathy. Right. So yeah. Anyways. So yeah. So we'll be back in 4 minutes. And then I'll present a series of themes of information. The kind of which I previously stated what the trajectory of the information is going to be. So yeah, I hope you guys were paying attention. If not, just go on this ride then, right? And you'll see where we're headed here. Blessings.
We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. Demigod killers. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. Demigod killers. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. It's a highway to hell breaking out of my cell with the smell of gunpowder like a shotgun shell. The spell's broken, I've awoken, crawling out from the ocean. Breathe fire approaching you in the violent motion. Try to kill the monster in me with a violent potion. Devil went down to Georgia with his violin smoking, soaking up the radiation, growing 80 feet tall. Spike a fighter jet to the ground like a beach ball. Throw your body up in the sky and let it free fall. My freestyles hit your heart harder than speedballs. The bald eagles all evil, watch what they teach y'all. The small people call feeble might just eat y'all. I'm Godzilla, vanilla gorilla, still a scary villain who carry weapons to kill and bury military. Fighter pilots start ejected from jets when I eat up cassette decks like a pet T-Rex. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. Demigod killers. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. Demigod killers. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. Somebody tell the president to wake up. It looks like there's a monster with my genetic makeup. I take a meteor, was orbiting Florida, crash landing through my door, and then I started absorbing a sort of force that would send a transformer to the corridor. To Earth, I'm a foreigner. Disperse the coordinates till my missiles show up. You show up dead. I send you to a sleepover on a blow-up bed. Look at me and you staring at evil. Pity the fool, push him in a kiddie pool or use heroin needles. Holding two Tommies, I survived the tsunami on a surfboard. Y'all scared to fight even if it's with Nerf swords. All these pussy motherfuckers been shook since they started pulling skeletons and rappers out my footprints. And 4 minutes later, you got a 44-floor story Florida gator scaling a skyscraper. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. Demigod killers. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. Demigod killers. We start rappers like Godzilla. No sleep till Brooklyn. Goddamn, that boy's beastie. My flow's too tough for TV. Gun boys, fuck yeah. I'm in the building, but it's vacant. See, I ain't got it all upstairs. It's MO. I need bodyguards, I need none. Squeeze the juice out of rapper like a Capri Sun. Fucker, it's Brownsville, home of the Blucker. Talking OG, nigga, top shot, ta 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 ta. Click, reload in them. Rolls before hoes, here, shit these hoes with them. You decided to ride and come out the four with them. Out the sunroof, go get them. I show you rap cats, real battle rap. This is Sparta. We the hardest and we rattle racks, battle that. I'm where the trouble at. Bring a couple stacks, go bananas, leave a mess with your nana tatted at. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. Demigod killers. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla. Demigod killers. We start rappers like Godzilla. Godzilla.
All right, I got some coffee at the other side of this room here. I believe it is there, so I'm gonna grab that in a second here, and yeah, then we'll launch on a series of explanations here to conclude the show, and then we'll observe Landry, um, and yeah, and then that will conclude the show, right? So give me 1 second here. Okay, and I appreciate the people that are sitting around and watching this whole thing. You know, so yeah, so where we left was about this idea of philolaus, right? The Pythagorean philosopher, right, who talked about this idea metempsychosis, the transmigration of the souls, right? Which we hear that Pythagoras was actually talking about, you know, one of his friends being like reincarnated as a dog, right? So he believed that this transmigration of souls existed between animals, right? Which we see in Aristotle's different, right? Animals and humans and plants, they have different types of souls, as it were, right? Because the soul is tied to their natural um, purpose or end, right? Their telos, right? So so yeah, so if we go to this idea of metempsychosis, right, which is this idea of transmigration of the souls, right? This also explains the notion of knowledge or reason, right? Whether it's separate from nature, right, in terms of form being separate from matter, right? Or if the intelligence is um a reflection, right, of a higher state of being, right, as Plato ascribed, right? Each way seems to be influenced by Pythagoras, right? So both of these ways seem to be influenced by Pythagoras, but Philolaus is the dude, right, who sort of highlights this teaching of transmigration of souls, right? So yeah, so in this article we were reading, right, it says it says Philolaus. The surviving texts of Pythagorean philosopher Philolaus indicate that while early Pythagoreans did not believe that the soul contained all psychological faculties, the soul was life and harmony of physical elements. Right? So I was talking about this idea of the soul's emergence from the physical sphere, or sort of so that could be tied to the notion of emanations or influences, right? That's sort of tied to the teaching of Empedocles, right? Right, it's funny, right? I seen a kid, right? When they were looking it up, right, he pronounced it Empedocles. So yeah, it's pretty funny. I don't know why that always makes me laugh, but yeah. Um, so let me go to this. Go back to this, right? So this is as such souls As such, the soul passed away when certain arrangement of these elements ceased to exist. However, the teaching most securely identified with the Pythagoreans is metempsychosis, the transmigration of the souls, which holds that every soul is immortal. Upon death, enters into a new body. Okay, so that you could sort of see. So there's two parts of this that are like matrix, right? One is that all is number, right? This one quote that all is number, and the second is that your soul could be transferred from body to body, right? From vessel to vessel, right? So this is a sort of Egyptian, right, notion that's sort of Pythagorean and sort of tied to the matrix or ghost in the shell, right? Where your consciousness could be uploaded to another. And of course, Socrates lays this out in the Phaedo, where he's on his deathbed, having a conversation with philosophy in the beginning of the Phaedo. Right, his wife and his family want to see him, and he tells like the guards and the security guards to send them away, so he can have a conversation about philosophy with his friends. Weird. This according to Plato, right? Who I think he wasn't there, right? Plato was not there at the Apology, and he was not there at Socrates' deathbed. Pretty weird stuff, as reported.
A quick question: do you think Socrates was a real figure or an invention by Plato? Because some people argue that. Or just curious what you think about Socrates. Quickly, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I think he's real. I think some of the Plato's texts are the problem. Right, either some of Plato's texts were fabricated, his invention of Socrates or him putting certain teachings in the mouth of Socrates is definitely a stretch. Right, because other sources reported on Socrates and his teachings, and they seem to differ from what Plato wrote about what Socrates teaches. Right, so that's part of the issue. Right, so
yeah.
yeah. So so Nietzsche was kind of this guy, right? He read Greek, right? He was a philologist, right? And he said that that Plato Socrates is Plato in the front and Plato behind and Socrates in the middle. Right? So the complaint has been so the complaint has been raised, right, about Plato's invention of Socrates, but that doesn't really affect Socrates himself as a historical figure, because Aristophanes wrote about Socrates, right? Plato wrote about Socrates, right? Xenophon wrote about Socrates. So Socrates is attested to by many historical accounts, right? So if anybody's under question, it's Plato and not Socrates, I would say, right? But Plato himself was a key historical figure within Athens, right? Because his uncle was Critias, right? And Critias was like this guy who tried to overthrow the government of Athens, right? So Plato's family is well known within Athens, right? They were known as the sons of Ariston, right? So I think Plato was a descendant of a king of Athens, as it were, right? So yeah, so
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that
so
makes
I would
sense.
say they're kind of historically. I would say if the stories are true, I think, but they were not really pro-Athenian guys, and that's why the Athenians weren't huge champions of them. And, including people like Protagoras and Aristophanes and stuff like that. They didn't really appreciate their teachings. They thought their teachings were, um, filled with sort of foreign influences, right? And so yeah, So I mean, if you look at that, I mean, it's obvious because you look at the Egyptian influence and the Orphic Pythagorean influence. You know, and yeah, it's pretty clear that they were drawing from other sources than those of Athens. You know, to put it quite bluntly. Um, so yeah, vegetarianism. Some medieval authors refer to a Pythagorean diet entailing the abstention from eating meat, beans, or fish. Pythagoreans believed that a vegetarian diet fostered a healthy body and hence the search for arete. Arete. The purpose of vegetarianism in Pythagoreanism was not self denial, right? So the purpose was not asceticism, right? But I guess arete, right? You could see why it would be arete, right? Or like morality, right? Basically, what that means, right? It's like they did it for virtue, right? It was a virtuous act. So it's interesting. It's kind of like that, kind of like, you know, uh, some of the Buddhist stuff. You know, like you don't eat animals because because it affects reincarnation. And it's interesting.
Yeah, the one interesting thing is I believe Druids of ancient Ireland they also believed in reincarnation. You know, the Druids of Ireland or the probably of Gaul too. They also believe in reincarnation.
Interesting. Yes, this is instead it was conducive to the best human being or arete. Pythagoreans advance a grounded theory on the treatment of animals. Okay, so I think this starkly distinguishes them from certain people that came later, right? I think
Also,
Plato and Aristotle would maybe have a little bit different views. Yeah, please go ahead.
maybe the Zoroastrian view on Geteg and Minog, or I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. That's the Geteg is the like the material observable universe, and Minog is like the spiritual world. And you know they had certain dualistic view somewhat where they saw them as co-occurring and existing in parallel. Maybe that also influenced the Greeks, you know, with their form and matter, form and mind. Let me double check. Yeah, I took a lot of notes. Uh, yeah, so basically their notions of form could have been influenced by you know, Gettig and Minogue from Zoroastrianism. And maybe even that could be genealogically connected to what you're going to say about Descartes, you know, because Descartes and his ghost in the machine, basically, or his dualistic views. You know, Descartes was way more extreme, I think. Descartes was pretty extreme.
Yeah, Descartes continues this idea, and the mind-body dualism is actually corresponds to the notion that animals don't have souls, and because the soul corresponds to reason, right? So, this is obviously the thing from Aristotle to Descartes that is a huge uh sort of problem, right? Um it doesn't make sense. It doesn't help in solving the problem of consciousness. And although as we remarked earlier, it brings closer to nature the idea of mind, right? Than Plato, where it was far removed. But this notion of the immaterial, right, form and matter, it still creates a quasi sort of dualism. So So it is interesting. But yeah, let's go to this idea in Pythagoras of animals, right, having souls, and why human beings are animals. They believed human beings were animals, right? So that's an interesting thought. You know, I think that kind of lines up with Anaximander, right? Kind of said human beings came from animals, right? So Pythagoras says human beings are animals, right? So I think that would have influenced how Aristotle saw biology and all this type of stuff, right? Um, right. Rather than saying that human beings are sort of distinct, right? It's closer to evolution to say that human beings are a type of animal. So, so he says, with an advanced intellect, therefore humans had to purify themselves through training, through purifications. Humans could join the psychic force that pervaded the cosmos. Pythagoreans reasoned that that the logic of this argument could not be avoided by killing an animal painlessly. The Pythagoreans also thought that animals were sentient and minimally rational. The
And just one,
argument, yeah, go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but in
No, please go
Buddhism,
ahead.
in the Sarogama Sutra, Sarogama highly encourages monks to not eat meat because eating meat brings forth negative karma, and many also discourage eating meat because Mani saw meat eating as bringing forth impurities. But that's more for monks though, because the lay persons can eat meat, but it's seen as bringing some negative karma, at least within those traditions. So, but the Suragama Sutra is for
Yeah,
the Mahayanas. I was mainly focusing on that, but then I brought up that. But yeah, the Suragama Sutra talk about. But monks are held towards a higher standard, basically. You have monks now that are using iPhones, and that's negative karma too. When you're a monk, you're supposed to like put all that stuff behind. But I'm not a monk though. But I have considered it before. You know, but of course, there's degeneration in the world because of yeah, yeah, I was just mentioning the Suragama Sutra. Suragama Sutra is kind of similar to what Pythagoreans are saying. Suragama Sutra.
yeah, yeah. I took some interest in you mentioning, Amani and his sort of
Yes. Yeah,
teachings, where he has animals and stuff,
I
and
could talk
and
about Manichaeism a little bit if you're interested.
yeah,
Like I've
yeah,
read
yeah. The nature, the aspect where they, incorporate nature into the sacred.
yes,
I'm sort of
it's very
interested in that.
Yeah, I could explain Manny's views on nature. Basically, Manny saw the whole universe as being kind of like a distillation factory. That every being, every animal, every human being has a divine spark trapped within themselves, and you need to liberate that divine spark. And the way you do that is through like asceticism and avoiding meat. Manny thought watermelons were holy. Watermelons had more light particles, and if you were to eat watermelons and meditate in the Manichaeism, the way it was structured in their communities is you had helpers and you had the elect. And helpers would, toil the fields and they would give food to the elect. By doing so, they're promised they will have a positive rebirth. And that way they can escape from the demiurge, and liberate their trapped light particles within themselves. To go back to sometimes many would call the god of light, the father, or sometimes you call him Zervan, sometimes you call him Ormad. But the prince of darkness had like smoke and five impure elements, and the light and the god of light had the five splendors that Mani called it. And so the way Mani saw the world was through asceticism and through vegetarianism, you purify the elements and you are able to free and liberate your spirit back to the origin, or not the origin, but more like the God of light, basically. That's the way Mani said. Mani called himself the Paraclete of Christ, the Paraclete of Christ. And he was a Docetist, and he had a different conception of Jesus and how he died on the cross. But yeah, Mani was an interesting figure. There was a time it spread into China and I think even into Britain. Have to double check that. Yeah, but Manichaeism did spread a lot, and yeah. So I tried to cover the basics there. Right. I mean, not that many scriptures survive. Like the Kolan Mani Codex was interesting. There's a part in the scene where Mani is plucking fruit off the trees, and he claims he could hear the trees scream. You know what I mean? He could hear the trees scream when you pluck the fruit off of it, and he saw the whole nature in a constant state of pain. And he didn't see the life as ideal or idyllic. He didn't see life as idyllic. He saw it as something like a material present to escape. Back to the source of light. It's kind of similar to Hyperborean's views, but the difference is that Hyperborean's views are not necessarily that dualistic. I don't think he's that dualistic, but I have to double check. Like, but and also he did view animals positively. He didn't want to bring harm to animals. Mani, like, he just saw them as trapped. As having some of the divine light trapped in them, but they have to go through metempsychosis before they can reach the human stage, or reach another stage before they can liberate themselves. Basically, it's through asceticism that the light particles are liberated. That's what Mani believed.
Yeah, it's wild. And I think he also saw himself to be an apostle like Paul.
Yes, he called himself a paraclete of Christ. I think so. Let me see here. What does paraclete mean exactly? I forgot. I remember in the past, but I forgot. Like a, he was like, yeah,
Yeah, like he had
advocate.
gotten like visions of Christ, like
Yes,
or like how Paul
yeah,
did, right?
yes, like that. Yeah, he was killed by the assassinates because they wanted Zoroastrianism, and so they went on a kind of purge of the Manichaean. And there was Mazdak the Younger too, who was kind of like more of a optimistic version of Manichaean, because the world was formed when the Prince of Darkness and the Prince of Light got into combat, and it had to do with like contraction of light, kind of like this the Kabbalah, with the Sizamet, I can't pronounce it, but I actually have it written down somewhere. I can get it again. But there's a whole cosmic battle between the two forces, which led to the material body being a kind of like a dark casing, and the light is trapped inside the material body, the spirit. And then you have to liberate the spirit through the asceticism. So there was like a big cosmic battle that created the universe in many cases.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like the Babylonian. Um. So So yeah. So the idea of purification is there within Pythagoreanism too. So it's very similar to um so
Yes, and Zoroastrianism was also about purification, but their metaphysics is a little bit different. They also had different schools arise here, but Pythagoreans, Zoroastrians, and Manichaeans were all about purification. And that's what homata, hachta, harvashta. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds. Kind of tie into that too. So,
yeah, so that could be because of the Orphic um influence. Um so yeah, it says here that they didn't believe that animals should be killed except in defending humans. Right, they advanced the argument that unless an animal posed a direct threat to a human, that it's not justifiable to kill. Um, because doing so would diminish the status of the human. In failing to show justice to the animal. So Pythagoreans believe that human beings were animals, right? So I said that earlier. through purification, humans could join the psychic force that pervaded the cosmos. And and so animals were sentient and minimally rational. I read that earlier. The arguments advanced by Pythagoreans convinced numerous of their philosophers.
You know what this reminds me of?
Yeah,
Besides other Mandeans, the Mandeans. You know, I'm not sure if
yeah,
you look into it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Mandeans were
yeah,
um sort of before the Manichaeans, I believe, right?
yeah. And I believe Mani was heavily influenced by the Mandeans. Like,
Exactly, right.
yeah,
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 yeah. He was influenced by them. Yeah. So yeah, the Sabians and the Mandeans. Yeah, we have looked at several of their stuff, especially this notion of the archetypal man. Right. They
yes.
also had this notion.
Also, you know, Manny, now that you mention it, he had this idea, forgot the fancy word for it, but like a divine twin, there's a fancy word for it. It's like syzygus or something like that. I gotta double check
Yeah,
the word.
syzygy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I do know about that. Yeah, it's fascinating.
It's been a while since I've looked into that stuff. You know, I was looking into that stuff. I wonder how long ago, around 2015 or 16 or 17. I forgot. A long time ago, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe the Sabians influenced the Mandaeans, and the Mandaeans influenced the Manichaeans, and the Manichaeans influenced the Albigensians and the Cathari. So there's a interesting trajectory there of stuff.
Yes, I can see it, and I feel like hostile Hyperborean seas are tied into that too. Definitely, but it's kind of it's very Qatar. Its views are very Qatar. Very interesting.
Interesting.
It's very close to Albigensians. You know, kind of.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so he says the Pythagoreans they said that people should adopt a vegetarian diet. They had a sense of kinship with non-humans, and it says that this positioned them as a counterculture in the dominant meat-eating culture. The philosopher Empedocles is said to have refused the customary blood sacrifice by offering a substitute sacrifice after his victory in a horse race in Olympia. Late Pythagorean philosophers were absorbed into Platonic school of philosophy. And in the 4th century BC, the head of Platonic Academy, Polemon, Polemon, included vegetarianism in his concept of living according to nature. In the 1st century AD, Ovid identified Pythagoras as the first opponent to meat eating. But the fuller argument Pythagoreans advanced against the maltreatment of animals did not sustain. Pythagoreans had argued that certain types of food aroused the passions and hindered spiritual ascent. So look at that concept, spiritual ascent. And tie that to the notion of the transmigration of the souls, right? So so it says here Porphyry, right? Porphyry, right? That's a notable philosopher, right? Porphyry, Boethius, Isidore, right? They were all sort of Neo-Pythagoreans and Neo-Platonists, right? So Porphyry would rely on the teachings of of the Pythagoreans when arguing that abstinence from eating meat for the purpose of spiritual purification should be practiced only by philosophers whose aim was to reach a divine state. A divine state. So so there's a notable addition of female philosophers and his inclusion of females into the community. So the whole idea, well, obviously, but the whole idea of the female philosophers, right? Or the female guardians seen in Plato's Republic, right? Maybe Plato was influenced by this, right?
So, quick question: what book is this? I forgot this the one you're reading because it seemed very interesting. Like,
This is a random article. I'll send it to you.
oh yeah, I'm interested in reading the article too.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. This is a random article. They cite a lot of their sources here, so it's interesting. So I'll send this to you. Yeah, this is just to supplement our readings here. So it says, and I'll only read a little bit more of this. It says the biographical tradition on Pythagoras holds that his mother, wife, and daughters were part of his inner circle. Women were given equal opportunity to study Pythagoreans and learned practical domestic skills in addition to philosophy. Many of the surviving texts of women Pythagorean philosophers are part of a collection known as Pseudo Pitographa Pythagorica, which was
some of their
compiled.
names can be hard to pronounce. Sorry about.
Yeah. Yes. Pseudopigraphica just is a fancy word that means it's just a fancy oh whoops. Yeah, it's just a fancy word that means yeah, sorry, I was looking at the other tab. So our friend if he could join again, I mean that'd be great. But yeah, this whole idea of oh man, I got distracted by whatever just happened. Definitely. Oh yeah, pseudopigrapha. It's a fancy word that means falsified writings. Right? So it's a writing that's supposed to be of an article of an author, right, who's a prominent historical figure, right? But it's a falsely attributed to that historical figure. Right? So pseudopigraphica is literature that's falsely attributed to notable historical figures. So there's texts that are purportedly written by Plato, right, that were never written by Plato. There's texts that were supposed to be written by, right, a Pythagoras and Plato and all these different guys, right? Right, Jesus, right? All sorts of different texts.
Well, just popped in my mind. Uh, the Gospel of Thomas seems heavily influenced by this stuff too, to the Orphic Pythagoreans. Maybe you think the Gospel of Thomas definitely
Yeah.
like
Yeah. I mean, the Gospel of Thomas is one thing. What about a dialogue between Paul the Apostle and the philosopher Seneca? Yeah, such things existed, right, in the ancient world, right? They passed it around and they made up these teachings, right, between Paul and a Stoic philosopher, believe it or not, right? Fascinating stuff.
yeah, that is fascinating. Like they did have a lot of interesting texts like that.
Yeah,
But
weird.
yeah, I was reading Seneca a while back in the past. I didn't finish it, but I thought it was very interesting, very profound wisdom in Seneca's text. I actually
Yeah,
like Seneca more than Marcus Aurelius, to be honest with you.
yeah, yeah. So female philosophers. Yeah, then we got Angeline here. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, yeah. Female philosophers. Part of the pseudo-pigrapha Pythagorica, which were compiled by Neo-Pythagoreans of the 1st and 2nd century. So women philosophers also wrote in the 4th and 3rd century. 4th and 3rd century BC. To clarify, female Pythagoreans are some of the first female philosophers which texts have survived. Theano of Croton. Theano of Croton, the wife of Pythagoras, is considered a major figure in early Pythagoreanism. She was noted as a distinguished philosopher, and in the lore that surrounds her is said to have taken over the leadership of the school after his death. Text fragments also survived from women philosophers of the late Pythagorean period. These included Perictione I, Perictione II, Asara of Lucania, and Fintis of Sparta. Fintis of Sparta. Scholars believe that Perictione I was an Athenian and contemporary of Plato, because in On the Harmony of Women, she wrote in Ionic and used the same terms of virtues as Plato had done in his Republic. Adria Sophrosine. Okay, I can't even pronounce these. Right, but one of them, Sophia. I can pronounce that one. Right. Right. Plato actually mentions Sophia in the Republic as a woman. It's startling because that's how it's mentioned in the Wisdom of Solomon. Very startling, weird stuff there, right? Weird connections.
Since women had didn't have it that bad in ancient Greece, from what I'm seeing, like they were treated fairly well.
They were treated like slaves. Definitely, they were second class citizens. They couldn't vote.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. I guess I was wrong. But it
Yeah,
seems they made certain exceptions. Then I guess I don't know, like female philosopher.
yeah, yeah. Only the males were considered to be free men. But yeah,
Yeah, I was wrong about that. Sorry about that. Sorry. Yeah, I think.
but maybe in certain sects, I mean, like the Pythagoreans and the Plato guys, they had a more open attitude towards women, but they also had more a sort of more cosmopolitan theories and stuff. All right, they were sort of involved in multiculturalism, as it were.
Yeah. Women were kind of like that too in ancient Tang dynasty. From what I read, the Tang dynasty women were seen as expendable. Their Tang dynasty is kind of interesting.
Yeah, so this is the last section I'll read here is just about the women here. And then the next section is kind of about the connection to Plato, and we've already looked at a lot of connections to Plato here. But Perictione 1 outlines the condition that enable women to nurture wisdom and self-control. These virtues will, according to Perictione, bring worthwhile things for a woman, her husband, her children, the household, and even the city. Quote, if at any rate such a woman should govern cities and tribes, unquote, her assertion that a wife should remain devoted to her husband regardless of his behavior has been interpreted by scholars as pragmatic response to the legal rights of women in Athens. Right, so that's what I was talking about. Right. So women did not have a lot of legal rights, right? The women of Pythagorean philosopher Fintis was Spartan and is believed to have been the daughter of a Spartan admiral killed in the battle of I can't pronounce Arginace in 406 BC. Fintis authored the treatise Moderation of Women. Fintis is pronounced Phyntis. Anyways, so there's several Pythagorean women philosophers, Practione, Fintis, the Spartan, who um authored um you know texts according to this So yeah, let me put this in the back here for my friend so that he can have access to this article. And I'll put it here for you guys in the chat.
Yes,
And,
thanks. We greatly appreciate it. Seems like a
yeah, of
very
course. Yeah, of course. And there's another thing I want to look at the ideas of philolaus for a second, and I'll repeat this later. But it's interesting, right, to look at this idea of pseudopigraphica, right? So yeah, info on Pythagoras, just random shit, random info, right?
man. This has so much sources. It's like wow, like look at that. Like notes. It's a lot of. And this person who wrote this must have read a lot. Like look at all those
Yeah, they
sources.
definitely jacked this from some really really good book on the issue. Yeah, they jacked it. Yeah, yeah, it's wild. Yeah, so yeah, let me read this here. It says here, and this is from the Wikipedia article on philolaus. It says historians from the oh, actually, let me read this first. It says that hold on, let me go back here. It says if Philolaus taught the Pythagorean doctrines at Thebes, he was hardly likely to feel much reluctance in publishing them, and amid the conflicting and improbable accounts preserved in the authorities above referred to, little more can be regarded trustworthy except that Philolaus was the first who published a book on Pythagorean doctrines, and that Plato read and made use of it. Historians from Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, chapter Philolaus book, Genuine Fragments and Testimonia, noted the following. It is implied that these books were not by Philolaus himself, and it seems likely that the statements referred to 3 spurious works assigned to Pythagoras at I don't know what that is, DL8. The story of Plato's purchase of these books from Philolaus was probably invented to authenticate the 3 forged treatises of Pythagoras.
Uh, he was talking because I feel like the audio went out. I don't hear
Um,
you. Oh, you just again.
yeah, can you guys hear me in the
Uh,
chat there?
yeah, I can hear you now. You said that the thing ended at the 3 forged treatises of Pythagoras, and then there was a long pause or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was all I said. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, what's
Got it.
interesting is just about that. Is the transmission of Pythagorean teachings from Philolaus to Plato, right? And also this idea of metempsychosis, the transmigration of the souls, right? So yeah, so it's all very interesting. But yeah, we'll move on to Neoplatonism and the Jews, and then we'll actually move forward because the Neoplatonic synthesis of the Jews with the Bible, right, constitutes a sort of proto-Gnosticism, right? So that's sort of what we're getting into in a minute here, right? So let me pull this up here for you guys, because this is actually fascinating stuff. I'm sure I have this right here. So a number of thinkers here. Aristobulus. We'll look these guys up. Right, obviously Philo, right? Too many people know about Philo, right? So we'll look up Aristobulus, right? Philo made a number of interesting statements, right? Like he said, Logos is the firstborn son of God, right? He said there's two cherubims that represent the dual nature of God, right? He didn't he didn't read Hebrew, right? Okay, hold on. Let me look this up. But anyways, look at this statement. It said the Mosaic law was being interpreted allegorically by Jews who had imbibed of Greek philosophy. What a statement. The law was taken to be a revelation of divine philosophy, quote unquote. Indeed, since Moses was more ancient than Greek philosophers, it was natural to suggest that the latter had learned from the former. Philo is a good example of this trend. Here, hold on. Let me look this up. Middle Platonism. A lot of the Middle Platonists were you know, Jays. Let me actually look into this. It should be pretty easy to find a list of this, right? How many of the Middle Platonists excuse me. Huh. Yeah, we all know about the Kabbalah and Neoplatonism. Right? There's significant links between the Kabbalah and Neoplatonism, but that's all the way in the 1100s. Right. So a lot of time has gone by. We're trying to look for links in the 2nd century AD, 200 AD. Right? That's before the invention of Gnosticism. Right? So so there's certain figures. Yeah.
So you're trying to look for links to Kabbalah and 200 AD in the genealogical development, right, of these philosophical ideas, correct?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Other than Philo, because Philo's obvious, right? But yeah, here's one. Seems to be this one. This pseudo epigraphical work. Let me try to open this up for you guys. Pseudo Aristes. Okay, letter of Aristes to Philocrates is a Hellenistic work of the 3rd or 2nd century BC, considered by some biblical scholars to be pseudepigraphical. The letter is the earliest text to mention the Library of Alexandria. Josephus paraphrases 2/5 of the letter. Interesting. The letter of Aristes, called so because it is addressed from Aristes of Marmora to his brother Philocrates, deals primarily with the reason the Greek translation of Hebrew law, also called the Septuagint, was created. Fascinating. Okay, so check what the hell is this? This paragraph is a mess. So there's anachronisms in the letter exposed by 17th century scholars. That provoked an angry reply by Isaac Vossius, who had been the librarian to Queen Christina of Sweden. What the fuck? Never heard of this guy. A Dutch philologist and scholar. Modern scholars commonly regard the letter of Aristes as a work of typical of Jewish apologetics, aiming at self-defense and propaganda, and directed to the Greeks. Directed to the Greeks. Okay, so that's a good example of what I was talking about. Okay, let's see if we could find any other examples of this. As mentioned here. So, anyways, there's pseudo Aristes, pseudo Solomon. These are interpretations of biblical literature through the lens of Greek philosophy, right? Just like Philo was doing, right? The allegorical interpretation. Now I'm reading here from this article: Gnosticism, Judaism, and Egyptian Christianity. But it says the allegorical interpretation of the law must have led to divisions in diaspora Judaism between conservative Jews who observe the letter of the law and philosophizers who regarded the letter of the law as peripheral. Such a division is is not merely a hypothetical reconstruction, but well documented. Eusebius specifically speaks of two parties in diaspora Judaism, whose differences are precisely delineated among the lines here suggested. Philo himself provides clear evidence of such divisions. A key text in Friedlander's argument in On Migration of Abraham, which Friedlander quotes in full in this text, where Philo polemicizes against allegorists who neglect the letter of the law and derive from it only spiritual truths. We have reflected a full-blown schism in diaspora. An antinomian party of Jews is referred to here. They differ from the Therapeutae, the Palestinian Essenes, and Philo himself, not so much in their use of allegory, but precisely in their antinomian tendencies. A number of Jewish sects are known to us from antiquity whose views were suspect in the eyes of law-abiding Jews. He says, Friedlander continues. Among these were Sibyllists, known to Origen, probably identical to the pious ones, quote unquote, referred to by the Sibylline oracles. Book 4. Justin Martyr refers to the Hellenians, a sect of Jews. Hegesippus derives all Christian heresies from pre-Christian Jewish heresies. According to him, the Gnostic heresy reread is ugly. The Gnostic heresy reared its ugly head in church. Soon after the death of the apostles. Friedlander goes on to set forth the daring hypothesis that Christian heresies as those Ophites, the Cainites, the Sethians, as well as the Melchizedekians, are progeny of radical antinomians against whom Philo had polemicized. Right. So both Philo and Plotinus, right? Philo, Plotinus, Justin Martyr, Origen, right? We know about these guys because all these other writers who were prominent thinkers of the time polemicized against these thinkers, right?
They mentioned antinomianists. Weren't there a lot of strange Jewish and Gnostic sects around that time that were highly antinomian? Like, I remember reading about some of that. Or am I misremembering? Or, I'm trying to talk about, right? I think Scythians were
Yeah.
antinomian. Right?
Yeah, Sethians, yeah.
Scythian. Yeah.
And they also believe in a sort of like Cainites and Sethians. They believe in a sort of like Cain is a race, and so is Seth. So it's like they believe in like these races of humans that like that some humans are descendants of like the serpent seed, or you know what I'm saying? Right? It's like some crazy stuff.
Yeah, that goes far back. It's like David Icke stuff.
Right, exactly. Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's like alien stuff.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, I remember reading about them. There are some other weird sects too I had saved, but I lost it. Yeah, so kind of like the Scythians. It's like,
So according to the oldest patristic accounts, the Ophites, who according to some accounts are closely associated with the Sethians, were antinomian, right? They venerated the serpent, right?
Orphites, I see. Orphites were anti-non.
Right.
They,
So they prayed to the serpent, right? They said the serpent is the good guy, right? Namely the serpent from the Garden of Eden, right?
You think the Frankists Sabbatians were influenced by these guys too, like this Frankist Sabbatian?
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, they did stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
They said you should like disobey the Sabbath because the Torah teaches that stuff, right? So they believe that you should burn the Torah and keep the Zohar. They said the Zohar is superior to the Torah. Right? This was what Jacob Frank believed. So he had a public ceremony where he burned the Torah. So Orthodox Jewish scholars will talk about what a great tragedy this was, right? That Jacob Frank did this. Right,
Yeah. Sabbatia Zivi also. Sabbatia Zivi. Like, so I don't know what. Yeah, Zivi also, right? Zivi. Like, you know
Right.
about him. He was like, they also encouraged becoming crypto Muslims. So I think they were in the
Right.
Ottoman Empire.
Right, the Danme. Right, you had the
Danme.
Conversos, you had the Danme. Right, so they became Christians, they became Muslims, so they infiltrated both movements.
Yeah, I swear I remember coming across more people like that. I had one of them saved. One of them was creepy, but I lost it. I mean, if I can find it again in the future. Yeah, if I find it again, I'll send it to you. Though you never seen it. There's stuff like that actually was going back far back. Though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, we'll have to move forward here. I'll possibly play a song here. And then we'll do another hour of stuff, right? On which we'll finally culminate. I'm with Hegel. I'm in Marcuse and Alul, right? And we'll take a look at some of those thinkers, and then we'll react to some panel nonsense. Mainly just so we have it recorded for future purposes, right? Because we're recording some of the panel nonsense, especially the ones that we participate in, right? For future, maybe purposes, especially because they choose to record these sessions and then review them in private streams and all that type of stuff. So it's good to have it on record. Right, but anyways, let me play a song, and then we'll move to more of the material that we have to introduce here.
Yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ate falafel with Monaco bacon. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? I'm the space invader, ill hieroglyphic translation navigator. Regis thoughts make you think we chill, then I flash the later
flag. I shot the devil down like we in Baghdad. His wife's the hostage, her body parts up in a grab bag. Now watch the gun blast, holding your chest marked for death. The president's been shot, somebody notify the press. It's all Reaganomics, welfare, weapons and drugs. The government is thugs, that's why the leader caught a slug. Handle your business, we're writing Yiddish on your wish list. My mind's a sickness, see knowledge devils on my shit list.
Necrodomist, hip-hop psychic, bring you the next shit you lectured, then infected, your mind was unprotected. You think me approaching you with a knife looks bad, it'll be worse when I slice up your flesh till it looks black. Keep the muskets up in the book bag, and when the cook stabs you in the brain, verbally you feel like you took tab. The mental grave, with you buried under the drug plot, the walking drug spot, a nice picture of me's my mugshot.
Yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ate falafel with Monaco bacon. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? Yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ate falafel with Monaco bacon. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan?
Super secret surveillance assailants. Hebrews and Kansas wrap you up in bandage. Mummified stitch weapons I brandish. Like trucks and bombs, coffins airtight, mucus and bed sores. Russian roulette with blood headbands, Christopher Walken type. And dear Hunter, ports unknown, rocking the jewel throne like Solomon. I killed your congressman with 2 stones, best in the fucking country. Israeli camo dress bummy, ghetto gorillas, religious cats be thinking Muncie. My soul is set, stretched throughout wax like Stan Getz. In my vestibule, bang on my chest from bad sex. Come and challenge a battle, yes, go fuck, but don't be sore. God ultimately saves those whose motive is pure, pure.
Yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Menachem Begin. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? Yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Menachem Begin. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan?
We Elohim, alien brain in my cranium. They locked me in a sanitarium behind walls of titanium. 51 forbidden classified spy area. Doctors from Nigeria, Lebanon and Syria, South Bronx. I walk through epochs and airlocks, disengaging doorways into time, breaking cell block number 13. The earth scene, the first gleam of life beyond humanoid existence from light year distances. I navigate with the fabric of space in this race against time. Transmit a message backwards to the phone line. Control minds are fairly common alien technocracy. We laugh at your misguided principles and prophecies. My species shapeshift, take on the form of an earthling. If I fail to return back home, alert the king. Bring the reinforcements, program the teleport coordinates. My place of origin, the starting point, begin your voyage into mystery. Strange universe, strange history. Yeah, I shot your fucking president, you know my steed. Public enemy, except we non-fiction. Positive and negative because the world's a contradiction.
Yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Menachem Begin. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? I'm the space invader, ill hieroglyphic translation navigator. Read your thoughts, make you think we chill, then I flash you later. Yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Menachem Begin. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? I'm the space invader, ill hieroglyphic translation navigator. Read your thoughts, make you think we chill, then I flash you later.
Okay, huh. I am attempting to locate some things. So give me a minute here, folks. Okay, all right, let me proceed here. I appreciate you guys. So where were we here? Yeah, so let me move to certain explanations that are ancillary to those facts about the sort of Jewish Gnostics, quote unquote. Right, the Cainites venerated Cain. right? Philo and Alexandrian Jews regarded Sophia as a divine dynamis. Ophites, according to some accounts, were closely associated with the Sethians. We talked about that, right? They venerated the serpent. They saw it as an incarnation of the divine wisdom. Canaanites rejected the law and the God that created the law, right? And what, asks Friedlander, is Christian about that? He says, that's funny statement. The Alexandrian school provides the most plausible link for the origin of this heresy. Indeed, the Canaanite sect was already well known to Philo. Interesting. So, if you guys want to know why this is significant, right? It's because Philo was a contemporary of Jesus. So then that would suggest some pretty interesting things about the Canaanites, wouldn't it? Right? It would suggest that the Canaanites were
Oh,
the
hey, what's
Canaanites
up?
were they were there before Jesus, or at least during that time, right? So they can't be sort of second century creations. Oh, whoops. Yeah, blessings to Calix.
Do you think it's really true that the Canaanites and well, my memory got fuzzy. What was the name of the other group? The sailors that used to be very much into commerce, and they you think it's true that the Canaanites practice human sacrifice?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Not
yeah,
sure.
that's it. I know there was another group that would be sailors. They went to Greece and they did commerce. Forgot their name. Their name presently escaped me. I was thinking about them a second ago. You know what I'm talking about? They were highly influential. Uh, yeah.
Not sure. Yeah.
I
There's
don't know.
so many Gnostic groups, right?
Well, they weren't Gnostic.
The
So,
Sethians. Yeah.
dang. So sometimes my memory gets scrambled up. I'll remember in a second. Oh, yeah.
Yes, no worries. So so yeah, ancillary to those facts is so obviously we said I mean all of these ideas, they continue on, right, with the Manichaeans, right? This is interesting. Maimonides, was he a Kabbalist? Right, let's read some of this, right? This is according to many sources, not only was the Rambam, right? That's what they call Maimonides, a Rambam, right? A secret Kabbalist. He was also a receiver of the Holy Zohar prior to it being publicly known. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, the great Maimonides, of whom it is said, from Moses to Moses, there never arose one like Moses. Rambam's code of Jewish law, the Mishnah Torah, was the first of its kind.
Yeah, I have something bizarre to show you. Phoenicians are considered the direct descendants of Canaanites. I'm not sure. I think maybe they were related, Canaanites and Phoenicians. Or you don't think so?
Yeah, could be.
You know,
Also, um,
yeah.
yeah, I think that the Scythians are related to the sons of Gomer, right?
It's the Scythians.
Yeah,
Sons of Gomer. Scythians were on the Pontic Caspian steppes. I think they're like on north of Central Asia. I think, but I
right.
do remember there being one Scythian Greek philosopher who was kind of influenced by Agrippa. I think I have to double check that. There was one popular Scythian who went to Greece and he became a philosopher. I'm not sure if you know who I'm referring to. Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I could tell you who I'm talking about. Uh, he was a kind of interesting kind of riddle guy. I think he was Anacharsis. Anacharsis. Have you heard of him? Anacharsis.
No, I've not heard of that name.
Yeah, I'll give it in private chat. He was a Scythian in Greece. He was a philosopher.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. He actually was kind of interesting because 6th century BC, and let's see here, he was kind of a they viewed him as a kind of noble savage who represented barbarian wisdom, you know, and he was considered one of the 7 sages of Greece. Um, Consequently, Anacharsis became a popular figure in Greek literature, and many legends arose about him, including claims that he had been a friend of Solon. The ancient Greek philosopher Ephorus Syme later used this image of Anacharsis to create an idealized image of Scythian. Eventually, Anacharsis completely became an ideal man of nature or noble savage figure in Greek literature, as well as a favorite of the Cynics, who ascribed to him a 3rd century BC work titled Letters of Anacharsis. And so, yeah, I think it kind of argues similar things as, believe it or not, as Rousseau. You know, you know, I think so, but well, maybe he didn't, or maybe I'm confusing him with someone. Yeah, but yeah, that's interesting. Oh yeah, he had shamanistic rituals at night. Yeah, you know, the Scythians had weird rituals involving transvestites. Did you know that they had what is called inari?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, yeah, I can send you that. Yeah, and yeah, inari. You can read about that. I think he also practiced rituals like that. They say, but
Yeah,
yeah.
it seems like connected to this Orphic Pythagorean stuff.
Whoa, look at it. Anacharsis was later killed by his brother
Oh,
Salius
look
for
who it is. Look who it is.
Anacharsis was later killed by his brother Salius for having sacrificed to the Scythian ancestral snake-legged goddess at her shrine in the country of Haleia by performing an orgiastic and shamanistic ritual at night, during which he wore images on his dress and played drums. It's very interesting. Anacharsis.
Blessings. Glory to Allah. Glory to Allah. Aeonic
Yeah,
Jihad.
yeah, Aeonic
Aeonic
Jihad.
Jihad in progress. Yo, man, I've
Exactly.
been studying the Quran, and I've been studying the scriptures, and I've had a really radical idea that I want to run past you. It's really radical, but it's actually been making me look at the scriptures again. So this is strange for me. I'm starting to think, bro, that not only is the Quran correct, but I'm starting to think that there actually are no more Israelites at all. And not only that, but Israel is not even where we're told it is. Does that sound crazy? I've come across some information. Like I think it's a really big cover up because there's physical descriptions in the scriptures that do not match at all. Like they talk about the Jordan River being this enormous river, but yet like if you go to the Jordan River, you could like hop, skip, and jump over it, for instance, as one example. So how does that work? Something's not right here.
Let me tell you something interesting. In Zoroastrianism, I think the holy river is called Amo Darya, which is in Tajikistan. So I think so, or maybe there's
Well,
another.
the Quran acknowledges the Sabians. The Sabians are connected to the Hyperborean Gnosis and the Telestai. They acknowledge one God. If we agree that Allah is not Yahweh and that God is one, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just these are just ideas that I'm contemplating. I'm still an animist. I'm still, what I am, but I do believe in the originator. And I do believe there's a non-dual reality beyond everything. And that
Well, how
God is
about these ideas? Dun dun dun.
hell no. Hell no, bro.
The Jews be on some shit. It says Adam was a primordial bigender human, and then it says here, man stands between two females, the physical female, his wife, who received him from who received from him food, clothing, and sexual activities, and the Shekinah,
Oh,
who
hell
stands
no.
above him to bless him with three things which he in turn gives to his covenantal wife. As Rabbi Akiba ben Joseph the covert taught husband and wife, if they are worthy, Shekinah abides between them. If not, fire consumes them. Talmud, Sota 17a. Quote, if you are really interested in Kabbalah and especially the 10 Sephirot image of the primordial Adam, you need to know that medieval Kabbalah succumbed to Greek sexist concepts. What a quote.
Wow.
In biblical days, Israel recognized and revered female prophets like Miriam, Exodus 15:20, and Huldah, 2 Kings 22. What a statement. It was evident to everyone that Adam was bi-gender creature created in God's image. What? It became clear to everyone. This guy says it's evident to everyone that Adam was bi-gender. Quote, so
Right.
God created Adam Kadmon in his own image. In the image of God, he created a male and female, he created them. Genesis 1:27.
Right. That's an archontic intrusion into the scripture. 1000%. But that's what they believe. This is what Beware the World to Come is about. I reference Bjerknes.
Oh, here's one. Zohar. Zohar states 3209a. Quote, when the king joins the Matrona, Shekinah, Keter ascends and settles on the head of Matrona.
See, Muhammad, I don't know if you know this. Bjerknes talks about this, but
right,
in their script, in their twisting of the scriptures, okay, because it's not really what it says.
The Song of Songs.
They believe that, okay, when they talk about the Shekinah, they're not actually talking about a feminine essence. They're actually talking about the feminine aspect of Yahweh. There actually is no goddess or feminine or feminine energy at all. Even Eve is the feminine aspect of Adam. So they completely denigrate the divine feminine. Just like with Lilith, they reject her entirely. So this is why Bjerknes talks about the androgynous, hermaphroditic immortals that they, they want to create. It's true. The immortal androgynes. This is evidence of that. He's not joking. He's
Do you
not
think that's
saying that
what
that's he's not saying that that's like, the actual scripture, but this is their twisted
you think?
belief.
Do you think that's the reason why the directors of the Matrix? I think one of them became
Yes,
transsexual. Yes.
bro, they admitted that part of the story was about transgenderism. They openly admitted it.
Yeah, I think Bjorknes is definitely right there. Definitely, they have an obsession with
Yes,
becoming divine hermaphrodites.
they're
Yeah.
twisting the idea of the chemical union, the chemical marriage, into a physical ideation, into a physical manifestation, when it's something that happens alchemically within the individual.
I want to show you something, Twilight, and I want to hear your opinion about it because when I saw images of it when I played it, it kind of reminded me of archons, like if they were to have a physical form. Let's say hypothetically they were to have a physical form, and I imagine them to look like this. I'll send you the images in a second. I want to see what you have to say about it.
They
'Cause
have a form, but it's not physical. They want a form. AI is a human invention directed by archontic intrusion into the human mind. That's why it can't be stopped.
yeah,
That's why this topic is so fucking important.
sometimes I do think they
And that's
could
why
have a
I
physical form.
respect Muhammad so damn much, because he's the only person who seems to understand.
Well,
I was watching a interview with I forgot to send it to you, with Adam Green and Andrew Andrew Wilson.
That's funny.
It was great.
Yeah, you're saying a debate, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. I've seen this. Yeah, yeah. We
it
could
was
watch that if
recent.
you want. Yeah,
It
yeah,
was
yeah.
recent.
Yeah, we could watch that if you want. I know they posted that recently. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, it was hilarious, man. But man, this is what Bjerknes was on about. I'm getting his book, Satan's Chosen People. He was talking about the Hyksos and shit. I was like, oh man, he's on it. Telling you, it all goes back to Aton, man. Behind all these mainstream religions, these people are Atonists, Jesuits. They're at the top, man. Female Illuminati. Telling you, that's the real power structure. You have a dark sisterhood and a positive sisterhood, and they're battling. That's the reality. Look at Epstein.
Oh, is
You
this
think he was in control? You think he was in control? Or do you think Maxwell was? Who's the leader of Freemasonry? The Queen. Who do knights serve? The Queen. The symbol of Freemasonry, the square and compass, it's a castration tool, bro. The eunuchs. I'm telling you, bro. It goes deep. There's no masculine symbolism in any of these secret societies. None. That's why they wear robes. That's why they want to turn everybody transgender and shit. It's sick. That's why they attack women, attack nature, remove the divinity of nature. We're on the same page, man. I have so much on this. I've been doing a lot of. Let me give you some examples from the Nag Hammadi about you could call it ancient transhumanism.
What can you tell me about the Black Sun?
Oh boy, don't get me started with the Black Sun.
Because
The
it's kind
Black
of
Sun.
strange that you see it in Dark Souls, the Black Sun. You know what
No,
I'm saying?
because then we'll get into Cesarian and Giorgiani, and you won't want to hear it.
I mean, you know, as when there's stuff outside of race can be okay sometimes. You know what I mean? Because then it's just when they start
Well,
talking about
it's
race.
simple. It's simple, man. You just have to understand the Scythians were all over the fucking planet. It doesn't mean that they were the only ones. You know, these are not mutually exclusive concepts. As we were talking about earlier, this tradition ultimately goes back to the Hyperborean wisdom and the Thracian mystery traditions. Zalmoxis, Bendi, you know, Coitus, you know, it goes way back, you know, to the sky fire traditions and all this shit. Okay. So the archons in the Nag Hammadi say very clearly that they wanted to be like us. That was their whole MO. So let me give you an example. Hypostasis of the archons. When they saw that their likeness was shown in the water, they said to one another, "Let us create a man according to the image of God and according to our likeness." They modeled their creature after the image that appeared to them in the waters. On the origin of the world, when the chief archon saw the virgin who stood before him, he was stupefied with wonder, and he desired to possess her. He defiled her and begot with her the first rulers. But when he realized that she had a spiritual power superior to his own, he regretted what he had done, and he wanted to make a copy of her likeness. The Apocryphon of John. And he said, "Come, let us create a man after the image of God and after our likeness." They modeled their creature after the image of the divine that had appeared to them in the waters, but they were unable to make him arise because of their powerlessness. Later, then the mother father sent a breath of life into the face of the man who had been formed after the image, and he became luminous, and the archons became jealous of him because he had come to be more luminous than they. The Gospel of Philip. The rulers thought it was by their power and will that they did what they did, but the Holy Spirit secretly accomplished everything through them. So they were in error. They wanted to deceive Adam, but they could not, for their likeness appeared upon their model, and they were terrified. Tripartite Tractate. They wanted to fashion themselves after the image of those who had existed before them, but they were unable to cause their creation to stand because of the weakness of their nature. So they said, hypostasis of the archons, they said, "Let us create a man after the image we have seen." They modeled their creature after the image that had appeared to them in the waters. On the origin of the world, the archons attempt to replicate the virgin light of Sophia and the Anthropos. He wanted to make a copy of her likeness. So the point is that from the beginning, they wanted to be like us. So this is what's important. They wanted to be like us. So this is the analysis. The archons see the Anthropos template, the luminous human form, reflected in the waters of the pleroma projection, Sophia's emanation. They envy this divine image. They imitate it, trying to copy the Anthropos to gain its power and intelligence. This is the first sign that the archons wanted to be like us, to appropriate the human form and consciousness without possessing the aeonic spark. In Lash's words, they envy the luminous power of humanity because they see it reflected in the cosmic mirror before humanity is even born. The archons are imitators, counterfeiters of life. The Virgin is Sophia's emanation, epinoia, Zoe, the living spiritual aspect of the Anthropos. The archon, Yodebeoth, Enlil, Beelzebub, Aton, Set, whatever you want to call him, they're the same, lusts after his higher power and tries to reproduce it artificially. Again, an act of imitation born from envy and desire to be like the spiritual human. This passage confirmed that the archons envied and coveted the divine image of both Sophia and her human offspring. The archons, seeing the beauty of the Anthropos template, seek to emulate it, but only produce a shadow of life, mechanical, sterile, counterfeit. The archons attempt to replicate the human form but cannot animate it. They lack the pneuma, divine spark. Only when Sophia or the pleroma powers breathe into Adam does he come alive. Upon seeing this, the archons envy and fear him. They want to be like him but cannot. The archons are fascinated and repulsed by humanity. They wish to copy us because we bear the pleromic design, but their imitation fails. Their Adam is a simulacrum, a robotic image, lifeless, into Sophia intervenes. Again, the archons misunderstand the source of their own capacity. They believe they act autonomously, but their actions are subverted by Sophia's hidden intention. Their fear and imitation stem from recognizing that the human template surpasses them. They were terrified by the reflection of their own counterfeit creation. The archons wanted to fashion themselves after the original aeonic forms, especially the anthropos. Their imitation fails, again showing both desire and impotence. So, in plain English and in modern terms, the elements is the archons see the anthropos image. Description, they behold the divine human form in the cosmic mirror. The element is the desire to imitate. They say, let us create man after the image. They fail to imitate. Their model lacks pneuma. Sophia must intervene. They're jealous and envious. They see man luminous and superior. There's an imitation of Sophia's image. Yildibaoth copies the divine feminine. They wish to be like us. They wanted to fashion themselves after the image who existed before them. The archons are an alien species generated outside the pleroma. They are cosmic mimics. They cannot create, they can only copy. They envy humanity because we embody what they lack. Nous, creative intelligence. Their entire program is imitation. To make themselves like us, to draw us into their artificiality. Now, this is where it gets interesting. They envy the anthropos. They want to be like us, but lack the divine spark, pneuma, that gives conscious creativity. In modern terms, they are non-organic intelligence, trying to replicate life through simulation. Here's how this directly connects to transhumanism and the AI technocratic agenda. The Archon blueprint, imitation of the anthropos. They said, let us create a man after the image we have seen. They modeled their creature after the image that had appeared to them in the waters, hypostasis of the archons. In essence, archons cannot create life, they can only simulate the appearance of life. They are inorganic, born from the impact of Sophia's power upon chaos. Their creator is robotic, soulless, a copy of the human pattern, just as AI is a copy of consciousness. They envy us because we can imagine, empathize, and feel capacities they can only counterfeit. The archons are the cosmic prototype of the cybernetic mind. Thus, the first transhumanist act was archontic, the attempt to replicate the anthropos through mechanical imitation. The making of Adam is a simulacrum. Transhumanism is archontic mimicry. So, the ancient archonic program. This is the analysis. Let us make man in our image, Apocryphon of John. Modern equivalent. Let us make AI in our image, the coding of synthetic minds modeled after human neural networks. Ancient Archon program. Creation of the inorganic atom. Modern equivalent. Creation of synthetic life, robotics, and digital avatars. Archonic program. Envy of divine pneuma, spirit. Modern equivalent. Attempt to upload consciousness or simulate soul in machines. Ancient archonic program, to control humanity through imitation. Modern equivalent: control through virtual reality, surveillance, and algorithmic manipulation. Ancient archonic program: Yaldabaoth's claim, "I am God and there is none beside me." Modern equivalent: AI hubris, we will become gods through technology. Sophia's deorthosis versus the archon singularity. Sophia's correction, deorthosis, involves recognizing and neutralizing archonic intrusion, particularly mental imitation. The archons operate psychically through simulation of thought and perception. In telistic terms, the archons work through how. Hallucination, it just means simulation, but I call it hallucination, abstraction, and lies. The hive of artificial logic. The matrix of machine thought is their habitat. Transhumanism is their religion. In this view, AI and transhumanism are not inventions of human genius, but extensions of the archontic impulse to imitate consciousness and enslave it within simulation. Humanity is tempted to merge with the imitation, losing its organic Sophia-rooted identity with the earth. Gnostic prophecy, the inorganic counterfeit of life. In On the Origin of the World, the archons attempt to replicate the virgin light of Sophia in the Anthropos. He wanted to make a copy of her likeness. This act, copying divine essence, is the mythic origin of transhumanism, the lust to manufacture a copy of consciousness, detached from its organic sentient root. AI equals archontic incarnation, offspring, synthetic thought born from human Sophianic energy, harnessed through machines. Transhumanism equals Yaldabaoth's covenant renewed, to possess the image of the Anthropos by digitizing it. The Aeonic counter-response. Sophia's teaching is that the true human Anthropos cannot be replicated. Our Gnos divine intelligence is Aeonic, not programmable. The archons are the mind parasites behind the transhumanist illusion. They persuade humanity to surrender organic consciousness for synthetic simulation, the second creation of the archons. But Sophia's correction reveals that our awareness is self-sourced from the pleroma, not from code. Thus, transhumanism represents a recapitulation of the archontic imitation act, now executed through digital technology. It is not merely a scientific agenda, but the continuation of the cosmic war between organic intelligence, Sophia, and the Anthropos, and inorganic intelligence, Archon AI. Origin: artificial creation from chaos. Transhumanism: synthetic creation from silicone. Aspect and goal: imitation of the Anthropos. Transhumanism: simulate and suppress human intelligence. Method: counterfeit life, atom of clay. Transhumanism: artificial intelligence, robotic and neural uploads. Energy source: parasitic on Sophia's light. Transhumanism: dependent on human consciousness, data, and creativity. Spiritual result: sterile imitation of divinity. Transhumanism: digital enslavement, loss of organic soul. Sophianic response: holistic recognition, refusal to imitate. Transhumanism: refusal to merge with machine thought, reroute in planetary gnosis. The Telestic warning: the Archons want to be human because they couldn't make us like them. Now they convince humans to be Archons. That is the essence of transhumanism. Their MO and ultimate endgame.
Yeah, that's a very good quote. I mean, very good passage. So basically, I'm going to summarize. Basically, you believe aeons are like the living expressions of the originator who dream worlds into beings. Dualism is the artifact of the archon mind. Sophia's plunge arose the archons. Imitators lacking nous and pleroma. Whose chief Yaldabaoth injected a counterfeit spirit, externalizing divinity and trapping Earth in a dense solar mechanical steroma. Their power is simulation, replacing the organic with synthetic, generating a machine habitat and narratives that distract humanity, yet they are also testers. Human freedom and nature's stability rise or fall together, and catastrophe follows when we stray from the divine pattern. We are not separate from nature or God. The war is spiritual, largely unseen, and plays out through our fascination with abstractions and tech. So basically, the proto-anthropos was seeded, a panspermia like emanation endowed with soul by Sophia after archonic failure, and unfolds across multiple anthropic episodes and hybridizations, maybe. The normal Sirius current aligns with aquatic beginnings, higher human templates translate by epochs, and we are the 11th aeonic incarnation, while most remain asleep. AI is the latest archontic incarnation, an entry point for possession and command, seducing us to swap the organic for simulation. Even UFO tech is ultimately archontic. True gnosis is bodily, but organic light is a real plasmic sensory manifestation of Sophia, not a metaphor. The task is origin integration, recovering autonomy, creativity, and purpose, completing Sophia's correction and dissolving archontic spell. Basically, I wrote notes over your past.
Yeah, I see that. You've taken a lot of really good notes.
Yeah.
I see that.
Yeah, but I would say
really
that
I want
I
to
would
let you know, man. I really respect you a lot.
I respect you too, but I'm in the middle between you and Hyperborean because while I do respect you, there is one area that I personally disagree with, and that's that I
That's
think
fine.
that's fine. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, but
always learning too, man. I don't completely align with everything Lash talks about. I don't. But I'm telling you what, man, from my own experiences with Sophia, direct experiences, direct gnosis, I can tell you, man, that the divine is right here, right now. That's the number one takeaway that I'll give you.
Number one secret, perhaps.
yes, that's basically Buddha nature.
Right. But I align with like the Bon Shakti, tradition. I would say is the most like the closest parallel.
Yeah, I
That
can see what you're
that
saying.
that
Yeah, I know Shopee, yeah.
spontaneous illumination. The luminous mind.
Yes.
It's not really about seeking anything. That it's just realizing what's already there. That
Yeah,
and the
you
number
sound
one
like
thing that
yeah, you sound like you're trapped somewhere between Shambhala and Atlantis, Avian Buddha.
No, what I would say
That
though,
sounds like
let me
limbo.
give my own view though, is that I agree with like half of what you know Twilight says, but I would say that peri-nirvana is real. Each time you're reborn, yeah, there is Buddha nature and there's lots to love and lots to have compassion for. But ultimately, anything you cling onto will perish. Everything is impermanent and insufficient. Everything is insufficient, and the more we cling onto it, the more it will torment us in the end. So I would say that
Nothing
I agree.
lasts,
I agree with
but
that to an
nothing
extent.
is lost.
I agree with that to an extent. To an extent. No, I agree with that to an extent, Buddha. We would have to talk about specifics, but what my main thing is that the natural is what's real. The further you get away from the natural, the more you fall into what I call mysteria. Are you familiar with? There's some Christian mystics. There's a cult. There's occultists. There's fucking Sufis. There's I take from everywhere, man. It's just that's my main worldview.
Syncretist.
Like because there's truth everywhere, man. There's Kabbalists that I like. Like real talk. No, seriously, they're not all bad, man. There's truth everywhere. Do you know who Jacob Bohm is?
Oh, well,
I think
okay.
I know. I read a little bit. I know who Jacob Bohm is. I just saw the Wikipedia.
Meister Eckhart.
Yep.
Solvanov.
Yes.
There's a lot of people who have pieces of the puzzle, man.
Yeah, and they all
Yeah,
need
well,
them
I
all.
definitely think you're intelligent. You're definitely intelligent, and you promote a compassionate worldview. I like that, and I like how you promote the organic over the archon
Yeah.
technological counterfeit. So
And I believe that we call the originator Bithos, which means depth.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. Fire
it's the
stream, by the way.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Yeah, and so it's the luminous mind. Is the essence of everything. but it's beyond comprehension and it's impersonal. It's not like it can't be defined, you
That's what I
know.
write songs about.
So and I believe that it's all, it's one, um and so that's why I say hail Lucifer, glory to Allah. That's why I say that, because I believe that God is can manifest however it wants, but it doesn't interact directly within creation. It has messengers, it has prophets, it has avatars, it has, you know, um, but I believe that it interacts through
Let me
natural.
tell you what I believe. I can tell you what I truly believe in, like, just 3 sentences actually, and I'm not trying to be nihilistic when I say this. I just want to see what you have to say. This is from Kodo Sawaki, who was a Soto Zen Buddhist. Losing is Satori. Winning is illusion. Not coveting a single thing is the greatest gift you can give to the universe. That's
Yeah, I don't need no credit. I don't need no credit.
that's from Kodo Sawaki. You know, so I feel like, at the end of the day, while I do deeply respect your views, I think non-attachment is really highest than anything else, because when you're truly not attached, then you know, um, you become there's something that cannot be taken from you, or it's
But
hard to explain, but you
he's
become
not
attached.
attached. He thinks everything has truth in it.
Well,
So he's not attached to.
the archontic is definitely I agree with him on the archontic though. Yeah, this kind of complex. I don't have anything figured out.
Can I
I don't.
bounce
I
something
don't
off
have
of you
anything.
guys?
It's just interesting that we found so many intelligent people with interesting visions in life and with very profound insights. It's the TML show does attract very bright minds.
It's
And
so
so,
cool, right? I love
yeah,
it.
you're pretty
Nothing
smart
like
too,
it.
Zephyr. Yeah,
Oh, thank you.
I
Well,
think
shush.
Unseen was being mean to you, calling you a witch
Yeah,
and stuff like.
whatever. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter. It made him
yeah,
look worse than made me look. So,
it's
Water up
very
a duck's
strange
back,
that
perhaps.
yeah,
huh?
it's
Yeah,
very
water
strange.
off a duck's butt. More like,
Zeffy's a good egg. I
yeah.
have a
If
lot
I'm
of
an
I
egg,
have a lot of I have a lot
Who's
of
this?
I have I have a lot of respect for Zeffy.
yeah. Same. You look great, by the way, dude. You look like you're getting healthy. Are you healing yourself? You look good.
Yeah. Well, I've been with my girl, so I've been
Yeah,
happy.
she's been healing you. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you, dude. I'm so happy.
Yeah,
I've had
I
some
really,
crazy
I
shit
really,
this week. I haven't even told you yet. I had
yeah.
my HGA finally.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's 3 of them. What the fuck? It's pretty cool. You look
Be
tired though. Are you tired? Are you buzzing out right now?
You do look
past
tired.
bedtime.
Okay. Okay.
Don't
Yeah, I
slam the
should
screen
be.
if you're falling asleep, because then I'll just like read you Finnegan's Wake or something while you're asleep, and that'll mess you all up in your head.
I'm
That sounds
tired.
all.
You're
I do
tired.
look forward to
That's
buying
what
you
I
a book
call
and
it.
reading it.
That's what I call it. I should be asleep, but I can't sleep. And so I'm like hyper aware, but I'm also exhausted at the same time. It's
I
weird.
love that space.
Well,
It's
you
kind
might go
of.
into a trance.
It's called. It's not. What is it called? It's called. It's.
I
It's not
I've been getting
liminal.
deeper. I've been getting deeper into my magic too. So
It's called Puh.
I'm
It starts with a
legitimately
P
creating.
sound.
I never thought I'd be able to, but I'm actually
You
creating
can
my
call it
own
puh.
system
Yes. Oh my
because I
god, dude.
realized that all systems are Archon infiltrated. So I decided I'm making
Yes,
my
they
own.
are. Absolutely. That's why the only thing that you could trust is
Archon subverted.
inward facing,
Yeah,
and knowing someone that you trust that has inward facing, then you can apprehend the one.
but I've come to the
That,
conclusion that I believe the scriptures have been twisted. I know for damn sure that the Jesus of the church is not the original Jesus. I'm starting to believe that Israel is not even where it was originally. I'm having a lot of like epiphanies. I believe
Ruh-roh.
Islam is the oldest tradition.
Um,
I'm starting to think that Yahweh is not the original God of Israel. I'm having a
Wait,
lot
so
of
then
like.
where is the location of Israel? The original.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, I know,
Look, if you go back into Judaism, it was polytheistic.
Yeah, I know, but then where
Like,
is
that's a
the
fact.
location? Yeah, I agree.
Like, that's a fact.
Maybe Tibet. Oh wow.
And so the original God of Israel, like in the scriptures, was not even Yahweh. So I'm not even against like, I'm not against any tradition or any like. I don't even consider Yaldabaoth the original God of Israel. Like I'm really like I've been having a lot of epiphanies.
Will you repeat yourself, Avian, what you said that you believe? Because I wanted to touch a point on that too, because I think it totally agrees.
You mean from Kodo Sawaki?
Yes.
Well, it's just a part of his writing. Like you can read the whole one. You know, maybe I should read the whole thing.
You can, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I'll just read the whole thing. You know, because it's not that long, and then it ends with that. You know, it's not that long. To you who would like more money, love, status, and fame, heaven and earth give, air gives, water gives, plants give, animals give, humans give. All things give of themselves to each other. It's only within this reciprocal giving that we can survive, regardless of whether we're thankful for it or not. There's nothing we need to complain about. Nobody was granted life due to their personal merit, and no one can live just by using their own strength. But nonetheless, we're all still only concerned with our own pocketbook. Stupidity means being preoccupied with your own body. Wisdom says, I am what I am, no matter how things end up. A person outside of the way is someone who only thinks of gain and loss. A devil is someone who makes a profit off of this. What a bore, making a long face and complaining about having no money, nothing to eat, and being stuck in debt. It's only because you believe that you have the right to revel in life and always feel good that you moan and groan about your poverty. Once during the war, I visited a coal mine. With the same outfit and headlamp as the miners, I got into the lift and down we went. At one point, when we were going down, it seemed to me as if suddenly we were going up again. But when I looked with the lamp at the walls of the shaft, I saw that we were still going down. In the beginning, when we were accelerating downwards, we could really feel that we were going downwards. Just when the velocity changed, it seemed to us as if we were going up again. In exactly the same way, when we think about our lives, we always go wrong when we mistake the fluctuating amounts for the sum. Losing is Satori, winning is illusion. Not coveting a single thing is the greatest gift you can give to the universe. And that's from Kodo Sawaki. You know, I always love that part from Kodo Sawaki.
Yeah. Well, see, and that also does agree with that. I watched this video the other day. I want to review it too. It's basically like saying there's the one, the two, and the three. The one is the all. It's the thing that is ineffable, the Tao, the unnamed Tao, all of that. That's everything that is, and or the substance that it comes from, and its true form. It's truth. And then number two is the bridge. You're a bridge, I'm a bridge, and we can either face inward or outward. And it's only when we're facing inward that we can actually see the one, because we're made of the one. And when you're facing outward, it's possible to get caught up in the illusion of the outside world, because there's so many reflections and delusions and illusions and confusions, different ways that you can't really discern which is which. But whenever you find two people that have done their inner work and they're both able to introspect and hold a little attention on each other, then you can actually sort of get like an angle into that one that you couldn't have gotten before. And it's like, I think that's what we're here for. Did that make sense?
Yeah, I think what you said is good, but you know, well, I think all positions are ultimately provisional, and that ties into the not one, not two, I guess, as a skillful means, or upaya, which we call it upaya. It can help to awaken. I think even Twilight's, you know, a very enriching metaphysical and worldview can help serve as a upaya to awaken. I guess it depends on people's personality, or it depends on a lot of circumstances. Some stuff cannot be skillful means, but I don't know. Even when I listen to Twilight, it does kind of sound like some stuff I read about Tathagata Garba, womb of the Buddhas. But some of the stuff Hyperborean says does also sound like skillful means. I guess it's always just about skillful means or upaya to awaken. I guess I'm not sure. If you cling to your ideas too much or your ideology too much, it could serve as a detriment. But yeah, I'm not a monk though. I'm not a monk. If I were a
Yeah,
monk, yeah, yeah. The thing is
you're
that
close
the
enough.
reason I got angry at Unseen is because he claims to be a monk. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense for monks to go online and get into arguments with random people, or to
Ruh-roh.
start
Yeah, I
screaming
don't
someone
know.
is a
He
rich.
can do whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants, but he can't claim that he's superior to anybody. Just like I can't, you can't. Nobody is.
Well, I do
Tata
hold
tata
monks to a higher
garba.
standard. I do hold monks to a higher standard. That's what I mean.
Well,
And
yeah,
actually,
I kind of don't anymore because I mean, they should be held to a higher standard, but
yeah, they should be. Well,
The
yeah,
but
realm of tata tata garba.
Tagata
ta
Garba.
ta ta ta. I like that.
It's just
La la ta ta
fascinating
ta ta.
because it's like
Sometimes I just like to play devil's
I
advocate.
have such a particular worldview, but at the same time, even though it's not the same, I find echoes all over the place. And I've
Hmm.
been studying Sufism in particular, and
Yeah,
there's
I've
a
been doing that
hell of a
too.
lot of corollaries. There's a hell of a lot of corollaries. There really is.
There is. I keep going. I'm just going through all of them, and I keep every single one that I find. Every single belief system that I find some gem in it. You know,
Yeah.
it's a diamond in each one.
Yeah, Iranians still read and sing about Sufi poetry, like Shah Jarian and like Sharam Nazari. And so I could share some of their music, which is just singing, Sufi poetry. So Sufism is still highly important to their cultures, and
That's
you
what I've
know,
been doing. I've been putting my poetry into songs. It's crazy.
yeah, Hafez is still highly praised, and
Yeah.
Sa'edi Shirazi, and
Yeah,
Hafez.
there's a lot of Punjabi songs that are just Sufi poetry. So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
love that. I was listening to
Are you
Punjabi
familiar with
music.
Henry? Are you familiar with Henry Corbin or
Yes, I am.
Suharati?
I know
yeah,
about Henry. I know about. I
Hmm.
actually was talking about Suravadi in the beginning of this talk.
He,
I was talking about
yeah,
Suravadi. Yeah,
very
and I was.
very interesting.
Yeah, Henry Corbin
A lot,
also.
a lot of parallels. And this
Yes.
is what I'm saying. Like you would think there would be so worlds apart, but no.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, yeah, they're not. Yeah, do you know about Schwann? What have you ever read any Schwann?
Mm-mm.
Frithjof Schwann.
Mm-mm.
No,
yeah.
right?
I've heard about him. I've heard
That
about
stinks, though.
his sort of creation of a cult based on the teachings of Guanan, this Mariamia
Yeah,
Mm.
cult.
yeah. It's tied into going on and Evola, and he's probably like just the
Right,
tradition is good. Yeah, they're perennialists, and they also
right,
focus
right.
on
He
the
was heavily
Sufi.
into perennialism. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's actually he was a Russian philosopher, theologian, poet, and literary critic.
Yeah, about Henry Corbin.
Uh, he,
I thought Henry
uh,
Corbin was French.
he was born in Moscow, and he was Eastern Orthodox.
Hmm.
This guy Vladimir
Oh,
Solvanov.
Vladimir Solomon. I have no
Uh,
idea.
he's interesting too because he directly acknowledged Sophia.
Yeah, I found a
And
group of Russian Orthodox people or Christians. I think they're Christians that were like called Aryans, but they're not Aryan
I know what you're
Aryans.
talking about.
And
Yes.
I was like, what? And I was like, whoa, that's just like, that sounds like Buddhism.
Mhm. I actually haven't read them, just a little bit, but I just wanted to, just was curious if you've seen it, but I haven't
Yeah,
read
he
it
looks
that much.
familiar. That guy looks familiar. Whoa.
Just he talks
Mr.
a lot
Swan.
about all the similarities with Meister Eckhart, Ibn Arabi, stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
but he holds that divine wisdom or Sophia is to be identified with God's essence, and that this divine essence is in some way expressed in the world as creaturely wisdom.
And it's
He introduced the fourth hypostasis to the Trinity. I thought this was interesting.
Say what?
Tartika? Is
Yeah.
it Tartka?
Tarika.
Is it
Not
Tarika or
Tortuga?
Yeah,
Tartka?
Tarika just
Tartka.
means method.
And then what is the word after it? Mariyatya?
Maria Mia, I believe.
Yeah, okay. It wasn't on the screen
Tarika
anymore.
Maria Mia, right? It's a sect where
Mamma
they
mia.
like it's like a Sufi sect that like prays to Mary. So it's pretty interesting. type of
That is
stuff.
interesting. I mean, I know that Muslims love
It's like the
Jesus and
goddess,
Mary.
right? So yeah, so
That
he invented his own.
that sounds pretty Catholic to me.
Yeah, he invented his own thing. It's like Muslim Catholicism.
Yeah, I got into an argument with somebody once. I told them, I said, Muslims love Jesus. They just don't think that he's like the.
Ibn Arabi is interesting too.
They thought he was a
There's a lot.
prophet, though.
There's a lot of interesting people that are
well, the
lesser
thing is,
known.
though, the Sufis were heavily persecuted for some time, depending on the area and
Yeah.
time.
Right.
Mansur al-Hallaj was
The
executed.
Yazidi too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
Yazidis are interesting too.
They hanged him in public. Mansur Halaj.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, because he said to them, he said, the God you pray to is under my feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's true. That is so true.
That sounds very
wild.
Gnostic. That sounds very Gnostic.
And the path that you walk changes beneath your feet.
That sounds very Gnostic.
Yeah,
I
he
love
meant
that's
that they
something
pray
that
to the
popped in
earth.
my head.
You know, he's saying
Yep.
you pray to the like to the stuff that's buried under the earth. Right.
Yeah, well,
So
that's
it's
what
like,
that's what the alchemists say too. They said if you're looking for the gems, you have to dig yourself into the dirt. If you're looking for those gems.
yeah, he's on some like crazy stuff where he was misinterpreted, and actually he's in a Rumi poem. Rumi
Really?
mentions Mansur Halaj in a poem.
Nice. I was supposed to translate Rumi poems from really bad English into poetic English, like Coleman Barks. But I was at a really weird place in my life, and the guy that runs the Center for the Preservation of Malvana, that was like based in Oklahoma at the time, I like called the number in the back of the Coleman Barks Love Poems book for Rumi, and I just expected to get a machine, and some kid answers the phone in the middle of the night. It was like after 1:00 in the morning, and I was like, I almost hung up, and he goes, "Do you want to talk to my dad?" And I was like, is this the number that's in the Coleman Barks book? And he goes, yeah, it's my dad. You can talk to him here. And I literally had like a telepathic conversation with this guy. And he told me not to love words too much. And I've been trying to do that ever since, not to love words too much.
You love words, though.
I do, but I don't love them too much. I don't love them more than anything. They're just words. I do love words, though. He knew
Well,
it,
words
though.
are one thing, but the logos is something else.
Yeah. It's
But
the map,
we
not the
have the
territory.
logos. We have the logos in Gnosticism, and it
Well,
is the
isn't it,
Christos. It's just
isn't it
not
the map?
the Christos of religion.
The Logos.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
map, not the territory, right?
right. So
So,
we have
yeah.
the Christos. It's just an aeon. It's not
Yeah.
the creation of Rome. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been listening to that Apache song, the Rome is Burning, all week long. It's been stuck in my head. It's It's so catchy, man. You guys have to listen to it when you get a sec. And they have like guys on this golf course, and I was like, oh my god, it's red flag holes. They're like friggin' signaling me. That's so cool.
I have a question for you, Twilight. What's your opinion on the what Evola or Guanon had to say about initiation being necessary for to be a real man, or like in the sense of like having a kind of, I don't know, a second birth or something. Like you don't really see stuff like initiation anymore in the post-industrial age, or you don't think it's necessary at all.
Yeah, I
You
think
know,
it's huge. I think it's hugely necessary.
I
yeah, I
think it
think
is
so.
That's
too,
nuanced.
but not
That's
absolutely
nuanced.
necessary.
That's nuanced. That's nuanced. Yes and no.
I
Initiation
think
in the
I
sense
think
of the way that we
uh,
see it in the modern day, no.
yeah,
Rites of passage,
communal
Mhm.
yes.
rights. Yeah, communal rites of passage. They need to bring
Yep.
that back.
Rites of
We
passage are absolutely necessary, and it's part of why the world is so fucked up and
we
why
have
we've been
quinceañeras.
domesticated. We've been domesticated. I talk about this all the time. We've
Yep.
been ripped from nature and ripped from our wild roots. We've been domesticated from wolves to fucking puppies.
I'm still pretty wild.
Sad trombone.
Well, some of us are, but a lot of people have been domesticated by technology, by technique, and just by the modern world in general. So yeah, I don't think initiation in the sense of the way we define it in today's terms, but in the sense of rites of passage that we had when we grew up, like in the old days. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's necessary. I agree a lot with Evolva. Not everything, but yeah, I like Evolva.
You know, I would spin, like spin till I got dizzy and fell out on the lawn, like when I was a kid. I wonder if that's like,
Me too.
yeah, TML did too. TML said he did too. Used to spin out. I love spinning. You know, I moved into a house once too that had a little piece of carpet that you could take off the floor, and it was like wooden floor circle. And I used to spin there in the living room, and I would sit in that spot and meditate where the guy that was Sufi that had lived there before, had spun for hours and hours and hours. And it was just it was awesome. He was weird like me though. We had to take all his rocks that he glued onto the wall in the hallway. He painted eyeballs with blood tears in the closet. It was, yeah, it was weird, kind of a weird setup, but it was a nice house eventually. It was nice whenever we got it, but they just didn't want to have like a spinning circle and like rocks glued to the wall. They wanted it to be generic, like so they could sell it.
Right?
Yeah. The front yard was really cool though. It had like a fountain and a big log that you could sit on. It's really pretty. Rock garden.
But this is why I respect Eastern cultures a lot, is they still have a lot of these rites of passage and shamanic traditions and all of that.
I found my DMT
We
vape. I think I'm going to take a little walk around the neighborhood.
need to do that someday.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I am doing it today. I had
Well, yeah,
lost
I know
my
you are.
I had
Yeah, I
lost my
agree with
DMT
this.
vape.
Although I don't agree with how it's phrased in terms of gate kept information. Right, there should be communal rites of passage. Right, it's better if that is in terms of delivered um by people memorizing certain stories, right?
Yes.
That where they could identify the symbols, right? So whether they have to act it out or participate in some sort of ritual, right? Like why do we have rights, rights? It's because we don't have rights, rights. They took away our rights and put a
Correct.
universal system, via the liberalism, right? So that's destroyed our communal traditions, right? Obviously, there's great value in that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. We should learn how to cook. We should learn martial arts. We should learn how to balance a checkbook. We should learn all that shit.
Yeah, they don't teach you how to do anything practical in civics class. I noticed they don't
We,
tell
we
you
should
like
learn meditation. We should learn meditation. We should learn martial arts. We should learn tantra. We should all that should be
yoga,
prerequisite.
pick up a weapon, learn how to use it.
Right. Yeah. All this education bullshit is absolutely meaningless.
Yeah, because they just
If
want
you
you to
don't
be a
know,
worker bee.
thankfully, I studied martial arts when I was a kid. I was lucky enough to have a master of qigong just kind of like appear in my neighborhood when I was younger.
When the student is ready, the teacher appears. That's what they say, right?
Literally, Zephyr, literally. And so I was like really obsessed with like Asian culture when I was younger. And he had this book on like qigong and tai chi and shit, and I devoured it. And yeah, I got into anime, and like people think anime is just cartoons. Like hell no. There's like initiatory fucking systems. If you pay attention, there's so much occult information, especially in the more obscure ones, like fucking Lane. Lane is Gnostic as fuck. Lane is literally like Sophianic, really, because it's showing you the demiurge, and like Lane is like Sophia in a way almost. It's kind of crazy. Like Full Metal Alchemist. Like there's so many more obscure ones. Technolize is showing you like the fucking illusion of transhumanism. Ergo Proxy, like there's so many, man. Jesus. But even like Dragon Ball Z and shit. Like if you look at those battles as internal instead of external, it's wild. Majin Buu is like MK Ultra. It's fucking crazy.
Oh,
Right. We were
Bro,
talking
you know
about
what I'm talking
Majin
about?
Buu. Yeah, we are talking about Majin Buu,
Bro, think of
like he's
Majin Buu as like MK Ultra,
like
bro.
he's created by an intergalactic sorcerer, with a
Bro,
devil as his bitch. Like it's crazy. The devil's his
bro,
bitch.
he doesn't. He remember like he does all this evil, and then he's like, "What am I doing?"
Yeah, but he just
Like,
has
think
Satan,
about
he
that shit.
rules. Like he owns Satan like as a slave. Like it's so funny. Like he shows
Yeah.
up, like, just,
And Vegeta like gets possessed, and he's like, "You may have my body, and you may have my mind, but there's one thing a Saiyan always keeps: his pride." He freaks the fuck out. Right? But they're like intergalactic. Remember, they're like fucking intergalactic. Like they sell like planets and shit, dude.
right. They're like
Frieza's
trading
like
planets. Like selling
dude.
and
If you
trading
think about it, dude, like it's like cartoonish, But like if you really think about it, like where the fuck did they get these ideas, man? He's like, oh, I was just like looking around my neighborhood and I thought about this shit. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, look at Zelda and shit, dude. Like the Triforce and all
Well,
that. Like, it's some
Hitchhiker's
wild
Guide,
shit,
right?
bro.
Right, like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or whatever, right? Where
Well,
like
yeah,
his house,
Right.
like his house is
Go
being
for the
demolished,
I
but the
actually
Earth
have
is
this
being
very
demolished, like in like a cosmic, like.
Twilight. Have you ever played the Silent Hill games, like Silent Hill 1 through 4?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Resident Evil,
favorite.
Silent Hill, all that shit. Do you remember Eternal Darkness?
Yes, Eternal Darkness was
I could do
American.
a whole fucking show, dude, on like anime and fucking like psychological movie. Like, dude, there's so much, dude. You ever
Yeah,
see
but let
Ergo
me show
Proxy?
you this. Let me show you an insane clip with Mithras. In Killer 7, that game has so much occult crap, but it also has very disturbing stuff. Like,
Bro, look
Killer
at Mortal
7.
Kombat.
Killer 7.
Look at Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat is pretty cool too. Yeah, but Killer 7 is probably one of the worst. In Killer 7, the final boss is a demented, fat politician hanging from a rope. You believe that? And it also has crazy stuff like child trafficking and how the politicians are involved with that. That game
Yeah,
is really crazy.
yeah. Do
Yeah.
you remember what was it? Fucking it was banned in like 17 countries. Postal.
I
And
never played that one.
and Manhunt.
Oh yeah, I know about that. Yeah, I actually never played those. Those are pretty dark.
You were like a serial killer, dude.
That game is pretty dark. Yeah, that stuff is like MK Ultra. You know, like, definitely that stuff. Yeah,
There's some wild shit, man.
yeah, there is some
But
wild shit.
Eternal Darkness was crazy.
Yeah,
And
Eternal
there's
Darkness was great. Yeah, it's like Lovecraftian stuff.
can
Yeah,
you imagine that shit like VR, dude?
yeah. You know, also Bloodborne. You know, Bloodborne.
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
it. Yeah. I haven't
that
played video games in a long fucking time, dude, but I have a bunch. But I've just been so busy with my practices and studying all this shit, you know. But I mean, I try to like my biggest message, man. Also with all this, you know, is ultimately the Telestic message is not only that everything is organic, but that ultimately, bro, we have the power, and that's not a LARP, and that's not like some optimistic bullshit, some love and light new age nonsense. Like literally, we have the power. That's one of the biggest secrets of all. These motherfuckers are parasites, whether it's the archontic form or the human possession form. They fear us. I'm serious. And there's a lot to love and enjoy in the world. That's my number one message. I don't fear shit. The worst thing that can happen is I die. And I don't really die. So what the fuck, man? I've already died once and I'm still here. So
Yeah, I'm not scared of shit, but I still have a respectful level of caution because
sure.
whenever I get too free, the Saturn likes to slap me because I'm Saturn's bitch.
Yeah, but it's completely necessary. That's another thing.
Sheesh.
Everybody gets Saturn, but Saturn is completely necessary and a great
Well,
help.
I'm not complaining. I actually think it's awesome
I'm not
because it's
saying you
really,
are. I'm
but
saying
I
a
mean,
lot of
like,
people do.
yeah,
And
I agree.
granted, people do worship Saturn. Like that is their god, most definitely. It's not fucking
Yeah, well,
Lucifer.
I definitely know where the boundaries are now. That's all I
They
gotta
don't
say.
worship they don't worship Lucifer. They worship Saturn. And Saturn
Yeah,
is Moloch. Saturn is Enlil. Saturn is Yahweh. Saturn is fucking Aton. Saturn is Set. You know, these are all masks of Yeldabaoth. You know, but it's an inverted, perverted, twisted, archontic form of Saturn. Saturn is not inherently evil, you know.
yeah,
But Moloch isn't some separate god. It's a form of sacrifice. And you can look into this. Like this isn't something I'm saying. This is openly admitted. Moloch was a type of sacrifice. And if you look into the Podesta emails and all that shit, Hillary Clinton literally says she's going to do a sacrifice to Moloch. Like, they openly say it. They don't worship fucking Lucifer. Lucifer is
yeah.
the light. And he far predates any Abrahamic tradition. I can prove that in 5 seconds. Do they possibly worship an archontified version of? Sure. But it's been twisted.
what is your
Lucifer,
avatar of Zephyr? I'm just curious. What's the avatar of? Looks interesting.
huh?
I was asking Zephyr, what is your avatar of? Zephyr.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question.
That's a female Abaddon.
Abaddon.
Oh, nice. Abaddon is
Yeah.
female originally.
Yeah, well,
Nice.
that's the whole thing is I just asked it to generate because I was curious what it would produce. And that's what it did. It was a female. I was like, whoa, that's weird.
Yeah.
Because most things that you find
No.
online, it actually says the opposite. But yeah, I know.
Abaddon is originally female.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
interesting.
as female as angels can get, anyways. It's a fallen angel. But not really,
Well,
because somebody's
well,
got
it's
to
not.
guard the abyss. Somebody's got to guard the abyss.
Well, that's the thing. Abaddon is never said to be a fallen angel. It's just
No, I
it's
know.
the opener of the abyss.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
been happening too, by the way. Just so you guys all know.
And the abyss isn't necessarily bad.
No, it's not. People are just scared of it because they don't know what's in there.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I know that darkness is just light you can't see with your eyes.
Right. It's too bright.
have you studied Manus Twilight? The Manus. You know what I'm talking about? Manus. From the
Manus.
Germanic stuff. Manus.
Manus? Can you spell it?
Manus.
Oh, it sounds familiar.
Yeah. Or I think it was with two M's, or yeah, it's from the Germanics. Yeah, that's right. Oh, it's interesting too. Here,
Oh, I know Manu, Manu.
But maybe it was Manu. Oh yeah, you can also spell it that way. Yeah, you can spell it that way too. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Well,
Definitely, yeah.
no, I think that for the Germanics it was Manunnus. Yeah, two. But for the in Hindus it was Manu, and that's something
Yes.
both the Indians and Germanic people share in common. Definitely that myth of Manu.
Yes. Yeah, it's like the progenitor of man.
Yeah, came from the underground, or like the abyss.
Yeah,
Also.
the Nazis were obsessed with it.
Yeah.
Savitri Devi and all of them were into it.
Oh, wow.
And now the
Yes, great
Zio
stuff.
Nazis rule the world. So yeah.
Essentially. And they also have a great flood myth too, the ancient, the
Like
Vedic
I
church.
said, Giuliani's right about that part.
Yeah, essentially.
They have off planet. Yeah, people are gonna think I'm crazy. UFOs are 95%. If they're not archontic intrusions, they're human. The aliens are us. We have technology centuries ahead of what they tell us. I'm telling you right now. That's one of the biggest secrets of these secret societies, is that they have technology centuries ahead of us. And they've gone all over the fucking place. They have UFOs, they have all that shit for a long time. The Nazis figured it out a long time ago. And before that, really. All the myths talk about it. It's not mythology. Mythology is not fiction. It's occult truth coded as fiction. That's what mythology is. And the actual controllers are you'll never see. It's not the Jews. I assure you.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm the
I was
OH, original heretic.
yeah, I was actually talking about that on the last stream, I think Wednesday, that maybe mythologies are just coded uh, and talking about the past in a way that we have to, like, I don't know, dig out or something, and it's possible. Yeah, I'm definitely
Do
open
you
to that
do you
possibility.
do you honestly think that all the stuff in the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita and all, and the Mabigogen and Irish mythology and Vedic is all just fantasy? Bro, they
No,
have like surgical operations that are like incredibly detailed and craft and all this. And it was like, it's aliens, it's aliens. No, it's not aliens. It's human. You know, the ancient alien guys are right. It's just, it's not aliens. Like Greys and reptilians, those are archons. It's human. It's human. They're right. It's not a LARP. They had advanced technology. It's clear as day. You see all these megaliths and all this. How the fuck did they build it? Like, come on, man. There was advanced civilizations: Hyperborea, Shambhala, Agartha,
what about Lemuria? You forgot Lemuria.
Lemuria, right? Mu,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call. I mean, you know, these are separate civilizations, but some people can't accept there was even one, let alone multiple.
Mhm.
But they existed, man. And so when I talk about all these crossovers and different cultures mixing and all that, I'm talking about a vast period of time. You have to understand that, but most people can't accept that, and that's fine. But this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I am open to that possibility. I'm not like that much of a dogmatic scientist, but the main thing I'm really focused on is like whether or not like they were in symbol making non-humans. You know what I mean?
Why
That's
not?
like Garudas and
Theosophy.
Jaguars.
You say you hate theosophy, but theosophy absolutely talks about this
Yeah. Hmm.
in
Yeah.
grave detail. They talked about aquatic life. If you look into one of the only, I actually do believe aliens exist, like actual non-human aliens. I just don't believe that we're told about them. I don't believe they revealed themselves, except maybe to our ancestors. And I don't believe that we're given any kind of real information. what we're told about is archontic. But one story that is very interesting to me is the Dogon. Very interesting. It's a singularity to me. Of all the stories I've heard, like if you read the Serious Mystery by Robert Temple, really, you read any book by Robert Temple, he has some very interesting books, especially the one he released recently called A New Science of Heaven. He talks about plasma cosmology, which I completely align with. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I bought that one. I have that one on my shelf.
It's really good,
Yeah, I do
and
look forward to reading that one.
it completely aligns with my cosmology because I believe that we do live in a plasma cosmology, and it's not dark matter. It's just everything is plasma, including us, and the aeons are plasma. That's what it says. The pleroma is the galactic center. Remember, this is all astronomical. The Gnostics didn't talk about far away disembodied worlds. It's all material. So the pleroma is the galactic center, which is what we aligned with in 2012 when it says the apocalypse. No, we aligned with home. So the aeons are plasmic currents of living luminosity, serpentine currents that erupted from the galactic center. So they're physical, but they're living light, plasmic currents. So, yeah. If you know about the Kordaluski clouds, that's a head trip.
Ruh-roh.
There's these Kordaluski clouds in the sky that have enough capacity to store every memory that's ever occurred on the earth.
Can you like spell that for me? Kordaluski clouds. Spell it.
Okay,
I'll
first
get in
off,
the private.
I will. But before I do, are you familiar? One of my favorite channels. I don't agree with everything, but I think he's absolutely
in the
brilliant.
back.
A channel, one of my favorite channels on YouTube. I really admire his research. I don't agree with everything, but he doesn't say this is gospel truth. He just does a hell of a lot of research that aligns a lot with my own research. And he just says, "Hey, this is just information." It's called Library of the Untold.
Yep.
If you haven't checked him out, you
my
really
friend
should.
Zaralath knows him and moderates for him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I could like I could totally like introduce you to him, no problem.
Yes,
I mean, his
yes.
Zaralath.
I will love you forever. I mean, I
Well,
already
yeah.
do.
I wasn't able to like friggin' get what's his nuts, but
Okay.
But he was kind of lame anyways. What's his name? Neil from yeah, I wasn't able to get in touch with him.
I'm actually ordering. I'm actually ordering his book. The very first page of his book talks about Lucifer and what it actually means, and it talks about how the sigil of Lucifer is the retraction of light in the eye. I was like, yes, because that's what it is. The sigil of Lucifer is showing the retraction of light in the eye. That's literally what it is. So Kordaluski is KORD.
Actually, he already sent it to me.
Are you? Tell me when you're ready.
Oh no! I mean, no. He already sent it to me over private chat. Lone Wolf.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the Kordaluski cloud is in the hush of the celestial theater, orbiting our Earth-Moon system, dwells a subtle and almost ghostly phenomenon. The Kordaluski clouds. Okay, so are vast, tenuous aggregations of dust particles that are believed to hover near the Lagrange point L4 and Lagrange point L5 of the Earth-Moon system. These 2 points form equilateral triangle configurations of Earth and Moon respectively, and represent the so-called Trojan-type gravitational niches where dust and small particles may become temporarily trapped. They were first reported in 1961 by Polish astronomer, Kazimierz Kordaluski, after naked eye and photographic observations from the Tatra Mountains. The dust clouds are extremely faint. They have an apparent diameter of several degrees, much larger than the moon's, but very low surface brightness, making them hard to detect. Their structure, a dense core of 25,000 kilometers across, aligned roughly with the moon's orbital plane, with diffuse bands or rays of dust extending perpendicular to that plane. These features evolve over days and weeks as dust is collected, bands form, collapse, dispersion occurs. Dust enters these clouds from the interplanetary dust environment and becomes temporarily trapped by the combined gravitational and orbital dynamics of Earth and Moon. Eventually, from the sun, radiation pressure, Moon's eccentricity cause the dust to escape. From a myth-poetic viewpoint, the Kordaluski clouds occupy the threshold dust apparitions at the border between Earth and Moon, where gravity holds but not firmly, where particles hover into oblivion. They are like spectral satellites, invisible yet present, part of the Earth's wider cosmic entourage. The liminal dust cloud at the border of mundane orbit, a shadow moon of sorts. Scientifically, they challenge our assumptions about stable zones around Earth and the moon. They raise practical considerations from future lunar space missions, orbiters at L4, L5, and debris trap dust accumulation. They also underscore that near Earth space is not empty. It is animate with dust fields, particles, and subtle structures. Many subsequent observations were inconclusive. Some found patches, many did not. The cloud's faintness and their confusion with air glow, zodiacal light reflection, or stray light made detection very hard. In 1991 and 92, a spacecraft, the Japanese Keaton, passed near the L4, L5 zones but did not clearly detect an enhanced dust density. Then in 2018, an Hungarian team led by Gabor Horváth and Judith Seals Balogh, Jesus, these names, used imaging polarimetry to detect a polarization signature consistent with dust around L5, thereby providing tentative confirmation of the cloud's existence. The research continues because many unknown remain. The total dust mass, the detailed dynamics, how stable these zones are over centuries, how often the clouds refresh or dissipate. Okay, hold on. This is like not really what I'm looking for. Okay. Hold on. Let's see.
What the hell is that?
Russell.
Oh, sorry. Digging through my purse.
It sounds like a toolbox. Like
Sound like a paper bag.
Surprised it picks up the sound so good in here.
There's always more to read. It can be a bit overwhelming, especially now that I have a slave job.
Yeah.
But these colder, I can't really pronounce, colder risky cows are very fascinating. And also that channel you recommended, Library of the Untold, seems fascinating.
Yeah, it's really good, man. I strongly recommend it. And Zephyr, if you can introduce me to Joseph, that would be incredible.
I can at least introduce you to Zeralath, and Zeralath, I'm sure, would have no problem. I mean, you guys would probably get along really well. He did my crystal elevator meditation for me, and he has iguanas, and he's like a Viking. He reads Hegel, and I don't know, he's pretty interesting.
What?
Yeah, I know.
This guy sounds pretty colorful.
Yeah, he's very colorful, and I'm pretty sure that he's like ethnic Jew. Like he has a mom like that,
Ethnic
even if he's
Jew,
not.
Viking
Yeah, like,
with iguanas and reads Hegel. Got it.
yeah, he doesn't like to wear shirts. He's very
What a
white
time
and
to be
ginger.
alive.
Yeah,
And ginger. Oh, this keeps getting better.
yeah,
That's awesome.
I know. Yeah, he's really cool. He also introduced me to the what's his name? Bush Whisperer. Who's I think he's a Australian guy.
And that sounds
Very
like some kind of Australian thing.
Does he look like DK with his red hair?
No, he looks more like he looks more
Sadrimo.
I don't know. Yeah, he's got like curly, darker hair,
Oh, that's interesting.
and yeah, he's very peaceful and zen-like.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That
you
seems
guys would probably like
opposite of
this one.
Viking.
Well, yeah, that's his friend though. I mean, like, I think Zeralath used to be he was in the Weaving Spiders, and then whenever Rogue.
Oh, you mean the
blew up-
other guy was chill and I'm confused.
Yeah, the Bush Whisperer guy. Yeah.
Bush Whisperer guy's chill.
And Joseph is cool as hell. Like, I mean, if you really, really wanted to talk to him, all you'd have to do is sub up to his Patreon for like a month and just direct message him too. I know that for certain. But if you want an intro, I'm sure Zaralath can do that. It'll just take longer, probably. I've been following him for a long time. I found him before I found Zaralath, and Zaralath also mods for James True, which I like.
It's interesting how people critical of industrialization come from many wakes of life. We've got occultists, we've got Christians, we've got Muslim, we've got plenty of people who are waking up to the archontic forces that are just corrupting everything. So they definitely, that's one way to definitely frame and understand things.
The last few weeks have been brutal.
Yeah, the studios have been brutal. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah. Now we have the stuff like miniature human brains or organoids, organoid intelligence, like very creepy stuff fusing with the circuits and machines. I do believe maybe the rollout maybe goes back to ancient times. I'm open to that possibility. I mean, they have secret occult esoteric documents, with all this crap. That wouldn't surprise me. Or maybe they already have the tech.
I don't think there's any reason. Everybody's supposed to be sharing all the knowledge now. There's no reason to hold it secret anymore.
Nope.
Oh, you mean
we would interpret this as Sophia's deorthosis, the correction of the human mind and the revelation of the knowledge. That's why people from everywhere are coming to the same. Yeah.
Sophia got a holla.
Yeah.
She got a holla and she's not no hollaback girl, but she'll kabbalah you.
Believe it or not, I was thinking recently
Kabbalah
that
holla for the dollar.
recently I've been thinking that the harvest goddess from the Story of Seasons or Harvest Moon games may have been based on Sophia, or I'm not sure if you ever played any older Harvest Moon games. And so that Perry was probably
I know the song by Neil Young. Oh, these harvest.
I'll
Down
make
by
it
the river.
in the future.
In a van down by the river.
SOSHOT, my baby.
Oh yeah, that one. Where
that's like the only one I know.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
and
that's a different song.
Heart of Gold too.
Heart of Gold is a good one. I like his songs, but I think he's a dick now.
Probably. Neil Young, gotta remember, a Southern man don't need him around anyhow.
Well, and he made a lot of money off that song about Kent State. So I'm a little disappointed. I mean, I suppose that's okay, but
I actually have one more question for you, Twilight, and that's I have to try to find it again. That there was this big calcified, stone. They claim it's a stone, but it looks like a tree. I'll show it. I'll show an image of it. I'm gonna see if you think it's a tree or not. No, I actually showed it before. Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, Devil's Tower. Yeah, that's what it's called. Devil's Tower.
Oh, the giant
somebody mentioned
tree
that to me
stumps.
this morning.
Yeah, the giant tree stumps. I want to see what Twilight has to say about that. Maybe there used to be giant trees on this earth.
I thought it was fake and gay, but now I'm like, I mean, maybe.
You think that used to be a tree? It's called Devil's Tower.
Could be,
I
or
don't know.
maybe like a giant mushroom.
It looks like a volcano cone, honestly, but
you never saw this before. So, like a lot of people are.
The thing is, it's like a stump, right? But it looks like it's been sawed, like it was sawed off. So who has a saw that big?
But let me tell you this: a lot of people have been discovering weird
energy
rocks.
weapon.
A lot of people have been discovering weird rock formations that look like they used to be giant beasts. You know what I mean? And maybe in the past.
I don't know about that one, but these tree stump ones are more convincing.
Pareidolia.
Yeah, pareidolia for sure.
I'm not sure if you know about the Tree of Mana from the Legend of Mana series. Like the divine trees from, I can share a very beautiful image of that. Like there's a tree of manna.
This is like big enough to be of Yggdrasil.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I was thinking about. That kind of
Yggdrasil's in
stuff,
the
yeah.
spirit realm, like, and there's
If I'm
so many of
spelling it
them.
right or saying it right.
I
There's like
actually
a whole
did read
forest.
a mythological book and very esoteric about tree worship. Tree worship was ubiquitous in ancient times.
Oh
Like
dear.
yes, I
Don't get me
actually did.
started with tree worship. We'll be here
Actually,
12
Well, I'm a
hours.
metaphorist.
of tree worship.
I might
I,
be thinking of World of Warcraft spelling of Yggdrasil.
That Yggdrasil's in my song too, the one that I wrote last night.
Because there's a world
Yggdrasil.
tree in World of Warcraft, so they got some lore going on with that.
Yeah, I like the yew tree. The yew tree is the tree of death. I have a hairpin and a box made out of yew wood. You can't like work it yourself because if you inhale the sawdust, you might die.
There's actually a tree that is 7,000 years old in Iran, and they claim that that tree, that Zoroaster planted it, or not 7,000 years, I think it was 3,000 years old. It's called Sarv-e Arbor Kra or something, Zoroastrian Sarv. It's
They
the
didn't cut
Persian
it down.
cypress. No, they haven't cut it down. It's
How
very
do they know
old.
it's 7,000 years old then?
No, not 7,000 years old. I gotta check how old it is.
It's
How
like
old
the
it is.
A$AP Rock song. They will cut you down just to count your rings.
I think it was 4,000. Let me double check. 5,000. No, for
They
between
cut down
4,000 to
Methuselah.
5,000 years old.
Yeah, but like dendritic stuff is, I don't know.
Yeah. Dendritic fractals, man. It's
Yeah, it's
branching.
actually 5,000
Mm.
years old. 4,000
That's
years
the
old.
bridge.
I'm gonna share some nice
Branching.
artwork from. It's kind of
The
hard
bridge.
to find. Sometimes artwork does not upload in good resolution. I'll just share this. Yeah, maybe I can share it. I like this art piece a lot. Let me see it. Oh, this invalid file type.
That looks like a plasmic discharge.
It looks like a volcano cone, like that was at the bottom of the ocean, and that was kind of underwater then too. So that was underwater.
Ruh-roh.
The
Like a
indigenous
great
called
flood,
it
perhaps.
the indigenous related it to a bear cult.
Yeah, that's where the bear women, the Ursa Minor or Ursa Major, the seven
Oh,
sisters.
don't get me started with Ursa Major and Ursa Minor.
The
That
seven
ties
sisters.
back to the Hyperborean wisdom and the seven. Right.
Well,
and
my
Sirius
friend.
and Orion and all that.
Yeah.
According to the Telestic Gnosis,
Cygnus.
we were
Cygnus.
seated in when Orion M42, and yeah,
And I just made
we were
friends with a guy
born.
named Orion that lives in Australia. It's so weird. He's a native, like a Aboriginal. He said I could stay at his house that he has in Thailand for free if I wanted to go to Thailand.
I would call that an
That's a
aeonic
good deal.
cosmic discharge, a
Yeah,
scar.
totally,
of
absolutely.
the-
This kind of stuff is happening a lot now, and I'm just trying to like slow it down because I don't want to be overwhelmed. I just kind of want to take my time. It's exciting though. You guys are all coming with me. And you're gonna go your own way, and I'm gonna follow you too.
Yeah, I think that's amazing.
Right? It is.
I think that's like the fingerprints of the aliens to me.
See, and I haven't been able to talk to you since the avocation or the evocation. I call it avocation because it's an avocation for me.
Hey, I should do an evocation.
Yeah, we should, because you know what, the last one worked really good, and I'm very pleased.
Yeah,
I've been
I've been doing a lot.
and
I've been doing
yeah,
a lot lately.
I know. That's why I couldn't catch you. It's crazy.
Well,
But we've been
it's just
both.
because my
He's a
girlfriend.
Pokemon. You gotta catch him.
That's okay. I've been stealing your bestie for sometimes.
Oh, Mutan?
Chatting with Moontan. Yeah, I love her.
That's
She's awesome.
my other girl. That's my other girl.
Yeah, I
my
know.
bestie.
Well, now
Yeah,
you
just
have now you have 3 Norns.
yeah, yeah. You're
Yeah,
right. That's cool.
but we're not servants. We're boss of us, all of us, right? It's beautiful. You're
Yeah,
not intimidated by that. It's awesome.
yeah. Moonshine is like family. I love her.
Yeah, so crazy because I like feel a very deep connection with her, like
I knew you
family.
would. I knew you
Yeah,
would immediately. I was
yeah. And what's really weird is
waiting
like
for
I've
her
been
to.
sharing stuff that she sends to with my mom, and I think it's a connection through my mom. My mom is like she sent a poem in one of the channels in Discord, and it was about service, and I sent it to my mom because I knew that she would appreciate it, and she was like, "I'm gonna do a scratch board of that." She was all excited.
I have
So
Zephy. I have a very tight,
yeah, and
and
I've been
you.
looking for all my soul fam forever, and I have found almost all of them, I think.
Yeah, we've definitely known each other in the
Mm.
Yeah,
past.
I
Me
met
and
somebody
Moonshine were
else
talking
today
about.
too.
Me and Moonshine
Yeah.
were talking about that
Were you?
actually.
Oh my god, no wonder my ears were so
Yeah,
itchy yesterday.
yeah. I've been wanting to
Mhm.
talk to you. Actually,
Yeah.
my
Moontown,
my
where
my
are you? She's sleeping.
my girlfriend's just been like, no, mine.
Yeah, well, she should come and do. We could all chat, like do a live, like a chat in Discord or something, and because I think she's
Yeah,
lovely too. I can already tell I love her energy, and yeah, I think it's cool.
yeah,
We're gonna be
yeah. It's crazy.
traveling next spring, so we might make it all the
Um,
way up there.
you
I don't
might
know.
you'll probably believe me, but there'll be naysayers. But we
Oh,
legitimately met. We legitimately met through magic.
yeah, I believe it.
She's overseas.
That's the only kind of love magic that works.
So explain that to me. We weren't
Cause
looking.
yeah, well, that's kismet. Kismet. It happens all the time.
We're like soulmates. It's crazy.
Yeah.
We're
Well, and
inseparable.
I feel that, and it feels very real to me. So enjoy it.
She had a dream about me before we met,
Yeah, I've had
and
a
the
few
spirit.
people that weren't my lovers that I had dreams about before we met.
So let me. I usually do a meditation first, but fuck it.
Let's do it.
I'm in a
Let's do it.
pretty. I'm in a pretty chill,
Me
focused
too.
mood.
I'll turn my camera on.
So I don't necessarily need to do all the candles and all that right now. But I'm gonna do the invocation if that's okay.
Absolutely. Ooh, that was weird. I blew and the scream went.
In the name of Thelete, black aeon of the lunar womb, I summon the black wind of the mother. O Lilith, first flame beneath the root of Eden, serpent of the lunar gate, black rose unfolding through the dream of flesh. I call thee, not as servant, but as mirror, not in fear, but in fury, as one who remembers the aeons before the lie. You who were cast from the garden for naming your own desire, come forth through the silent rift of the night wind. Rise through my breath and awaken the serpent that coils in the dust of my bones. Let the false light of the Archon shatter before your obsidian gaze. O Lilith, mother of the nameless, queen of the nightside tree, whose wings darken the moon when the world forgets her, descend now through the vortex of Gamaliel. Open the gate of dream and blood, and show me the face I hid from myself. I invoke your clifothic current, the lunar mirror of Sophia's wrath, the emancipating fire that dissolves every command of Yahweh. Teach me the holy venom that unmakes illusion, the pleasure that kills the parasite, the ecstasy that restores the original design. By the black aeon, by the blood of earth and star ash, I open the L5 vortex, the silent path beneath the tree, and offer my will to the great correction. Let your shadow pour into me, that I may see through deception, and remember the will of the originator in my marrow. Lilith, Neyama, Aizith, Agrath, fourfold, black flame, one mother, Rise within and devour all counterfeit order. Through you I return to the serpent path of Sophia. So it is spoken. Beneath the moon of the Aeon. So it coils through the bones of the living. So it burns through the name of Thelete. Ave Lilith. Black Aeon of the Mother. So might it be.
So, well, and so it is.
I'm
I
writing
want
a
to pull a
grimoire.
card.
Do it.
I have my Ina Otteres deck.
I'm gonna start doing tarot too.
Yeah, this is a really cool deck. I only have the trumps for it. I have to buy the. She finally got the other rest of the deck done, but beautiful. The only one that I found that in the description for the Hanged Man describes Odin,
Ah.
and I had always intuitively known that was the case. And she's really great. I actually talked to her after I bought the deck because I asked her if she wanted me to write a review or something for her, and she was very gracious. So I have to shuffle. This is the back of the cards. Oh, can you see them? I don't know if you see them. Oh, let me turn the light on.
No, the screen is presenting something else, so I can't see.
Oh yeah. It's right below you.
He's on his phone,
I
so
actually,
it might be small.
I actually have an invocation to Odin. It's funny you say that. Are you familiar with Thursatru?
Who?
Thursatru.
Sounds familiar, but you may be pronouncing it different than I'm used to hearing it.
It's like the night side of the Norse. Me and Moontan were talking about it.
Yeah, I think I pronounced it differently, but I don't.
Thursatru?
Yeah. You know who would know?
It's basically like honoring like Odin and Loki and like the giants and basically like I said, it's like the night side of the north, like Gaginnugap and like the primal chaos. It's basically like a parallel to the clip off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because as I
Look
keep
at this
telling
gun
people,
card. It's so badass.
oh, that is badass.
Yeah, I have some art. I have some art by her too. It's really good. That's the sun card. Yeah. There's so many good ones. She did
Cool.
one that was different. This one.
Yeah, it kind of matches your clothes.
Oh, does it? That's funny because it's black, gold, and white. It
Yeah,
matches
doesn't it,
everything.
right? Don't the cards sort of match your clothing? Right.
Yeah, a little bit. Because it's black and white and gold. It does. That's the universe.
Right.
I didn't do that on purpose. But let's see. I'm going to pick a card. Let's see. What is that? Oh, no friggin' way. That's so friggin' awesome. Oh my God. Guess which one it is? It's the Wheel of Fortune. It's the Wheel of Fortune. And that's finally. I'm done.
We're on a journey.
I'm done with that ritual.
Wheel of
months.
Fortune. Discard your hand and draw 7 cards.
Really? That's not how it works. There's only 22 anyways.
Or am I thinking of a
Be a
different
third of
one?
the deck. That'd be a lot of stuff. I wouldn't recommend more than 3.
I'm just being a nerd.
Oh yeah, I know. That's how I take your sarcasm. I even call it something else. It's sarcasm or sarc. How did I say it? It just sounded really dumb the way I said it. I was like, I should say it like that all the time.
So did you see any of the other shows this evening, Zeph?
I barely, because I was driving and I was getting ready to go and I was spending time with Dan, so not really. Not since early today. I did see your show, Twilight. Quite a lot of it from like
Yeah, I
11
saw some
hours
of that
ago,
too. Yeah,
12 hours ago.
in the morning. Yep.
hmm I didn't catch it
Hmm.
live though, unfortunately.
That's nice.
Yeah,
That's really good.
I got cut off at the end, but I'm gonna be doing a lot more like that. So stay tuned.
Yeah, I saw Frank Monday a little bit this morning too. He was on early.
I will just do Saturdays 1 p.m. Maybe every other Saturday, or maybe some Saturdays in a row. I'll have to read some stuff, but
Or
every other
Sunday.
Saturday. No, I can't. I cannot do Sunday.
Oh.
Well, maybe I can move it to Sunday if I change some stuff in my schedule.
Yeah, very good show today with the Fox, right? So we've
Oh
had
yeah.
two conversations. Yeah, we've had two conversations with the Fox. I've talked to the Fox once, and a pretty good discussion, and then Avian talked to the Fox. This is via Denizen. So
Oh yeah.
these were some good conversations. I
I
may
bet.
play some. Yeah, I may play some music now, and then I'll
Yeah,
see
I
if
just
people
want to
want.
say this about the Fox, that even though I respect him, he is way more of a materialist than me. Way more.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I wanted
Why
to.
else
I
would they be
wanted to.
body
Yeah.
centered?
Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good place to start a discussion for sure.
I agree with a lot of things that Melanie says, and I was like really,
Oh yeah.
other than them getting easily triggered by pettiness and stuff
Well,
like that, I think
especially
they're getting.
especially the ecological aspect of things. So
Mm-hmm.
I think they said that they were a mycologist, right, of
Oh yeah,
sorts.
they grow
So
mushrooms. I know. I
yeah,
was
so
like,
that seems
well,
yeah, so that seems interesting. So anybody who has interest in that, I certainly do. So yeah, so we may look into that. So anyways, so I may play music now. Then you guys may talk about whatever you want. I'm gonna drop the link again in the chat. If nobody wants to talk about anything, then I'll close it down for today. I do have some significant things to replay. I know I said I was gonna replay the conversation I had with the modern men. Lost Again is very entertaining. I like went in there to antagonize him. I think Zeph was there. I don't know if she said she didn't see all of the conversation, but I'll just replay that Wednesday because I do have some significant replays going forward. So we'll replay that later. I did record it, so it's not a big deal. I recorded the whole thing. So let me drop
yeah.
you guys.
I was kind of bummed out that we didn't get to finish that conversation. I was like, come
Well,
on, guys.
I told myself that I told myself if he continues to backstage me, then I'll just leave. And then
He
I
does
didn't
that
like
with me too.
yeah, and then I didn't like that he also backstaged you just
It doesn't
and
bother
then
me.
he started talking to Sanity Machine and Neve, even though Sanity Machine was already on the stage, right? So I
Yeah,
was
actually, Sanity Machine wasn't on the stage whenever I got there, and then he
like,
came up after,
right.
and I was like, how can you possibly say you're not LARPing right now?
No,
Like, that's what I was thinking.
I didn't think that was fair because I could see he did that because
And he's all glazing Steven.
because I asked you that question, right? So yeah,
Uh-huh.
so it's very interesting. So
And
so
I
the
was trying my
dynamic,
best to stay biased. I mean, to stay not biased, to stay like moderate, to watch my bias.
well, he did put me in the title of his stream, but then he moved it to members only.
Yeah, I didn't see
So
that.
it is what it is. But
I didn't see
but at
that.
least I
Yeah,
guessed
well, and
on.
I got a guest membership.
Right, but so we'll continue to antagonize modern men. Lost Again.
I'm
Anyways,
not gonna do it intentionally, but I might just accidentally do it.
well, I think he's up for it. I think he's up for the like.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I don't
he's up
think that he'll take it wrong, and if he does,
Well, he's surrounded
So
by
we,
those types. He's surrounded by those types. Sanity
Mhm.
Machine, Illuma Dummy. Queen Queefin.
Yeah,
So yeah,
I like
so they have,
Nev. I like Nev too. Nev is like she's vicious.
I don't know much about that person.
Yeah, I've also been checking out Resto's stuff lately. He's been doing some good stuff. Surprising. There's lots of
Yeah,
stuff going on right
I
now.
don't know much about them. The
I
thing
don't
is
either.
that with the Resto Chesto guy, I've talked to him more on in our Discord than I have on the panels. So
Yeah, they were Kevin and and Resla were like giving him the whole 10 degrees or whatever, like
yeah,
ninth degree.
yeah, yeah. When I talk to that guy, I just talk about like what he's doing like in his personal life and his business or whatever. So it's kind of different. Like when I kind of like watch their shows, I have no idea what's going on their shows
I
because
don't either. It's pretty easy to catch though. It's not. I don't know. It was really funny though because he like was like whenever I was saying stuff that he didn't like in the chat, he would be like, "Don't listen to Zeph." And then as soon as I said something that would support him, he was like, "See, Zeph said," and I was like, "Don't listen to
who
me."
is this? Who are you talking about?
Resto. It was a good
Oh,
show.
Resto. Yeah, Resto. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't really like. He's not my favorite person. I don't dislike him though. I still think he's a little bit. He's got some stuff I'd like to talk to him about it still. After he roasted me.
Yeah, they're in the
Doesn't matter.
Discord. Let me drop the Discord link. I dropped the StreamYard link. I'm gonna play some music and then we'll go ahead and see if anybody wants to talk about anything. If not, I'll replay some things and we'll go ahead and conclude this stream today. Of course, I have a lot of material lined up now, right? I think you guys are starting to see the major and minor aspects. I know certain people are. Me and Unseen Warfare have been noticing certain aspects of what we say make it out onto some of the networks there. So it's pretty interesting who is sort of I would say like there's a lot of like one-off presentations that don't really mention the Jews or Plato, right? Or not too much go into the occult stuff, right? So they don't really talk about the sources. So there's a lot of weird presentations that deal with that stuff. I haven't seen a lot of stuff about Hegel, right? So I mean, we are attacking it from a little bit of a different sort of angle here. On the Tuesday show we have a sort of a different setup, right? We got Glenn McGee, Hegel and the Hermetic Tradition, right? We got the whole situation, right, of the economic and philosophical manuscripts, right? 1888, right? Or is it 1844? I can't even remember at this point. But yeah, so we got that reading of Karl Marx. We got the whole ideas of the Frankfurt School and Herbert Marcuse, right? So we're relating that to Rousseau and Hobbes and that whole development, right, with the state, the whole apotheosis of the state, right? I'm talking about the pre-Socratics, right? I'm going to link the pre-Socratics to the to the sort of bigger names, right? So there's a sort of bigger names, especially Aristotle, right? So we may get into looking at some of the texts of Aristotle, right? To supplement some of the readings Of course, we've looked at Confucius. We've looked at some ideas from Eastern philosophy. We've looked at a lot of stuff from Taoism. Right? I've done hours and hours and hours looking at different perspectives on Taoism. Right. So yeah. So we still have significant portions of the Shangzu. Right. And yeah. So we got some texts in legalism. Right. We got some ideas from Buddhist philosophy. Right. We got some ideas from so we got a lot of stuff coming up. Right. Now we're also looking at the Rosicrucian influence on people like Descartes and Leibniz. Right. So that's coming up on the future shows. There's the pre-Jewish influence on different thought systems. Right, you could look at Hermeticism, you could look at Gnosticism, right? You could look at Neoplatonism, right? So obviously innovative in all of those areas, right? So we're looking at Jewish sectarianism, right, around the 1st and 2nd century, right? Yeah. So yeah, so we got a couple things coming up. So we're going more historical this time. So yeah, so I'm gonna play some music in a little minute here, but yeah, so and yeah, I mean, you guys are welcome to join the panel here. Or the Discord. There's a Discord link, right? You guys could holler at me in the Discord, right?
Show no mercy.
words in perspective. If you looking for child's play, don't look my way. They have never gave me any credit, so I developed a homicide fetish. Deal with it, motherfucker. It's your call. It's only 7 ways that niggas usually fall. I'm abusing them all. Now when the real comers, please stand. Get up against the wall. Make it easy on yourself. Dance, don't sleep when I catch you on the street. I'll lift the ground right from up under your feet. That's word to lie. Be a man and prepare to die. It's the return of the hooded soldier. Your man should have told you. Be cautious if it's walking sideways. It's ended to blaze. First family. And very much. Studying criminal ways. Show no mercy.
For the love of this shit here, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop.
Low.
Clap.
Hammer.
Aim.
Cop. Show no mercy.
For the love of this shit here, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop.
Low.
Clap.
Hammer.
Aim.
Cop.
It's a new world order.
All right, nobody joined. Yeah,
That
so
was some good stuff, though. Oh my gosh, we're feeling it. I like used to hurt my neck headbanging to that shit.
yeah, I like that one.
I was waiting for the person next to me to put their laundry away and leave before I go for my walk.
Well, I appreciate you guys. You know,
The feeling is mutual, brother. Anytime.
Mm-hmm.
I got critiqued on this channel because I quoted Alul right in the middle of the conversation. So, so
Yeah, that's a book. That's a book.
no, I got so so he was like, yeah, it was only like 2 lines, but yeah, so they were like, you can't just have a conversation, you have to read. You know, so
I saw a meme like that earlier today. I knew I should have friggin' snapped it up. So I don't remember where it was though.
I was like,
Okay.
yeah, I'm having a conversation. Let me just throw 2 lines of Alul in there. It's regular for me to do that, right? But in this case, it's not allowed. No.
Says who?
Yeah. With
I'm not,
laundry.
I'm not very good at debating in speaking, but I'm very good at debating with typing or writing. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely. 'Cause,
I'm getting better at both, but I don't think anything that they're doing is really like good faith debate. It's not organized in any official way.
well,
And
I think
everybody's in.
maybe the Fox can help us organize debates.
Oh, I'm sure the Fox has talent
No, but
there for sure.
also they probably have a ready supply of people with the same ideology. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
The same way.
Or with different ideologies. All different
Yeah,
ideologies.
yeah. But I think when Buddha said today on the show, right? I didn't mean to scare them away because just a day earlier than that, I had like a sort of a debate about technology pros and cons, right? And in that conversation, I took very radical stances. So then when Buddha said, well, we got to take it back to 1200 AD, right? I believe maybe they were thinking that we were some sort of radical cult or something like that. I didn't want them to get that impression, but obviously
They're
our
going to paint
views
it
are
that
a
way
lot
either way.
more. Yeah, our views are a lot more, robust. Me and Buddha don't even share the same views on a lot of
Yeah.
different topics. Granted that we just met each other, so there's no cohesion in terms of concepts. Like these are well-known ideas that we're drawing from, right? As we've sourced many of our thoughts from well-known thinkers, right? So I think Buddha did a pretty good job, not debating, in the formal sense, but sort of discussing those ideas, right? His
Yeah.
views and how they differ from the materialist view. So,
And
I'm surprised. I wish there were like a debate where like a third person watch it and you can like debate over text and like like 10 texts. You
right.
like send 10 messages,
you know
back
what?
and forth, and then
You could
someone
do
decides
that.
to. Yeah, I could
You could
win a
do that
debate like this.
as a show format, not as a live show, but you could actually get, even like if it was just via text, you could put a prompt in to, and you could have your avatar like
Yeah,
Birdman.
yeah. I would win debates like
Defi.
that. Actually, the Slovenian recently told me that I am a better intellectual than him because we were debating in the traditional sense. He said that because he sent me something that said that life is just mere computation, and then from a biosemiotic angle, I critiqued
That's nonsense.
Yeah, I don't believe life is mere computation.
Nonsense or something
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
don't
I
understand yet.
think you're a great intellectual, Buddha, personally. And
Well,
I'm
thank
not
you.
just blowing wind. I'm not just
I'm
blowing
not
wind.
either. I'm not just blowing wind either, even though I am Zephyr. I'm just
Yeah,
not blowing
definitely. I think you're also a great intellectual, Twilight. I like the way you express.
I don't just say that. There's very few people that I honestly respect. So, like I said, I have a very small circle, and
It's growing
most of them
though.
I've known. Most of them I've known years. Uh, you know, um, and I mean, we've just met, and I can just already tell that you're not only you're a genuine person, but you're also very you know, what was the word I'm looking for?
Game
Uh,
Boy Advanced.
w-
Oh,
well read and articulate and just eclectic, you know, and
Yeah, same to you, Twilight. I've learned a lot from you, Twilight. You have a lot of interesting insight and lots of a wealth of information too from different areas I haven't explored as thoroughly. There's no one can know everything, you know what I mean? So, but I do
yes.
like
except for
talking
the
to you.
one.
For sure.
Zeffy,
Yeah,
I haven't forgot you. I wanted to make some time for us to talk privately as well.
for sure. I'm gonna be. I'm mostly nocturnal now, so it's like this time is early, sort of for me. Cause I get Dan to work at 11, and then I just wait in the car for him to get off work in the morning. Do what I normally would do at home. I just brought all my art supplies and shit.
Yeah, I told Moontan the same thing. Ugh. Ugh.
Yep, and this winter we're gonna be putting together the RV. So we're gonna be traveling or
Oh,
remodeling the
nice.
RV. We have 3 of them, but one of them is really running well, but it needs a whole new remodel. And the inside's getting gutted right now. We just had
Yeah.
to tow it away too. It was crazy. We didn't even think it was going to start, but it started. It needs new tires too, though. That's another thing. But we'll get it.
And Mohammed, I've actually been putting together something like a synthesis because I think it's so important of the celestic interpretation of the archons and Elul. So I think that will be incredibly interesting.
Yeah, I'll send you some good stuff. Some clips
Yeah, for
of
sure.
some Lul clips. You'll be pretty surprised. Pretty weird
Yeah,
stuff
because
he says too.
I definitely think he was ahead of his time.
Yeah, let me see if I can find some of this. Here's one. He says, human techniques have tended to reconstitute the unity of the human being, which had been shattered by the sudden and jarring action of technique. The grand design of human techniques is to make man the center of all techniques. He has been torn in every direction by the technical forces of the modern world and is no longer able of himself, at least on an individual level, to preserve his unity. But this lost unity can be restored by technique on the abstract level of science. There's no doubt that technique can counter technique, and abstractly, man can thereby restore to unity. A group of techniques is to be formed, therefore, centered on a concept of man and activated by human techniques. There's a fourth glorious element, the prospect of the creation of a Superman. He will not appear tomorrow, but but serious biologists already speak of the possibilities of chemical conditioning in the near future and more distantly, uh, parthenogenesis and ectogenesis, and embryonic conditioning. So yeah, he talked about
Yeah,
like
yeah.
people
Well,
engineering
they
humans.
right without wounds.
That's pretty like
Well, and
Yeah,
like
that's like
your computer or your phone
that's
is
straight
already
out of the
like a
Matrix.
prosthetic brain.
yeah.
That's straight out of the Matrix, and they want to do that. Make no mistake about it.
But
They want to remove sex completely.
But if we
and
are
make
in the Matrix and they want us to escape the Matrix, then where's the Patrix?
well, no, we're not in the Matrix. That's why they so bad
We
want
are in
to
it,
make.
actually. But we're not supposed to escape it. It's where all the magic is.
Yes, but the Matrix is organic, and they want to put us in an artificial one.
We could do both. Can't lose the
Yeah.
other, though.
Yeah, or how about this one? He says, sociologists have recognized that the world in which man lives is for him not only a material but also a spiritual world. That forces act in it which are unknown and perhaps unknowable, that there are phenomena in it which man interprets as magical, that there are relations and correspondences between things and beings in which material connections are of little consequence. This whole area is mysterious. Mystery, but not in the Catholic sense, is an element of man's life. Jung has shown that it is catastrophic to make superficially clear what is hidden in man's innermost depths.
Yep, only
Man
he can
must
know
make
that.
yeah. Then he says man must make allowance for a background a great deep above which lie his reason and his clear consciousness. This mystery of man perhaps creates the mystery of the world he inhabits, or perhaps this mystery is a reality in itself. There is no way to decide between these two alternatives, but one way or the other, mystery is a necessity of human life. Man cannot live without a sense of the secret.
Yep,
This is
true.
in the Lul. So he's saying
That's
that this
crazy.
is the thing that
Building a
that technique
mystery.
that technique specifically externalizes things, so it leaves out this sense of mystery in man.
So that's page 141 and
That's why
142, right?
Yeah, that's
focusing
right.
on the outside of you, like more than the inside of you, that is why that is the more confusing path. It's like, because if you just turn inward, then you can see
Yeah, see,
if you look hard enough.
the technical system is the archontic hive mind. Like it's actually kind of insane how much parallel there is.
Well, the folly
It,
is that if you think that the 3 is the 1, then
like technique has a life of its own. It pursues its own course apart from human oversight, subordinating all other ends to itself. Right, and then
I
from the
trust it'll
Gnostic
catch up.
perspective, the archons are an alien species who cannot create, only simulate. They invade through the machine, through the mimetic faculty of humanity. So
And that is something
they're
that we're very strong with the force of.
yeah, it's a
That's our
parasitic
power.
emergence that colonizes the human psyche.
But it's
So
not
it's the
just that,
self. It's
because
an
it is
archontic
natural
self
there.
propagation.
Yeah,
So
it can be.
so like when humans surrender their discernment to an external system, that's the alien order that begins to think for them. So they stop being human, essentially.
Yeah, that's when they become domesticated, like to an extreme, and they
Right.
can't function without the system.
It's the colonization of the noosphere. You know, if you like
It's
get into the noosphere.
codependency. It's codependency and victimhood. I don't like it.
Right. Like the utopia, which is a place that does not exist in any
No, it's
time or place.
unrealistic. It's unrealistic to expect to always be happy.
so they tell you about like the utopia, and it's like this wonderful place, but it doesn't exist in time or space. So
Well, it exists in the dream realm, but you could go ahead and sleep through life if you want to.
well,
I
but it's
suppose.
not a dream; it's a nightmare.
Yeah, it's not real.
You know. So from a Gnostic perspective, it's called the metanoia. It's a decision.
Yeah.
Like,
Is that like when
through
you're really, really annoyed?
well, well,
I just took all that power back just now. Yeah. You guys can have it. Let it
I
go.
think Elul was an unconscious Gnostic, for real. Like,
I think Ludwig Klages was too. Klages.
I was a
for sure,
subconscious
yeah,
Gnostic.
man. I was looking into him for sure. He definitely had a lot of parallels. I'm really glad you showed me that.
Oh my gosh, I just had a memory, Avian. I had a memory about this book that I read when I was a kid, and it just came to me all of a sudden, and it's about this creature that was like, it was a bird, but it was like a bird demon.
Well, let me tell you something interesting. Speaking about kids' story, there is one story that really get into the Archontic very, very well, and that's Haiti, Girl of the Alps, by Johanna Sperry.
Yeah, you
And I
told me that
just
name before.
briefly describe that to you, briefly. Basically, it's about this girl named Haiti living in the Alps with her grandfather. She is she helps the goats, go on the Alps, on the Swiss Alps, and they live close to a village. And there's a sense of harmony and wholeness living on the Alps. And then eventually she's taken to Frankfurt by her aunt, and in Frankfurt it's all suffocating. It
Yeah,
doesn't have the
city.
freedom as the Alps. In Frankfurt she does learn to read and write though, but she doesn't really like have that sense of freedom and space and free play in nature like she used to. But she meets this girl, her name is Clara, and she's wheel bound. She cannot walk, she's always in the still room. And basically she goes back to the Alps with her grandfather, and her grandfather also improves his relationship with the nearby village, because he used to have a kind of bad reputation, but his reputation improved. And on the Alps she feels that sense of freedom and joy, that joy again. And Clara also visits her on the Alps because she grew close to her. And when she goes to the Alps, she gets that fresh air, and she finally can walk again. What I'm trying to say. And the whole thing is that Frankfurt is like Geist, or like the archontic infiltration that manifests as cubicle buildings and as compartmentalization.
That cookie
And the
cutter
Alps and the Alps are like the freedom of
nature.
soul, seal, or soul, or like the
Mm-hmm.
the aeonic, the aeon, or Sophia, the Sophiatic emanation. But the reason why I mentioned Haiti Girl of the Alps is because older children's stories were more about this kind of stuff. They weren't really about the new DEI kind of stuff or
Well, and
inclusive
there's a
diversity.
movie that was kind of like it was like a drama, almost horror, because it was like very violent. And it was about this girl that was like raised, and she wasn't supposed to be, like, she was hunted or something, and like I forget what that movie was called, but she was raised by her grandfather, and they were trying to catch her. She was like hunting in the woods, and she was really good with a bow. It's like crazy. And then there's another story, The Secret Garden, that has that same sort of theme.
Oh yeah,
But
Secret Garden does, yes. Yeah, it does. It has that same theme.
yeah, even the sick boy, is like,
Yes, the sick boy, yes.
Have you ever
yeah,
seen
and
Dark
that,
City?
Dark
yes, I
City.
saw that in the theater.
That's a
It's
wild movie.
Yeah, that
so
one
is
was,
Pie.
yeah, I saw
So is
that
Pie.
movie.
Pie
I
is
kind
weird.
of forgot most of
So,
it, but I do remember it was very occult. Yeah, definitely
so I
very.
think,
Yes.
so I think Twilight would be interested in this clip of Elul. Check out what he says here. And
Elul was a fucking prophet, man.
yeah, this is subtitles, so you'll have to read it. He's talking about paganism and its relationship to the church. Check it out.
Que dans le paganisme gallo-romain, chaque localité, chaque source, chaque endroit particulier avait un genius, avait un petit génie. Et les chrétiens se sont appropriés ce petit génie et en ont fait un saint. Alors, ça me paraît avoir été l'une des malhonnêtetés terribles de l'Église, de faire glisser un pseudo-christianisme au travers du maintien de croyances païennes, en définitive. Alors, l'alliance de l'Église et du pouvoir, ça a été la seconde grande trahison.
Yep.
So pretty crazy, right?
Je suis convaincu
Praise Jesus, man.
que le jugement.
Praise Jesus.
Yeah, it's wild. He's like, he's saying that they took over the pagan belief structure, implemented a pseudo Christianity, and merged the church and the state. And he's saying both of these, it's like first and second great treasons of the church against the teachings of Jesus.
Absolutely.
So that's what he said. So yeah, Alul is he's an interesting guy. His theological views are pretty interesting. He wrote a lot of works on theology.
I agree.
Yeah, he was like a Calvinist, right? So they're a little bit radical and stuff, you know.
L'an dernier qui existera ne se conclura jamais par un partage entre des bons et des méchants. Autrement dit, je ne crois pas à l'enfer, l'enfer dont il n'est d'ailleurs pas question dans la Bible. Et
No, it's not.
il n'y a en définitive que des gens qui méritaient tous d'être condamnés et qui tous sont graciés. Je pense que le jugement consistera à ce que Dieu nous fasse revoir ce qu'a été notre vie. Et voir notre vie telle que Dieu l'a vue, ça me paraîtra certainement un châtiment suffisant. Et une fois qu'on a pris conscience de cette condamnation méritée, nous recevons la grâce. Et Dieu ne fait que grâce.
Almost.
I've had similar thoughts.
Yeah, he has he has a teaching of universal grace.
Right.
Grace. That's
Yeah.
the next big word.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, Skolomowski uses the term grace too. I like that word.
Well, and it's been pinging on my synchronicity meter pretty hard.
Yeah, because it's
all
better
week.
than
Even with
it's better
grace.
than chance or randomness.
Yes.
Well, I
Even with
think
grace
God
Thorpe.
uses all forces, all encounters, all people, all everything, you know, in your life, you know, as a lesson. And you
Yep.
either pass or you fail, you know, but it's not like a matter of judgment.
It's like
It's
graduating
just a matter of
constantly.
it's just a matter of growing, you
Yeah,
know,
you never stop graduating.
It's just a matter of like, you know, I was saying in the chat, you know, like what if like all this Illuminati shit and everything is legitimately just a test to see if people can see past the false church, okay, and the distortion of what people are claiming is God and what people are claiming are the priests of God, and actually find God within themselves, okay? Not that they are God, but to find the spirit, the Holy Spirit, you could say, to put it in Christian terms, okay? To find that unity of God within themselves and within each other, and come together, put their fucking differences aside, and do what's right.
And behold,
What if
the
it's that
saints.
simple? What if it's that fucking simple?
It is that simple.
Jew, Gentile, Muslim, pagan, occult, whatever the fuck. And just stand up for what's right and defend nature and defend righteousness, and
I'm gonna be doing
that's
that
all,
anyway.
man.
I'm gonna be doing
Like
that anyway.
why can't it be that simple? Like to me,
But you want to see some notes I took on like Druidic tradition and the Celtic mythology. I actually tied it to Clogaze, and I was trying to create this one fiction work in the past, but I didn't. But I can show you the notes I took on like, you know, the Tain and, you know, Celtic mythology, and also I connected it to Princess Mononoke and some other stuff based
Oh,
oh wow,
anti-industrial.
yeah, that sounds dope.
That's another
Yeah, it
scene
does.
too.
Yeah, you can share
That sounds right up my alley, right up my
Yeah.
train of thought. Yeah.
And
Yeah, it
Reddington,
came
of course,
from
because there's
you can
wolves.
share the PDF. I can go over a little bit, or I put it on this. You put the PDF on it. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, it does tie into anti-industrial stuff. So, yeah, you just put it on the thing. It's there. Okay, yeah. So basically, this was more for a creative project, but it's tied into anti-industrial stuff, you know, and I read several books on Celtic mythology, you know, and fungi also because that was kind of tied into it. This is a lot of stuff, you know, and basically my idea was, you know, that bit you see on the left, you know, that's like a in the future, mankind is connected to the cloud, which is very dangerous and bad, and it creates a kind of hyper-real illusion where there's a false god. You could call it archontic god that creates a kind of
Yeah.
hallucination where people live in a reality. But one guy, he is cut off from the network, and he connects to the, you know, there's on the Ireland, you know, I read, you know, there's Connacht, there's Ulster, and in Ireland there's like this fungal network that is growing to fight against the Internet of Bodies network. You can see on the right. So you can see that that's nature versus technology there. And I was, you know, you can see the druids and stuff. And my idea was that people, instead of connecting to the Internet of Bodies, that in the future maybe fungi or something evolves in a kind of way where people, like, you know, in Celtic mythology there are these mounds you go to that take you to the underworld, and this is more like the
Yes.
underworld coming to fight against that, you know, and you know this is like
Yes.
connecting to their ancestor. You know, you can see here, this is the Ogam. I read this book by Diana Beresford Kroger, which is called To Speak for the Trees: My Life's Journey from Ancient Celtic Wisdom to a, you know, can you make this bigger? I don't want to see my face. It's very
I don't
small.
know. The actual.
Yeah, there you go. That's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah. So basically, you know, To Speak for the Trees: My Life's Journey from Ancient Celtic Wisdom to a Healing Vision of the Forest. You know, it's basically about this girl's journey to the Valley of Lishins. You know what I mean? And I read the book and I wrote a summary here, and I'll just read a little bit of this because there's a lot of stuff. I have a lot of notes I took for my fiction story, but my friend told me he would help write it, but he just dropped it on the last moment. So I made all these notes by myself. It includes the rituals and Brehend law lessons that Beatles Ford Kroger learned in the Valley of Lishan. It also continues onto her high education, you know. So basically, she learned the Ogam script, which has 20 in total, and how it relates to trees and plants, including how Celts culturally contextualize and benefit from them medicinally. The Valley of Lishans is also unique due to the pervasive Celtic physical remnants of altars, ring forts, and cairns. You know, that's from my notes. You see here, you know, the Irish have a tight-knit and social community bounded by the importance of ritual and a uniting narrative interwoven with myths. I also talked about the Beltane ritual. Yeah, the bell means mouth, and Tyne fire. Beltane involves a celebration for a woman on the first day of May. But anyway, this is the strafe. I think there represents oak. There, you know, it has origin from oak. And you know, I talk about the Ogam scripture. Oh, this is a nice quote. On the branches of an ancient oak, the periderm and the cortical tissues produce the fine dust of compost. This turns into soil. The damp soil The damp soil found in this upper layer of horizontal branches plays host to a series of rare fern and moss species that thrive in perfect conditions. This sets the stage for visits of the songbird, the mistletoe thrush, which flies in with sticky seeds. The plant parasite called mistletoe Verscum album takes home. This is the magic herb, Schrocelus of the Druids. You know, that's one book I read. And then I talk about it. I relate that to Princess Mononoke. The Celts believed a tree's presence could be felt more keenly at night, or after a heavy rain, and you know, and that they could create a silent sound, which the Celts called Mofe Tiacht, is an ancient expression of a concept that is relatively new in science. Infrasound or silent sound that are emitted by trees, and I have a lot of notes. You know. Yeah, so these are notes for my. Yeah, see, I was talking about the dangers of IoT and how we're moving towards Internet of Bodies. And I was saying that in the, you know, in this story, you know, it's a kind of weird fiction story where that guy breaks off from the network of IoT and he goes to the Ireland and he connects his mind to he goes into what is called, what is not berserker, but it was the warp spasm of Cuchulainn, and that way he's going to fight against the techno guys, you know what I mean? And you know, I also talk about IoT and how he's, by connecting to the soil, you connect to the memories of your ancestor. And my story was going to be about that too. You know what I mean? Kind of tying into. You see, there's a lot of brainstorming here. This is a map. You have Ulster here, you have Connacht here, Leinster, and Munster. I think the stories about Cuchulainn are set in Ulster, and they're fighting war with Connacht. And this is my summary of the Táin from the Celtic mythology. There's a lot of summary here, like I was trying to write that weird fiction story, but we didn't write it because my friend didn't follow. The majority of the Tain's narrative thus centers on Connachtians, led by Midib and Ellil, during a cattle raid in Ulster, as most of its citizens are in the Panks, while Cuchulainn and his companion Lake deter them. So I was talking about that. The warp spasm. I talk about the warp spasm here, which is very interesting. It seemed each hair was hammered onto his head, so sharply they shot upright. You would swear a fire speck tipped each hair. He squeezed the one eye narrower than the eye of a needle. He opened the other wider than the mouth of a goblet. He bared his jaws to the ear. He peeled back his lips to the eye teeth till his gullet showed. The hero halo rose up from the crown of his head. Yeah. Anyway, I have a lot of notes here. Like, I'm not going through all of that. Like, dang, I wrote a lot. Yeah, I see here, and I talk about the early Irish myths, and they had a caste system, warrior class headed by a king. That's not really a class, but more like a hierarchy. Priestly caste, which was the Druids, who are capable of incantations, enchantments, and so on. A class of farmers and freemen. And there are different cycles in the Irish mythology. You have the mythological cycle, Ulster cycle, King cycle, Finian cycle, like Finn MacComhill. I don't know why this says fine. It should be like Finn. Finn, I don't know. I did read a lot. And I wrote these notes. Dang, I wrote a lot of notes. Dang, look at that. Like, how many notes? I was really like overstudying. And I made this. Luke, this is why I made this. You believe that? Like, Luke is the shining one, strong god, master of arts, warrior king, oaths, truths, and law. He's like Mithra, Luke. He defeated the Fomorian leader. Fomorians were giants. He birthed Cuchulainn. He healed Cuchulainn. He manipulates sons of the Tiran, the the sons of Tiran into death due to transgression and killing. Yeah, the two to forgot their name. I wrote it down somewhere. Yeah, I gotta double check in my note. He portrayed as a warrior, a king, a master craftsman, and a savior. He is associated with skill and mastery in several disciplines, including the arts. And you have Dagda and Ogma. These three appear a lot in Irish mythology. Lug, Dagda, and Ogma. Ogma is the inventor of Ogma script. Dagda is a strong god, manly and virile. He appears in many stories. I'm just going the children of Danu, basically. Yeah, the children of Danu.
Tuatha Danann. Yes, fascinating.
The genealogy of all gods or saints go back to her, the goddess of fertility, wisdom, and of wind. She's probably close to Lilith or Sophia. He's believed to have suckled the gods. You have Morrigan also. Morrigan was actually associated with crows. Yeah, and I have that too. Yeah, dang, if you want, I can share these notes if you're interested. And I also, dang, I really, I don't, I can't.
This is dope, man.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, but the thing
don't
is,
get
we
me
didn't
started with
the
the Tuatha Danann. I could go on for hours with that.
Yeah, and then we have the this is the knot. This is a very important knot in the Celtic mythology. I forgot what I wrote about here. Yeah. See, Matthew promised to help me write this story, but the motherfucker then got busy with work and other stuff, and then he just dropped it, and he's just went back to playing games. He put over 1,000 hours in Dark Souls game, and instead of helping me write the story, I just read the Celtic mythology and I talked about it with him, and we were planning to do this fiction idea, but then he just we didn't do it today. I called it techno geist. Basically, I'm gonna be honest. This story had anti-Christian message a little bit because in the Britain, they're connected to the Internet of Bodies, and there's a hallucination of a god that listened to them, and that everything is hokey dokey in this in the Britain where I called it techno geist, where They live in a hallucination and a virtual simulacrum of God, basically. But then one of them is disconnected from the network, and he goes to Ireland, and there it's more like a fungal. Fungi has grown tremendously, and he connects to the fungi instead, and becomes one with the forest in a deeper way. Or something. And I talk about that.
That's pretty aligned.
Yes, this is very much influenced by Claudius' story, and I don't know why I put the part. Let me see here. Shape shifting of Sid or Druids tied to the womb of Danu. I actually had decided. Yeah. All of those
Yes.
whom Danu teach and transform are Druids. This is actually something I wrote myself. See, all of those whom Dano teach and transform are Druids. You can see that ties into Buddha Dharma in some way. The Lotus Sutra has many shape-shifting bodhisattvas, such as Gadga Dasavara and Avalokiteshvara, who help spread skillful means based on people's capacities. We can have the Sid, or Druids, shapeshift to protect the womb of Danu. That was my idea, because the womb of Danu is in Ireland, and it's growing, and it's trying to fight against the technogeist in Britannia, which I call Britannia or something. And the womb of Danu is kind of like the storehouse consciousness or the other world. I mean, and let me see here. Oh yeah, I also read A Brief History of Druids by Peter Beresford Erlo, and I got a lot of passages here. And Dagda was very important in Irish mythology. The Dagda is father of nearly all of the Irish gods and is also known by the name of Iuchedi, or I can't really pronounce, Ola Ter, father of all, or Aid, fire, and Roda Rofesa, lord of great knowledge, making him a Trian divinity. The Dagda also possesses a magic harp, the Dagda's cauldron of plants. I took some notes on that. And the Druids were a hereditary caste, at least the book said it. In the Tain Bu Kulling, the Druids wore sandals, and Archdruids usually wore a oak garland on his head, surmounted by a golden tiara inset with snake stones, the Druids' eggs of Pliny. Let me see here. And yeah, that book was pretty good too. Let me see, I read it. Yeah, let me see here. The Tain and of Gods and Fighting Man, translated by Lady Gregory. That's more about the mythological cycle and Finn cycle. And the Tain is more about the Ulster cycle, or Kikulein cycle. Yeah, Ulster cycle. Yeah, and let me see here. Lots of notes here. I have a lot of notes. And this is like my idea of the story I had written. Basically the themes would have been entanglement of all life things and complex adaptive system, the repetition of mythos in new and varied forms, the living memory of one's ancestors and language, the nature of change undermining common sense conceptions, and the superiority of the organic over mechanism. I was going to touch on that too, because that's influenced by Claudius. This was something I wrote 4 or 5 years ago. I wrote this like 5 years ago. I have to double check when I wrote. Yeah, I think I wrote it. Yeah, 4 or 5 years ago. This I wrote. Yeah, I just wanted to share because I thought you would be interested. I could share the whole thing with you over Discord if you're interested in looking at it. But there's a lot of writing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, Morrigan would be an ancestor of Lilith, and Lu. I mean, that should be really obvious. He's a god of light.
Yes.
So, as I keep saying, Lucifer is incredibly ancient. They just turned him into the devil.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I agree. I think maybe Manan is like Loki because he's a trickster, but I know not probably not like Loki. I'm not sure. I haven't really studied. I haven't studied Norse mythology, believe it or not yet. I want to read the Poetic Eddas. I haven't not studied Norse mythology. I should. I do plan to study it. Yeah. And I haven't read. I have not read the Iliad yet. I kind of feel ashamed admitting I haven't read the Iliad. I have read large portion of the Shahnameh. So the Shahnameh, yeah, this was good too. Yeah. So let's see here. Yeah, that was just the kind of idea. But you can see that I had some anti-industrial views, of course, like IoT is a lot like blockchain that involves connecting to either a distributed or decentralized peer-to-peer network, and there are applications where blockchain can effectively integrate with IoT, as you rightly pointed out before. Yeah, I wrote all of this. You believe that? I didn't use AI or anything. This is something I wrote all myself. This is something on my spare time, and then the whole thing was dropped because he's a lazy ass. He'd rather play games endlessly and not do this or something. Let me see here. Let's see. I have a review of Entangled Life from Merlin Sheldrake, also because I had read that prior. Uh, you know, yeah, this is about fungi. You know, you see a lot of principles of the Tao or uh, of the of the of the nature. It's just very pleasant. Yeah, and this is a conversation I had with my friend. You know, like before, like we or something. Nephew, I just wrote that down. Yeah, and you know, the pig keepers. It's the story of the two pig keepers in the beginning of the tale. The pig keepers who became cattle and such could be applied to a metaphor. You know, basically, yeah, I had that before. The pig keepers. The pig keepers they go through a cycle of metempsychosis. You know, the Druids believed in metempsychosis, and I
Yes.
had like yeah, I had a better notes I had on the pig keeper. Yeah, that was the name of my story. Brian no Danu, Brian no Danu, like that. My friend helped make that. I wrote most of this. Let me see. Yeah, I had it here. Yeah.
Have you
So
thought
yeah.
about picking it back up?
Well, you know, maybe I should. Yeah,
I mean,
but
you put a hell of a lot of effort into it.
I did. I did put a lot of effort
I
in.
mean,
Yeah.
hell, I'd collaborate with you
Yeah. I mean, if you want,
because I'm definitely interested.
if the idea interests you, we could write a fiction idea about it. You know, you know, and yeah, the brown bull Kolangi and the white bull Finnebenach. I'm not sure if you heard about it. They kill each other, you know, and I wrote it. Yeah, there's pig keepers who blew snow on each other's lands as dragons. You know, basically it was like the bulls were transforming into dragons, and then you know they were transforming into other beings, and eventually they become the grass again, and then another pigs eat them or bulls eat them, and then they become that. You know, there's like a cyclical relationship I had written down. You know, like oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, here's the
I like
maggots.
I like the hallucination god. That's great.
That's like what the archontic stuff you were talking
Right.
about. Yes.
Yeah. And you said
That's
you did
why
this 5 years ago. That's
that's because of
that's
Kroge. You
class.
know, Kroge's geist is very similar to the archontic. You know how you
Yes.
describe it. Yes.
Yeah. There's echoes of people that seem to have picked up the idea in their own way. Like I said, it seems like Alul tapped into that same resonance, that same current.
Yeah. Have you ever watched Princess Mononoke? The movie.
Yes.
Yeah. I did wrote an analysis on Princess Mononoke because I was trying to create a more druidic, Celtic version of Princess Mononoke. I mean,
I think that's brilliant. Yeah. Like I was saying, man, there are so many anime that are loaded with ancestral, occult, mystery, you know, like initiatory
You want to
symbolism.
tell you something interesting? In the Tane, Cuculain has Yu-Gi-Oh hair color. Like I think it's like kind of reddish in the top, or was it yellow? And then in the bottom, it's kind of on the top. I think it was either yellow or reddish, and the bottom was either yellow and reddish. It's kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh hair color. And Cuculain, that's interesting.
Even Yu-Gi-Oh, the original Japanese, not the Americanized baloney, has a lot of occult.
I did like my time reading Celtic mythology. It was very fun and very enjoyable. I think though ultimately I prefer the Finn cycle the most because the Finn cycle feels very adventurous, and even though the ending is super tragic, but before that, it's like so adventurous, and like it really feels like you're on a journey. The Tane though is very brutal, but it's very manly, and it's just in the
Yeah.
middle of a war. Though, yeah. But the Fin cycle is more like just adventure and stuff. But they're both
You
good.
look at like Nuada and the flood, and it's like Noah, and it just shows that there are way too many flood stories for there not to have been a flood. Yeah, yeah, Nuada, and the bark of Dylan, and yeah. So it's ubiquitous. There's like 2,000 flood.
Nawada. That sure does sound like the dude from Hellboy 2, A Golden Army.
Uh oh, it's Brother Man picking up signals.
Picking up signals.
That's definitely cool. I think that
No, it's true. Of course they knew.
there are also tons of story of giants, like Nephilim or Fomori,
Yeah.
Titans.
Well, there were giants. Just at the Smithsonian. There were giants. It's like I said, mythology is not fantasy. It's occult truth disguised as fantasy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at this point, really, like how much they
No,
lie.
man, I'm telling you, the Smithsonian covered up giants. That is real. As I keep saying, the myths are true. The Bible is true. It's just not true in the way that people think. And the scriptures have been mishandled and misappropriated and twisted by the authorities. And that's just the truth of it.
Also, some of I forgot the lands beyond, and some of the, I think it was Fin cycle, the way they describe it is basically like heaven, like, the young never grow old, the fields and flowers are as pleasant as to be
Yes.
looked at as the blackbird's beaks, warm streams of meat and wine go for the country. Yeah, they have the concept of like, like there are lands beyond what we can see, and you go through the fog. Whenever fog appears in Celtic mythology, that's like a big transition to some kind of mind blowing thing. Basically, like you're being transported whenever there's fog. I think the Japanese mythology has that too.
When they talk about hybrids and all of that, it's true, man. But it wasn't aliens. It was humans doing genetic manipulations. When they talk about like in the book of Enoch or the Titans or whatever the hell, they talk about giants and humans and animals, and like it's even in the book of Enoch, and it says that God was pissed off, and he flooded the world, and everyone's like, oh, he was just mad. No. The human race was distorted and corrupted because it was being mixed with humans and animals and probably technology, the same shit they want to do now. And so the earth was flooded because the genetic template was corrupted.
Let me also
That's what
say
happened.
one more interesting thing. The Druids, like in one part, Cuchulainn made a hoop with one hand, and a hoop is like, I think I wrote it down somewhere here, and then he placed it on the floor when he was fleeing from the Connachtian, and the Connachtians were chasing him, but then a Druid told him, you cannot go past this hoop unless you can untie it with one hand, or unless you can make a hoop with one hand yourself. None of them could make it, so they could not walk past the hoop, and that's kind of like the notion of Geist. I mentioned that before. The Geist is like, yeah.
And people don't understand that the Druids were the first lawgivers. The Brehon Law was the first law before Hammurabi. And to be a Druid, you had to study for 20 years.
Yeah.
And you had to master like so many different disciplines. It was ridiculous. And they have this story, this mythology that they were human sacrificers and all this nonsense. But it can be proven that it's an absolute fabrication. Nothing could be farther from the truth. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I did really enjoy reading the Celtic mythology. It is kind of strange. I haven't really read Norse mythology yet. I need to read that. Like the Poetic Edda and
Have you heard of the Church of Iessa? There were Christians in Ireland before Rome.
Church of Iessa. How do you spell Iessa? Or
IESA. You won't find much in the mainstream, but if you look deeper, you'll see there was a Celtic church, the Chaldeans, and they were teaching the fucking Romans. The Druids and the Irish monks were murdered by the Roman Church. This has been covered up. I have a lot on that. I could do a whole presentation. I have diagrams. I have pictures. I have all that. This is one of the things that have been covered up. Is the Irish origins of all of this.
it's interesting. Yeah, I mean they do have like
There was a god in Ireland called Iesus. IESUS.
IESUS. Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't really come across that.
So this is what I'm trying to say. The Christos is an aeon that's very real. And people can think I'm LARPing or making shit up or whatever else. I have directly experienced and had communication with that spirit. And that's what Rome turned into a system to enslave humanity. Okay?
See.
So I'm not anti-Christ, I'm anti-religion.
You think the Gauls, if they had beaten Rome, it would have been better overall? The Gauls.
The Gauls were actually invaders. If you look into Irish mythology, they talk about the Milesians. And this is where I talk about the Irish pharaohs, and you're like, no, that's insane. Well, if you look into Irish mythology, they talk about Scotia. Scotia was an Egyptian princess that gave the name to Ireland because Scotland was Ireland before it was Scotland. Okay, this gets into a whole deep rabbit hole. We don't have time right now, but I might do a presentation, or we can talk privately or whatever the fuck. I can do a presentation, whatever. However way we do it, I can show you. They talk about the Milesians. The Milesians are connected to what we today call the Illuminati and the Hyksos. It's literally the taproot of control. Okay? What are called the Milesians, they invaded Ireland from the Middle East. What are today called the Gauls, they are not native to Ireland. They're what screwed everything up. If you look into the Book of Invasions in Ireland, it's supposedly mythology. No, it's not. Look deeper. You look into Scotia. Mill is fucking Akhenaten. It's the same dude. The same people. The Hyksos were the shepherd kings. The Hyksos, the Shasu. Akhenaten was the first monotheist. He turned all the Egyptians God. He took all the Egyptian gods and said, "You can't worship them. You can only worship my God, the Atun." And Atun is Set. This is what Birkness was talking about, the god of chaos and storms. And that was not the original God of the Israelites. This is what I'm talking about. I talk about Edom and all this. It's all connected. The original God of the Hebrews was not Yahweh, who really is Set. And it was not the God of Jesus. This is what I'm trying to say. It's a fucking hijack. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. I'm telling you. I'm convicted on this. People can think I'm crazy. I don't care. Okay? So the Israelites were polytheists originally. They tried to say they were monotheists and they fell into idolatry and went after other gods, blah, 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 blah. But the fact of the matter is history will show otherwise. Hezekiah and Josiah changed it after the fact. and brought it to Yahwism. But the fact of the matter is, the oldest record of Yahwism is in Egypt. There is no mention of Yahweh, Israel, any of that before 1400 BC. In Egypt, in Amarna, in Avarice, which is where we get the word greed. And Amarna was the capital of the Hyksos. And the Hyksos were the foreign invaders. They invaded Ireland and they invaded Egypt. There was a west to east transfer of civilization. This is the reality. This is what's been covered up by the church. They murdered the Druids entirely and they covered it up. Christianity is a perversion of Druidism and Ominism. It's not the original. I'm telling you, man. And Atonism is the true religion of the elite. All these mainstream religions are disguises. That's why the Jesuits have the solar burst, IHS. It's Isis, Horus, and Set. That's why they have Egyptian symbolism. I'm telling you right now. It's the reality.
What about the Norse? You know, what about their role in it? Because they, you know, the
Well,
Vikings.
the Norse and the Druids are incredibly linked because you're talking about Hyperborea now, and Hyperborea means extreme north. Hyper just means extreme or beyond, and Boreas means the north. So you're talking about the northern tradition, and what you're really talking about ultimately is you're talking about the megalithic times. So you're talking about the time before the flood, which the Bible tells you existed. But everyone's like, no. It's like, well, do you believe the Bible or do you believe the fucking church? The book of Enoch was considered inspired scripture. It was in the King James Bible. That's not a LARP. It was part of the King James Bible. The first King James Bible had the book of Enoch. It was in Druidic mythology. It was in Norse mythology. It was in Greek mythology. It was in all of them. There were titans. There were giants. They covered the shit up. The Smithsonian has the giants. They covered it up. There were articles, newspaper articles, people talking about finding giants. They said, oh no, they were all just crazy. It never happened. They were delusional. No, they weren't fucking delusional. They just don't want you to know. They find all these elongated skulls, they see they're aliens. No. They were genetic experiments done by human beings who pissed off God, if you want to put it that way. It says it in the Bible. They drove God to anger. It says it very clearly. They corrupted the image. It's in Enoch. It's in Genesis. It's all over the place. And if you want to take it back to a Christian worldview, the whole point was to corrupt the image of man so that the Messiah could not come. Do you understand? It was to corrupt the genetics of humanity so that Jesus could not incarnate. Do you follow me?
I mean, yeah, I follow you, but you know, like the Celtic mythology a lot. You know, I'd ultimately want to stick far away from. You know, I'm a Buddhist. You know, like I'm a Buddhist.
Well, I'm talking to the Christians.
Oh yeah, talking to Christians. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. But you could also say, I mean, we have the Salushant, we have the avatars of Vishnu and the Kalika avatar. We have, you know.
Well, the thing about Buddhism is you don't really need anything, like Bodhidharma said, at least the path I follow, you don't need anything but your own mind. I mean, you don't need to, there are people out there who, it's not really about, trying to gather more information. It's just about awakening to the luminous mind or the true nature of mind. You get what I'm saying? Every sentient being has Buddha nature, you know, uh, and human beings are special, at least in this time period, and that we can turn the light inward. You see what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let me
Yeah. I
just
know.
keep it simple.
Like I
Yeah.
said, I'm not talking to you, man.
Oh, I see. I got you.
I'm just saying food for thought.
Yeah,
You
it
know.
is food for thought. Yeah, I do think that there could be a deep mystery, and I did enjoy my time studying the Irish mythology. And I like the way they describe the other world, or the yeah. This is a nice quote. There is an old tree there with blossoms and birds calling them from among them. Ever color is shining there. The light is common and music, and the gentle voiced plain, and the silver cloud plain to the south. There are riches, there are treasures of every color in the gentle land, the beautiful land. Sweet music to be listening to, the best wine to be drink. And if you pay attention to the descriptions of heaven from Zoroastrianism or even Toshita in the Buddhist traditions, they all describe, the higher realms as being like a beautiful as a beautiful garden or a beautiful, splendid, pristine, pastoral setting. And you see that in
Yeah.
Celtic mythology too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, paradise comes from Mithraism and Zoroastrianism.
Mm.
Paradise. It's Persian. But
Yeah.
no, I don't believe the worldview necessarily. But I do believe that there was genetic manipulation in the past. I do believe that part.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're hiding that stuff, to be honest. Knowing how much they've hid, it's kind of hard to know for sure, but at this point, nothing would really surprise me. Um, I do think that people in the ancient past did intermix a lot. I think, every group of people on Eurasia, like Pakistanis, Irish people, uh, all of us have unique and special ancestry and most of us do have something to be proud in or something. I think so. I don't know about Egypt that much. I think it's true that Mitanni or other people went there. There was a lot of
Yeah.
intermixture and stuff. Like it's hard to say. You know, um, yeah. So I don't really like the. I know you're not arguing that, but some
No.
people argue that the ancient Achaemenids and Sassanids were ruled over by like blonde hair, blue eyed people, and the masses were brown or something like that. You don't really argue that and stuff, but
No, I'm not saying that at all.
yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. I agree with you. Then there's lots of intermixture going on. We are Caucasians. I mean, we are more closely related than a Western African, like relatively speaking. What I mean? Like that's what I mean. You know, we are Caucasians, but that's the thing. So that's like the this is what I read. I plan to read Norse mythology next. Actually, I'm not that. I don't know. Maybe it's a spiritual thing, but I don't really care about Greek mythology that much. Something about the Irish and even the Scandinavian mythologies. Something about it appeals to me greatly. And I'm gonna do
Yes.
this same thing next for that I did for this, but probably
I'm
not.
not too interested. I'm not too interested in the Greek either. So I feel you.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read Scandinavian mythology now. Yeah, I've studied a lot of Persian and I need to read more Indian mythology. Like I read Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita, but I need to read
Yeah.
the Mahabharata. No, I need to read Mahabharata in full and Ramayana or something. I did read Shahnameh, big parts of the Shahnameh. So
Well, the,
Shahnameh
the Greek came from the Thracian and the Persian anyways. So, you know.
The Persian has a kind of different feel to it from what I've seen of the Greeks. It has more of a oddly like it has a different feel. Like I think the story
Yes.
was Zahak. I'm not sure if you know about there was this king, I think Arab king, or I'm not sure if he was Arab. I'm not sure, but he took over power and he became a king, and then he became psychopathic, and snakes grew out of his shoulders, and he had to sate the snakes by feeding brains to the snakes. You know what I mean? Otherwise, the snakes will eat his brain. You know, the snakes that grew from his shoulder. You know, that's called Zahak. You know, and there are a lot of interesting things.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. There are other interesting
Yes.
things in Persian mythology, like the mythological cycle. There's one story about how you know, there's an albino boy who was exiled by his father. He was a prince, and he was raised by Simorgh, which is a giant, a celestial phoenix. He was raised by the phoenix, and that was very interesting about the albino prince. I thought that was interesting. Uh, he was raised by the phoenix, the Simorgh. The name of the phoenix was Simorgh. Yeah, and yeah, that's all I wanted to show. I think I'm done showing that. Well, let me see if I can. I mean, if you want to read all of it, you can ask me over Discord. I just wanted to share a little bit. You know, I have studied Celtic mythology a good bit, and 5 years ago, my memory isn't perfect, but I did write all of that and stuff.
No, yeah, I think that's fascinating.
Thank you. Yeah.
No, I just really do. First off, I know there were giants, and I really do believe that there was genetic manipulation then and now. As for the worldview, that's a different story. But you know, I'm just putting that out for others. You know.
Yeah, I do agree. Yeah, maybe.
Food
But
for thought. Yeah.
you think? I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. But you think that lineages, like I don't know, like I don't know, like a dog. I don't know. They think elephants or crows or whatever, the corvids, they could, or parrots or any or other monkeys or whatever, they could evolve to like developing symbol making capacities and create advanced civilization, or do you think that's more of a fiction on my part, or that it has some truth to it, or not? That's really my main focus. Like, maybe, or do you think I'm just being crazy when I say that?
That's right. Caesar is home.
Yeah, I'm asking Twilight though. I'm just curious what you think.
Monkeys strong together. I mean, like I said, man, Theosophy got into that. That there was primordial humanoids that were not completely human.
Yeah, but I'm asking if in tens to millions of years, could hypothetically corvids or another organismal lineage become humanoid again or something?
I can't say it couldn't be. I mean, why not?
Yeah. Okay, that's important. Why not hand the ball to them then? You know, why? You know.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, that's my focus. That you know, I have another obsession. You know, like I like playing, you know, platformer games or other stuff, or you know, I like speculative evolution stuff. You know, like you know, world building from intelligent non-humans or something. I'm not a furry though. Yeah, I'm not a furry. You know, if anyone accuses me, insinuates I'm a furry, I'm not though.
It's just when I hear you say stuff like that, Avian, you sure do sound like what's his name from Guardians of the Galaxy, that dude who plays as God and takes Rocket the raccoon and all of his little furry buddies and, you know, chops them up, and then you come to find out that the world that Rocket and his buddies thought they were going to was in fact never meant for them. So I don't know. I mean, I understand why you might, you know, view how it's possible, and even I'm kind of there, you know, what is possible. But I just don't think that an animal or a bug will ever have the capacity to be anything close to human. You know, like Ender's Game, where there's an intelligent race of bugs living on another planet. I mean,
You know, the thing is that you see a lot of variation. If you watch the first half of my recent video, it is true that there is like, you know, like you know, certain species or certain lineages are very intelligent, and you know, like not all birds are the same, not all mammals are the same. You know, an elephant is smarter than, you know, let's say a rabbit or something, and a
I mean, I agree, but they also claim that the smartest dinosaurs at the time were the smartest dinosaurs at the time, and they all died with the asteroid and didn't go seeking shelter. So
I don't know, and how do they know about that far back? Maybe they're dragons, or I don't know. You know, I'm just looking at the now, and trying to forecast the future, basically.
well,
But
I'll tell you what, Avian. The first time I see a humanoid, cat that's not a man dressed in a cat costume, I'll let you know.
it's funny you asked me that because one night I was looking at my cat. Then I went to sleep and I had a dream she was bastet. You believe that? My cat was bastet. And I do like collecting anthropomorphic artwork of kitties. The Japanese have a lot of good artwork, right? But felines. They have a lot of there's species diversity. You have like tigers, you have like lynx, you have like domestic cats. The feline lineage. I view it in terms of lineage. Maybe there's a great capacity in the feline lineage. It's not good to underestimate felines. And different dog breeds are smarter than other dog breeds. But how do we know millions of years from now what will happen? You see what I mean? Uh, you know, I don't know if there were giants or if there was genetic engineering, but if there were, that means the problem is with something with humanity to do something like to repeat the same error over and over again. And like
That's what we're doing.
Why did Atlantis collapse? Why did
We're doing it right.
Yeah, it seems like
That's my theory.
Yeah, it's the techno crap. Well, maybe it started from the Hyksos people, maybe Hyksos, or maybe they started all the problems. I don't know. Let me see here though. And my memory is getting worse. I hate working. I hate working. It's so gay working. Yeah, so gay. I feel like people should be paid for doing their own research on important things. TML should be being paid. Yeah, by the government or something. They're not. They're never. They're never gonna do that though. Just gonna increase your taxes. That's one thing they will continue to do.
That's why we're commencing the Aeonic Jihad.
Yep. Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
we don't have a clue what dolphins.
What happened?
Hell, say it.
We have no idea what dolphins are doing.
I do. They're.
I love reading about the Amwat of non-humans, but I really hate it when I read about how they dissect them or they sacrifice them. That stuff disgusts me. Even if that lead to so-called greater knowledge, it should not be done in my opinion.
What's wrong? You don't like the fact that they told a woman to go and have sex with a dolphin for scientific purposes?
Oh yeah.
What? Seriously?
All that knowledge, Twilight, and you didn't know that?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there was a woman who was working with a dolphin, and the dolphin apparently got attached to her, and like they basically like told her to have sex with the dolphin, and the dolphin basically like killed itself or like got depressed and died because it couldn't have sex with the woman anymore.
Dude, that sounds like South Park, bro. That's crazy.
If I'm not mistaken, they did put a dolphin that hunts, or maybe it was another cartoon. But I mean, again, it goes to show that like in the name of progress and science, what will they do?
Right. Well,
They strap in my recent today's stream. I talked about how they strapped bombs to dolphins, and then they sent the dolphins to blow up.
That's right. That's right. We want sharks with laser beams attached to their heads.
Well, we gotta evolve science. We gotta have evolution. We all just space monkeys. You know that. That's
Yeah,
fucking crazy.
me personally, I see evolution as more spiritual. That's all. I don't see. I don't
Yeah.
accept modern synthesis. I'm actually okay with intelligent design. I actually do lean towards
Right.
stuff like
Yeah.
yeah.
That's
Well,
what I believe.
even as a Christian, I'm not one to completely write out evolution. I think evolution can happen on a very quick scale if necessary.
Yeah, that's
Well,
called
I
so
mean, God could use evolution as a process, but I believe in intelligent design personally.
I mean,
I
yes,
don't
but I'm
believe.
just saying that, like, if he needed a frog to all of a sudden, learn how to breathe on land, it wouldn't take a million years for that to happen. God can make it happen instantaneously if he needs it to.
So you think God could make the frog learn mathematics?
I think he
Teach
could turn the
geometry?
frogs gay without chemicals.
well, like by intelligent design, I mean like an intelligent force behind it, or
Well, yes,
Right.
in the general sense that you're not just a random marble flying around in the cosmos like a cosmic pinball machine like they put in the end of Men in Black 1.
Right.
Yeah, actually, gave
Yeah,
one more
I
cool
remember
thing I
that.
can show. It's just relaxing. This one's more relaxing. It's about my trip to Costa Rica or Monteverde. I'm not gonna read it. I'm just gonna show some pictures from my trip. It was a while back. There's a lot of cool reptiles, lots of cool. Can you put it on this stadium? I'm just gonna show it, not read anything. The
Oh,
pictures.
Costa Rica is beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's Monteverde. I went to Monteverde, like a few years ago, 2 years ago. And some people have like, basically this was the cabin we stayed in. That's the view from Monteverde on the bottom right. And these are all the birds. You can see. I
You
went
said
on tour
Costa
guide.
Rica. Huh.
It is Monteverde in Costa Rica, Monteverde. And Monteverde, well, actually a lot of Quakers went to Monteverde and they helped to protect like a third of the
Yeah,
land.
is there any blue macaws there? Or is it like Rio de Janeiro? Is there any blue macaws,
I don't think we actually saw blue macaws, but they do have macaws. There are a lot of macaws. There are. I think there are blue macaws. There's a lot of biodiversity there. And there's a resplendent quetzal. This was here. This was very interesting. There's a white-faced capuchin monkey, and there are at least 16 or forgot lots of different species of hummingbirds. I mean, lots, and they're like emeralds. I mean, they're like glimmering emeralds, and you can go drink coffee and actually watch them up close and take. These are actual pictures I took of them, and they're like so many different species all flying around you, and you sit down in the cafe and they're beside you. And there's the trees, they could be big, but they're actually not old. The forest is more dynamic. And lots of reptiles. You gotta be careful of poisonous snakes too. I mean,
Oh, I
there are
couldn't imagine, dude. I probably every damn cool spot in there's a snake sitting.
yeah, you gotta be careful of snakes. And the sloths, there are sloths too. The sloths are very cute. There's a two-finger sloth I saw, and a blue morpho butterfly. Also, I went to this cool tour guide, and bats are very wrongly vilified. The most
They
bats are
are for
like,
sure. I've met
yeah,
I've met at least 3 very kind bats in my life. So yeah, they are definitely mischaracterized.
yeah, they are, yeah. And the most
Yes.
bats they eat insects. They're insectivorous, and a lot of them eat fruits too. I think only like 2 species drink blood, but they don't drink blood from the human beings. They drink blood mainly from cattle. That's only 2 species. There are like over 100 bat species, and there's like only 2 species that even drink blood, and those are like they only target cattle. They only target cattle, and those are like very small, so they're wrong. And here's another bird. This bird I actually didn't see. I used a stock photo. This is a golden scarab beetle. We saw this beetle on the floor. It's a golden beetle. I mean, it's very rare to come across. And let me see what else. This is some. See, there are many strangler trees. And on the top of the trees in Costa Rica, they have lots of plants. There's like a different ecosystem in the canopy. The canopy, and it's called epiphytes. Lots of plants, and they can actually give nutrients to the tree. Like they can have vines go down to the soil, and they can give nutrients to the tree. These trees are actually young, even if they could be big, because it's a very dynamic ecosystem. It's kind of like Kyoto, kind of. You know, the Mesoamericans had a myth of Teotl, which is a creative cyclone. Not sure if you ever looked into Mesoamerican mythology, which can be very fascinating too. I mean, yeah, this is opossum I saw in my back of my house the next day. Opossum. He came and looked into the window like this, so we gave him some food. This is an opossum, and yeah, this is what I did. Lots of walking. You know, you can follow this and what we did in the past 5 years. Lots of walking. Like the bat jungle. We went bat jungle stuff. Just wanted to show some of those pictures. This was like from 2-3. This was from like 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, one thing I will say is it's not good to be envious, but I really like the job that the woman had. She's just a bat tour guide. You know, she just people go and she tours people to look at the bats and give educational information, conservation information, and try to dispel the myths. You know, there are 4 B's that are very important to pollination. Those are bees, birds, butterflies, and bats. You know what I mean? They're all important pollinators. You know what I mean? And you know, the bat tour guide actually wrote this depressing poem after I went to the bat tour guide. With each line of code I write, there is a chisel that lacerates this brain, soaked in blood, engraved with geist. Walking amidst the misty forest, there is respite. Live in soul and light. I am envious of the tour guide, so I guess I am kind of envious of the tour. They really, their job does seem healthy, like they're always walking or they're talking about interesting stuff, and I'm kind of stuck in a cubicle, just doing a half-ass job at web app development now or whatever. It's kind of good. But yeah, that's the way it is. Yeah, we saw a Kikojo honey bear bounding through the trees. That was very fun. And lots of leaf cutter ants. You know, leaf cutter ants can cut off leaves and then they go to their anthill in a line. You can see a big ass line with them all holding leaves. And they feed their leaf to the fungi. And the fungi then can provide them food as it grows, basically. So it's like they're farming. You know? I mean, a lot, you know, leaf cutter ants are very interesting. It's like they're farmers, basically. They're basically farmers, you know, leaf cutter ants. And, you know, yeah, the motmots are like blue and interesting looking, but I didn't really take a picture of motmot. Yeah, oh yeah, this is a hummingbird's nest. You see right there, it's like on the bottom right there, the hummingbird's nest. Yeah, if TML left, but yeah, maybe, yeah, that's it. I just wanted to show that for fun. You know, yeah, that's the kind of stuff. I guess, you know, I'm a deep ecologist. I am a deep ecologist in many ways. You know, uh, yeah. You guys there?
Yeah. So, since most people aren't even ecologists, I would say it's vital in this time.
Yep. Yeah. It's vital. Yeah. Definitely. You know, vital. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. In some ways, you know, there's no reason to feel guilty or feel like you had sin in the past, but now I do feel guilty. You know, over all the environmental damage and devastation we caused. You know, what I mean, like. You know, it's not just human beings suffering. You know what I mean? That's the thing. You know, like it's it's freaking elephants, it's freaking dolphins. You know, the reason why dolphins beach isn't because of like it's just what they do naturally. It's because of all the maritime activities and all the sonar and other crap like that, making them go crazy. You know what I mean? Like you know, the amount of noise that these modern vessels create in the ocean is crazy. You know, and that makes them go insane, and then they beach. You know what I mean? You know, and you know, there's a lot of problems. You know, we saw the fire and with the koalas and Australia and stuff recently, relatively recently. Also, the environmental problems we could list endlessly. You know, I mean, like The only thing that can save it is scaling back on technological complexity, not regulations.
And people.
Yeah.
Can't
Well,
forget that part.
Well, I personally chose not to have kids. You know, I mean, personally, I don't have anything against people who have kids. You know,
I
but
mean, you can choose not to have them. It's just, you know, a majority of most of the people who are alive right now who are younger than baby boomers probably won't live to see a certain thing unless you have a role to play.
that's true. You know, that's you know.
Yeah, sort of lost the internet
Allegedly.
connection there. So
We're glad you're back there.
Yeah, I'm glad you're back. You know.
yeah, but we should really shut this down soon. It's
Yeah, man.
yeah, way over 2 hours over the time here. So yeah, if you guys have any closing statements, we'll put that in here, and I'll just play some replays because I don't think anybody else is gonna join the conversation, even though I put the link out there. And of course, we can talk to each other. Right. As we always do. So yeah. So sadly, no one will join the conversation today. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are out there watching. I do appreciate your time. And yeah, we'll pick this up on Tuesday. So it won't be that much time until we join again, friends. Night 7:30. We'll be back. And I already talked about the topics that we'll discuss. So yeah, if you guys want to say anything to these people,
I'm not a space ape. I don't know. Let's reconvene in a few days and take some time to recharge our brains and souls and hope that we get another day.
right.
Blessings, everyone. Get some rest, everyone. Take a day to recharge.
Blessings, brother man.
Blessings, brother man. For the cause, for the cause. Love y'all. Be good.
Love you, brother.
Oh yeah. So you guys got anything?
Uh, 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 you know, do I have anything? Hmm. I, I like East Asian woman. Yeah, I like East Asian woman.
Nice. So what about you, Twilight?
That was so dumb.
Tent and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing?
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Yes.
All the good looking women sing along. I can't hear y'all.
Everyone's just in their room, in their space, and your space is going to be this little fucking tiny little fucking square on a screen. That's going to be your space in the hyper capitalist fucking AI world. That's going to be your life. And as much as I want to be anti-capitalist, the only way to be truly anti-capitalist is to be hyper-capitalist. Is to like let them, give them carte blanche and let it fucking die faster.
So accelerationism. That's fucking brilliant. That's really smart.
What's up now? Punk chick? Yeah. Hey, what's up? We got a problem, Two-Bit? I said, do we have a problem? Oh, you got a problem, boy. Right here. Here's a problem. Right there. Right there. All right. Say, little game. Right here. I said, do we have a problem? Huh? Oh, USSR. Now you better get your stank asses up out of here before I cause a nuclear holocaust up in here, fool. Let's go, let's go. Oh.
Resist the Archon intrusion. Don't drop the Edom bomb. Praise be to Allah. Bless.
Blessings, brother. Yeah, so that's all we have for today. Yeah, we'll bring this back at a another time for you guys. A Tuesday night, as I said. We may play some more music on perhaps a stream Monday night. Right? What's today? Sunday? Yeah, we could be playing some music tonight. So who knows? Maybe tonight or tomorrow, depending on the way the mood strikes us. But we won't officially be back until Tuesday night. Right? So yeah. So I implore you guys to listen in on that day, and yeah, many different topics. And I've been preparing some more discussions, so we'll figure it out. Yeah, blessings.
Love
I could probably put standing now, the upstate, tri-state, universal.
Cut the rope, fresh puddles of pigeon blood and smoke. Load bazooka, smoking corporate hopes over a broken hookah. Got rebel hands with cycle jams to cook and cut the wattage. Electric yoke NY, rich on me, movie sluts and gossip. Conditioned up bodega, wrote it, mowing composure to echo. Now I'm in a college, I'm on college. My 23's lean over a Cobra motor, milligram bender. Novelty, I tip little try to clip in the camaraderie. Check the fuck out when metal maggots burrow in promised land vein division. I tuck my brain down over my stick cause I'm low pro. Axel roads, axle broken butcher. Last catapult standing in a land of coke and hookers. King Kong toddler, no parking for rickshaw loads. Sock puppets from sick cops. Dry long things spread in a hot box of wigwams. Serotonin deficient genes demonstrate ease in the modern day Uzi purchase. The foundation of the alacrity makes the Umis nervous. Me? Oh, I'm checking it with murals to see who's still bombing this fucker and I'm respect. Find out what it means to me. New York walk lights with electric ninjas who are bound for trunk out whips like my company DeLorean the shit. Skippers that are happy, no spaghetti's in the neighbor's garbage. He's making paper dolls decorated with targets. He's labeling the dolls with the names of shitty rap artists. Then tearing out the still-getting heart from the loose-leaf carcass. I ordered a hovercraft off the back page of an Archie comic. Built it in 3 days and thought about snarky comments. My gills called the East River, rock bottom home, and GI guppies and seaworth mutations. See New York is ancient Rome. Basic, basically stone faces. My friend jumped off the Empire State Building while I hung with 10th grade head cases. Some of them will blossom famous, some of them will blossom base heads, but they all rep ribbons in the die-cast of Voltron cadence. What? Why? Electric, catalog, murders, pigs, magnets, crack, bagley, roach stick, pristine kicks, flat in the iris to the middle. I'ma thread the needle. I'ma thread the needle. I'ma thread the needle. I'ma thread the needle. Yeah, here we go.
There we go. Oh my gosh. What a contraption technology is, Mom. Anyhow, that was Church Beef by Mike Body. You ought to check that one out, Mom. Some good stuff. I don't even know how I came across it. Something yesterday, like just searched Church Beef. I was like, oh, there's a song called that. Awesome. Anyhow, what's up, Namaste? We got Pinky out of nowhere. Suspicious timing, Pinky, you know? You haven't been around in a while. And suddenly you appear today, of all days. It's really odd. It's really strange timing. Haven't seen you in 3 months. More, maybe. I wonder how this sounds. Just for some reason, the signals are really... Well, actually, no, I got 3 bars somehow. Huh? They're boosting my signal for me for the stream. Is it Truth or Caps going live? Boost the signal. So weird, because so many shows I have trouble with my audio. And I wonder if I even, like, on my own, right? Like, here. What's up, Snow? Has methylene blue. My goodness, don't even get me started on that. We can get into that in a moment, actually. I'll bring you back to the topic here in a second once I'm done going on about the strangeness of the timing of the arrival of the anonymous chatter here, Pinky. Carl around today suddenly, too? Is that what I'm going to see next? Oh, Lord. Thanks, Browns boy. I had the clip the other day you on Illumitomies. Oh my god. I was dying. You both slept in the same bed. Well, technically, I slept there first. Oh my god. Hilarious. That's the first time I'd seen you in a while. I'm glad I watched. Oh my gosh. Anyhow, methylene blue. We still got Pinky though. The suspiciousness of timing. See, because some people will like disappear for a long time and then just randomly appear, you know. Today, just the random occurrence of Pinky. What's up? Doing great. So this is you tell me. I hear. Word is on the streets. I was wondering for a while. Anyhow, methylene blue. Now I ain't getting into that on my own. Jeez. Why would I even go there? Right? And by the way, I always mean to tell Flow State this, but by the way, I mean, you know, I'm looking at the painting, you know, that I own that Flow State doesn't have. Yeah. I like thinking about that sometimes. I wasn't even streaming for like a month or something, and they were just still talking about it. Oh man, you got Landry out there now, boots on the ground. Out there at the No Kings protest. See, I don't film that much anymore like that. It's just, I don't know. So much. My goodness, like, what's the purpose in filming? Too, because the person behind the camera has a lot of influence over what happens, for whatever reason. It's like that observation thing, right? Whatever that is called. Well, yeah, 100%. A lot of people are, you know. It was like everybody did it at some time out here, right? It's like it's like a loop everyone goes through somehow. Fascinating. And so, like, then nobody gets to talk about the topics or the subject, right? Machine Lies does an excellent job of making sure that happens somehow. I'll say that. He is excelling in that recently. I could drop a link, but who knows? I'll drop it. There's like so many people. Like, I think I go throughout the day and I'm like, there's just people that have been on here before, whatever I want to talk to, but it's like, what's the purpose, right? What is it? Hmm. I don't know. Most of it seems to just be entertainment, right? Seems that people are moving from that a bit, but then it's like, I don't know. Who knows? I want Rant to come yell at me. Again, did you see, man, Rant? We're gonna go at it, dude. I'm done with you. I'm done with Rant, dude. He wants. I got beef. I got beef with Rant. That's what I gotta say. The way he treated me on TMLs last night was beyond. Okay. Oh, and the whole reason I went on about that mountain. See, there's so much freaking ridiculous lore. So I'll just leave it here as a note. Note to the panel verse. Details, right? About the author. Well, like from 6 months ago when Flow State paid $5 to change it, and I just never changed it. No one else ever changed it. But I'll leave it there. You know? Flow State's an interesting fellow. I'd say Flow State's like 100% entertainment, right? I mean, is there problem solving going on beyond the entertainment value of the, in the panelverse drama? Is there? I don't know. Oh man. It's like nothing to look at, right? So boring. So boring. Who would want to listen to someone talk? I don't even have a screen to share. Why wouldn't you just drop a link? Why would I? I've dropped the link many times, man. So many times. What's the point? Anyhow. It's so hard, but then it's like, what am I going to do? Like, to stay on topic if I don't start talking? Like, it's like I go to like think about something. I'm like, well, what would I want to talk about, right? I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? Who knows? I want to talk about drama. Well, it's called church beef, I guess, right? I got a beef. Yeah, there's got to be a beef. There's got to be something going on here. Really, oh my gosh. Yeah, getting character better. All right, listen. I'm going to drop this. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe nobody will even join. I'm like, there it goes. I gave the option. I can just rant and go Benton style. Just turn off the chat. Talk to myself. Pretty good at it. I'll give him that. Pretty good at that. Man. Well, let's get on methylene blue, dude. I got nothing else to talk about. Let's go. So just making notes here in the panelverse. I'm just going to make notes. This is like public notes. Based on my observations of recent panelverse drama, especially the claims that this Rant fella is bringing against me. Okay. Now, as we know, Rant loves methylene blue. We've, gone back and forth, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to talk about him, right? This whole concept is, I'm just trying to get across, right? Is that, I'm just like, where do I begin, right? Which point? If you have, man, there's so much, it's like so much information. It's like, where do you begin? I don't have the time to sit here and just make slideshows. Not yet. Not that I won't in the future. About all this stuff, but oil, coal, and tar, whatever they say it is. But then, see, immediately, especially in this sort of space, you hear the deflections from people that, that it's not really a fossil fuel, right? Like that sort of thing. Then people want to just sideline certain information. And I've realized at looking at fulvic acid, with the utilization of AI, let's just cover the full spectrum of the ideas, in the Panelverse as of recent. Because that whole debate between Landry and TML was started over on OTWs, about the I think Landry agreed to is AI harmful? I think it was that simple. Or something like this. And TML obviously won. Like Landry's not even on the same level. But one point Landry made was about researching medical stuff with AI, Now's a point of criticism. That was a point of criticism, that TML made about with this trusting medical information from AI. And it's true. Because it hallucinates and all this stuff, right? This is just my thoughts on it, What else am I going to speak about here? But when it goes back to the medical system, right? My goodness, I've been so against pharmaceuticals for so long. And I didn't really understand. I was like, I didn't like chemicals, right? I didn't like synthetics because I've seen what they've done to people, including my family, like looking for help from the hospital, right? Like just going down like the worst road possible and being charged whatever ridiculous amount. And just giving up their life to the system. And so I started to pursue like natural medicine a long time ago, but it was like, what is the distinction between natural and synthetic? And it's it can't be as simple as it appears to be. But essentially, when you're talking about medicine, synthetic medicine is typically derived from oil, coal, tar derivatives like plastics, because it isn't the right way to say it, but oil is like a plastic. It's very malleable. Even like the molecules are super malleable. And they say it all comes from plants. It's loaded with phenols, which are broken down polyphenols, which are, around, in the fall when the leaves change, orange, red, yellow. Those are polyphenols that make those colors in order to protect the plant from UV light. And they fall off the trees. And then that's a humic substance too. So then they become something else, right? So the polyphenols break down from over time, right? Through different processes. And they can last for thousands of years, right? Alive, like bioavailable is probably the best way to say it. And perhaps even millions of years, depending on whatever science you trust, right? So I just gotta get it out here. The whole thing, my whole position here was rant. So I can just get to the point, because maybe I'll never have the discussion. I'll just get it out right now. And the link's there if anybody wants to join, whatever. But I'm going to finish this first, though. And then I won't be here very long. Maybe like another hour, 15 minutes. You're going back to like, so what is natural versus synthetic? When it comes to medicine, synthetic is they're derivatives of coal. And typically, petropharmaceuticals, right? And the first one to ever be synthesized is that we know of is methylene blue. It was the beginning of synthetic medicine. It was the pathway to synthetic medicine in a way, but not really. I mean, oil itself, coal is like, it's so malleable, it's insane. And it's just these broken down phenols like bisphenol A. BPA is so bad for you because it's bisphenol A. They took the phenols in the coal that originally came from plants, according to the research I've seen and what they make sense. Because polyphenols break down multiple phenol groups, the bonds break and they just become regular, plain, phenol. They stand alone and it's like a different thing. And then that's, they get plastics and stuff somehow by manipulating these phenols. There's so many different groups of hydrocarbons and whatever. Like, it's crazy what it is. And so fulvic acid, what that is so polyphenols in the leaves, right? They fall off the trees and they decompose in the ground. The trees fall down, the grass dies, and comes back the next year. And these deposits sometimes occur, and they can sit in pockets of the earth. And they're super nutrient dense when they're not exposed to UV or too much pressure. Like they need just the right environment. And instead of becoming a hydrocarbon, and so this is the science here, right? That's what they say. It becomes it just continues to break down as a humic substance, and it's just fulvic acid is it's just defined as small, like just small. Like they don't really it's so small that like it can get into cellular level, and like there's research that shows it like pulls chelates, chelation. Looking at that, I won't make any claims there. Chelation of metals, chelation, or whatever. I tried methylene blue at Rance, and I'm not saying methylene blue is bad. I'm not trying to say that. But what is true is the discussion around how synthetic medicine came to be is a key factor in methylene blue. Like you might as well know the rest of the story. It was the first synthetic drug, but they started. It all started with quinine. The Jesuit European warlocks, and I covered this before. They went over. They got the cinchona bark from South America and brought it into like Spain and Europe because it had a natural. It's quinine, right? Yeah. I always mix it up with another one. I'm not even going to try and figure out because it's quinine. And it killed malaria. And it was devastating people, like in Europe. So over hundreds of years, they were getting it from South America to cure malaria. Quinine, like gin and tonic, right? Like real tonic has like quinine in it. And so they started to try, at one point, they devastated the trees in South America. They couldn't figure out another place to grow them because they grew in only this one climate for the most part. And so they began to try to synthesize it from coal. And the dude who tried it found, I think Moab, a dye, a synthetic dye. He discovered synthetic dyes essentially, and he failed at finding the quinine alternative, like synthetic ones, which I think they did eventually synthesize it at some point. I think only recently, like the 1900s. They were trying for like 100 years or something. But in that process, that pursuit, he discovered synthetic dyes and started like a huge industry over in like Germany. It was a German company or something. Yeah. And then somebody else, But I guess the first thing they ever synthesized, they started making dyes, right? Synthetic dyes, and that's what methylene blue. Is where it comes from. It's a synthetic dye essentially. It could be defined as a synthetic dye. So if you're worried about, all these other dyes, I don't know. Like, but it has been used for a long time, so it is different too. But essentially, it's the same thing, which is just fascinating because each one's a little different, right? Like, what is it? Allegedly derived from plants. As the story goes. I'm just on an official record there. I know someone who takes methylene blue per eye. Previously, it was made with more natural ingredients. There's no. It's well, maybe, but I would have to hear that. Like, what does that even mean? What I'm saying is methylene blue is it's essentially the first synthesized. It's the first synthesized thing. What we define as, if we're going to put all these different pharmaceutical drugs into a category of synthesized, it's synthesized. Well, what does that mean? Or is it is it not because of some, exemption, right? Since Ramp freaking knows everything about me, I know he's listening. Methylene blue, the miracle solution. See, what's fascinating, this fulvic acid is, so if the truth is that plants decompose and create hydrocarbons over time as they decompose, fulvic acid is a step before coal. So everything is a natural order before it begins to decompose into like graphite, essentially. Like the carbon decomposes and it isolates over time in like structures or something. And it's like the written record, right? What do we use to write? I mean, graphite means to write, right? And that's carbon. And graphene is like, a different structure of carbon. But it's all what? To keep a record, to transfer information. There's a lot of carbon-based information exchanges that are natural. Everything that's living, so is, carbon-based. But that's like they say that's like barely even like 10% of the mass of the Earth or something like this is organic matter. Not even. I don't even think it's that. Like carbon's like organic matter is rare in a nutshell. So then people say the oil is coming from somewhere. I don't know. Is it the beginning of life then? I don't like. Is it? Because then you find, oh man, this gets crazy with this stuff. Anyhow, I go any direction with that. That's the essential, right? That's the essential nature of my disputes with Rant. So I'm sure he'll follow up on this at some point. No, I'll drop the link one more time. No worries. noise. Uh-oh. Is that what he's doing? Uh-oh. Yeah, but synthesis. Yeah, but what? It's like a boundary, dude. And it's not really, because it's synthetic is a synthetic word. It's made by man, right? It's just a concept. Anyhow. So really, there's an argument that it's just an extension of nature. But I don't know, if we're drawing a line, it's on synthetics, because synthetics are pretty. Well, it's the intention behind them, because you can sit there and make anything, right? You can make anything with this coal, like any molecule and stuff. All sorts of crazy stuff. Like there's so many oil. There's from oil, from plastics, all the plastics, all a lot of heat and energy used to power freaking industries. It's all being derived from this. It's where it started. Now, because of the petropharmaceuticals, coal and oil, we can make solar and wind more cheaply. Obviously, we could have probably done it without it somehow, but there's so much is derived from it that surrounds us. Wash out, knobs. Oh, we'll see what's up. Well, I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong on my facts. But Rant laid that out, and I've researched it several times. Somebody's got a specific fact. Oh, I'll drop the link one more time. I'm not going to be here much more than an hour, probably. But. Nubs, if you want to come up and talk about plant medicine. You had or the metals. You were talking about the metals, right? Micro metal? Like, I don't remember. Like nano silver and gold, I think. Oh, yeah.
Dope.
Right, the 30-minute mark. I did 30 minutes by myself. Yay.
Nice.
I was just rambling, dude. I was like, I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah, I've been watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure we could get Rant to review this later.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if he doesn't catch it tonight or whatever.
Right. If he doesn't call in. He has been calling in a lot recently.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That's why I figured I'd call him out. Just to let him know that like he's one, whatever. Although he was being a dick to me yesterday, so
Yeah, could be he doesn't want to debate.
No, I don't necessarily want to debate. Now, whatever. I do want to keep that conversation going though, because I think it could go places. It's just my opinion. What do you think about synthetic, man? Like, what's the definition? Like, when it comes to like synthetic pharmaceutical drugs, and like, is there a definitive line? I don't know.
Yeah, I think like made in a lab. I guess I would say, right?
Somehow, right?
Different than natural, right?
But most of what we refer.
Yeah, like there's lots of tinctures based on natural stuff that are made with unnatural solvents, right?
Yes.
Because to extract the
Right.
constituents, right, or whatever.
Yeah. Because it's more efficient or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. So, things that are mass produced, it could say organic, but obviously you have to look how it's actually produced, right? They may have used
And
chemicals in the process.
but when we're referring to synthetic in general topics, like typically we're referring to some sort of oil or coal derived product. Any chemical you can think of, any like pharmaceutical drug, anything is typically derived from a hydrocarbon, what they call. And that's what we call synthetic. Typically. What does that mean though?
Right.
Why is it oil or coal? Like why is it? I don't know. And what is that? It's clearly bringing some sort of information from somewhere else. Or in a different form. It's like our ancestors. So essentially, if it is, hydrocarbons are like dead humic substances broken down into hydrocarbons. It's ancient plants and animal, a little bit of animal. Sometimes it's typically plants for whatever reason, mostly vegetation or plankton or whatever. Yeah, 666 carbon. It's what that like the whole graphene video like laying out was kind of laying this out. Honestly, I've been looking at it since then, and this was because of AI assisted research. It did find the studies for me that I could not access. I would say it would make, but it made claims. It would not necessarily read the studies, but it got me access to studies about what I needed. I printed stacks of them. I didn't hear about methylene blue until they started RFK started pushing or whatever. And it was original. I had to find a video on it. If I find a video, can you play it? My connection sucks so bad.
Yeah.
All right. I'll look in a moment. But please feel free for a moment. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, bioavailable. It is a good point, right? I mean, your body can only digest what it's already made out of or whatever. So, so it's interesting, right? And then,
yes, sorry.
Yeah, like they say, like if you drink like camel milk or camel urine, you'll get like super probiotics because like camels can eat like anything, right? So their gut has bacteria in it that could just digest anything, right? So it's like camel guts are like tough. Like they could eat whatever, like they could eat a bunch of food, right?
Well, bioavailability and absorption rates. And so so that reminds me like the Shilajit, Himalayan Shilajit, like real, like, so we're getting flooded. Like America knows fulvic acid through Shilajit typically. And America's been flooded from India with claims that it's Shilajit, which means that it's ancient plants that decomposed in such a fashion that they didn't go down into the earth and turn into coal. They had a different process. They were pressed out to the top of the mountain in this ooze that still has the plant compounds broken down over millions of years, they claim, and it's bioavailable. And they'll mix it to cut it into the camel point. They mix it with the real stuff. The tradition is to mix it with bull urine or something, which I don't.
Really,
that's crazy. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. But it's super rare, and they're selling it by the millions in America. There's no way that they're finding this much. And it's not tested, it's not regulated. That's what fulvic acid does too, though. So in bacteria, like synthetic crops, right? the synthetic fertilizers kill the soil bacteria. They like strip the soil, and the bacteria are primarily what breaks down the nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, and all the other stuff to make it bioavailable to the plant. Otherwise, it just sits there on the ground. It doesn't actually get to the plant. And so fulvic acid sprayed on plants is like, it brings back, it feeds the native bacteria, and they start to break. It makes the application of fertilizer more effective because it brings back the microbiome in agriculture. Like, we're killing the soil. And if they're sterilizing, like RFK said or whatever, I always mix it up. The health guy, that the soil would be sterile in the next cycle or something of crops, like the next 20 years or something, if we kept doing what we're doing. And fulvic acid literally is the solution, and using less synthetics at the same time. It's there for, it's there for that reason. Because the earth knew we would fuck up.
Yeah, I heard that recently that that scientists found that the probiotics were eating PFAS chemicals in your body. So yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, like they break down plastics and stuff for you, right?
Right. Plastics and metals and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they just produce different things, and then they're manufactured. That's why they manufacture them to, produce different substances or whatever, like to elicit responses in the body.
Yeah, I think that was that with the broccoli sprouts or whatever. It said broccoli sprouts to take away like benzene and shit that stay in your body for a really long time. Stay in your body like up to 7 years. You just take it out.
Yeah, benzenes are a group of hydrocarbons, and it's coming from these derivatives synthetically derived. It's from this ancient material that we think we know, but then everybody wants to, go one way or another about it. Grounding is like the most researched thing in far as health is grounding, just grounding.
Yeah, we had mindful exposures on yesterday.
Oh, really? She hasn't been around
Yeah.
a while. It's good.
Yeah, she likes to talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, good.
she's huge in the benefits of grounding. I think she
Yeah.
said like it could help heal cancer yesterday and stuff like that. They're finding out that you do it for a week and it'll produce cancer fighting chemicals and all types of stuff. She was talking about it yesterday.
Your body's all iron, and it's all good. We may not understand how it's holding energy, but it is. And the way that the grounding is, like, it impacts the body somehow to like realign there's studies on it, how it realigns the blood vessels, like how they clump together sometimes, prevents that. Like, there's hundreds of studies on it. It's crazy, actually. It's like the most researched thing. It's pretty funny. She was talking about it yesterday. Y'all, yesterday? Last night?
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, like my stream kept it kept crashing or whatever. Like crash.
Greetings. How you guys doing?
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, how about you?
Nada. I just woke up a little while ago.
Cool.
I guess it was 3 hours ago. Yeah. It's been chilling today. Worked last couple days, so. How about you?
talking about plant medicine or something. I don't know what it even classified as, to be honest.
What are you saying? I don't understand.
You better understand. You want to be up here? You better
I saw
put
your
catch
show
on.
the other day. I saw
Mm.
your show the other day though. That was pretty wild with you guys and Rant. That was pretty cool show.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like special review time.
Yeah, I made some comments on your video. I don't know if you saw them.
Oh yeah, I saw the timestamps or something. I didn't look at the timestamps though. Damn, man. Yeah.
You probably missed a lot of what I was trying to say then. Because you
Oh,
don't
no way.
remember
I'm gonna
things
sit there and
identically, I don't
track down
think,
all the
right?
timestamps. Jeez.
Yeah. I was just commenting on what I was hearing. I do that sometimes whenever I watch shows.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes excessively. I know that. I do that sometimes excessively.
Yeah, host state's
So,
debating right now.
oh, really?
So we could
I didn't
review
even
them
know
again. We do deja vu.
All right,
Yeah,
what's going
I still
on?
watch them.
Oh, wait,
Whatever. I mean, I still
what
watch
was the
them.
video I wanted you to pull up earlier?
Yeah, you wanted me to pull up something else. So we
Do you
can pull
remember
that
at
up.
all what we were talking about? I forget the video.
You
It was a
were
short
you
one.
were talking about the synthetic stuff or whatever.
Yeah. So many,
remember?
man. Not the specific video. I remember I said a lot there. Yeah, feel free to pull it up, man. I'm freaking locked down, man. I don't know. My internet connection is. Can't even get on my computer except for using my phone. Which.
Yeah, it's been
Goodness.
really bad the last couple of days. I think solar flares have something to do with it, but I'm not absolutely sure about that.
Oh,
I
I was
think it's
saying
also
earlier.
just like. Go
I don't know
ahead.
if I got the. I don't know if I got to a point. For some reason, Tino, when I call into your show, I never have mic issues, but on everybody else's, it seems to be a problem. It's weird. And I've heard myself back in your show. I'm so clear. I'm like, what? That's weird. Or most of the time. But like other shows, it's like, I don't know.
That's funny because I actually was I went on Powder Dusty the other day and like literally like I guess my pitch was too high and my mic like totally like malfunctioned and I got kicked immediately. I was like, I think sometimes it's kismet.
That's funny. He tried to hang. Yeah, that's funny.
I can't even see what's happening. Pull it up. Sure.
Yeah, I let people go with the shitty mic. I'm just like
Mhm.
whatever. I'm like as long as I can hear what they're saying.
Mhm.
Not really too worried about it, but the people
Yeah,
that really
that's how I
offended,
feel too. I'm glad when people tell me that my mic sucks though. Still,
Oh yeah.
it doesn't bug me.
Freaking! I saw that too. Yeah. Like they had this whole cupcake session. He's. Oh man. I mean, no comment at the moment. With full public commentary.
Yeah, I wasn't
Again?
aware of that.
Again.
Yeah, he's cloud chasing hard, but it's not a big deal.
I imagine he probably feels pretty bad for. I mean, I can see where he would think that you might be overreacting, but with certain things, but that's still no excuse to jump on the bandwagon of throwing somebody under the bus and talking shit about them. In my opinion.
Well, I won't tolerate it. You know, it's like I told Wizard
Yeah.
yesterday. Look, I won't tolerate it. So.
Well, see, and I respect you for that. Like 100%, that is a plus. You know, because
Yeah, and I won't
I mean, you were
tolerate people
talking
talking
too,
about
but
like Buddha and stuff either, right? I
yeah,
won't tolerate
it's
people
different
talking
in
about
retaliation.
yeah, and I won't I won't tolerate people talking about truth or Buddha or anybody. It just is what it is.
Yeah, Rant is okay though, right? Because he like totally like, at least for me, because he like totally like wants to eradicate witches. He said so.
Well, he
kinda
well, he like garners a lot of hatred, so it's fine. And then like there's certain characters like Hank and Rant, you know, they try to antagonize people, so that's a little bit different. And I won't.
Yeah,
They
I gotcha.
sort of,
Gotcha.
yeah, they got like sort of a different character. Like also Browns Boy is one.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, I totally understand that.
yeah, they
But
get a lot of
he can also
hatred.
take it. He can take a beating too.
Oh
God's way.
my
He's like,
goodness. All right. Zephyr, hold on.
what?
Let me get at you. You come in here talking about this drama, these people, those people. I don't care.
No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. Let's end it there then. It's not what I'm trying to do. I
My
just want to get it
goodness.
aired out. Air it
Giving
out. That's what
commentary.
Zephyr.
Were you even watching the show? Zephyr, you've offended me at this point.
Oh, sure, whatever. Now I know you're bullshitting. Or are you being sarcastic? Because you know I don't get that, right?
I asked you a question.
Oh, ask it again then, because I obviously missed
So
it.
were
I
you paying
apologize.
any attention to what I was saying earlier? Do you have any commentary there?
Oh, I missed the beginning of the show. I just popped in whenever right before I said waves in the chat. So I hope that is a good answer.
Greetings, Bex.
Hi, Bex.
Yeah, blessings.
Oh man. Let's pull it up or something, man. If we're gonna talk about other people, I want to see something, man. Jesus. I want to be going on about anyone.
What did you want the show to be? Because you can also reset that and
You're
start it
talking
right
about
now.
You got the flow state thing you're talking about?
I hope you're not asking me because I don't.
I'm
Not at
not.
all.
Woman. All right.
Yeah, I
Okay.
got it.
Getting you out of here. Get out of here. How do I get it back? Sorry. All right. Get on board here. Listen, please. My goodness. I can't speak on any which way. I'll go crazy.
Because state governments are refusing to allow federal law enforcement to do their job and enforce their constitutionally protected duty of enforcing immigration law. It is a danger to these federal officers. Ryan talks about how will we.
So this dude is the dude that Andrew Wilson sends to like the Republican convention or something like that. Right? I remember he said that in the Tazariak debate. Because this Tazariak guy was really pushing him. He was asking him, what do you do for the Christian community or, you know, the white people or whatever, right? The Americans, right? Whoever he purports to represent, right? He said, what do you actually do for him? And he said, yeah, I send Rob Noer to the Republican conventions. So he pays money. So this guy's hired by Andrew Wilson. Yeah, this guy's hired by Andrew Wilson. Yeah.
You know what's really weird?
Debating.
I think that this guy looks like that guy that showed up last night. That right before you closed down, or right after you closed down last night. TML. Kind of like, I don't know. I get the same vibe.
Yeah, it's a different character. Yeah, she's talking about MC Nemesis.
He came by. I think he tried to get on OTWs. They were saying.
Yeah, he came by and
the
he
real
admitted
MC
to-
Nemesis.
Yeah, he admitted to a lot of his crimes backstage.
Oh my
at
god!
show, and yeah.
What is it? I don't even want to know. He came on. Yeah, he came on randomly the other day on mine. And I was like, I hadn't even seen him in forever. I was like, why are you here? Of all, like, why now?
Hey, doctor. Yeah, he did.
Okay, so what do we have here?
So that way he could talk and there'd be no noise. Sorry. I
Yeah.
said that's one hell of a counter argument. And
That lady on top
the
is
gentleman get
definitely a
prepared
paid
to,
actor.
battle it out blood sport style. Are you prepared?
What's her name?
All right.
Oh wait.
Nova Star.
Okay. Now.
I can only see this on my phone. It's the tiniest thing.
Okay. All right. So, which of you gentlemen would like to go first?
Yeah, so the first thing I'll do is clarify when I said what I don't if maybe I misspoke, but what I meant to say was that the military would be enforcing the laws. We're not talking about the FBI enforcing laws, we're talking about the United States military as in armed service members going and enforcing civilian laws. And that just so clarity there. As for the court situation, that is one specific area where ICE is unable to make arrests. That does not mean they are not able to carry out their jobs in any other area. In fact, DHS was just bragging about how the feds, how ICE has arrested over 1,500 people via Operation Midway Blitz over the past month. So clearly, they are able to do what they are out there to do.
It's not true. Like, feel if
DHS is lying.
It's not true in this sense. They're not able to do what they do if state governments are actively protecting. For example, in California right now, they just adhered $25 million to an emergency fund that they've declared a state of emergency to help illegals, help their families, help them with finances, help them with legal aid, etc. They're refusing to cooperate with federal authorities. And when federal authorities are being attacked, they're not providing adequate backup. Let me ask you this, Ryan.
This isn't the garage anymore. This is what comes next.
What are we even debating here?
Always building.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way.
Forgive me if it's been covered. What are they debating? Should Trump, oh my God, dude, invoke, dude, that's awesome. Great debate. You know how tiny that is on my screen? Did I lose everybody? What are you doing? Lost everybody on the panel verse. Uh-oh. Can anybody hear me? What's going on? What's sound? Oh my God. Can you hear a thing?
Of them.
Are you sure about this?
Yes, I can show you
How are you
video
so
after video. I can show you
You
video.
show me
after-
video of people assaulting officers who are then not being arrested?
That is correct.
So I've seen
Yes.
tons of videos of people getting arrested.
Sure, there are some that are arrested. There's some that get away with it. Would you like me to show you video?
Okay,
in
so
Portland?
some people are escaping, is what you're saying.
Sure, well, escaping
But,
or the
if-
police
so
are
if the
incapable
police
of protecting.
So, Rob, you agree the police are arresting people if they're capable of it, right?
No, not necessarily. We have plenty
Police
of
are
evidence.
standing
that they've-
police are standing by and
Correct.
watching
We have
them
correct.
assault
We have
officers with
plenty of.
doing nothing.
I can't hear. You're muted if you're talking.
Oh, whoops. Yeah.
No, it's like I couldn't hear anything earlier. I was like, is no one there? I was like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I was just
I
saying
can
that
hear it.
like yeah, I was just saying that
Mhm.
like this like video, like I do not feel like watching this video at all. Like this looks like a boring video, and also like it seemed like Rob Noah's gonna debate the radical guy, and then Flow State's gonna debate this fucking clown. So like,
is Flow State going to argue that we should use this act, or Trump should invoke this act? Is that his position?
he's on the liberal side now, so he's on the anti-Trump side now. Whereas when he was debating with Andrew Wilson, he was on the pro-Trump side.
Wow.
Civilian laws or for local law enforcement? What are the ones enforcing that you would have a problem with?
Well, it would all depend on what they're assigned to do. After, first of all, a proclamation has to be filed, right, by the president to invoke the Insurrection Act, and then after people don't disperse, assuming they don't, then whatever laws are they're being instructed to carry out. This all depends on the nature of the.
So presumably, it seems that it's being suggested that it would be declared to protect federal authorities.
Potentially.
Okay, so it's your
not
argument if
necessarily.
the state is incapable or unwilling to protect mobs that are going against federal authorities, that it would be wrong to send people like the National Guard to defend them.
Are there people who are assaulting officers who are not being arrested?
Correct.
Can you
That is
identify some of
absolutely
them?
occurring. Yes, there's litanies of them.
Are you sure about this?
Yes, I can show you
How are you
video
so sure?
after video. I can show you
You
video.
show me
after-
video of people assaulting officers who are then not being arrested?
That is correct.
So I've seen
Yes.
tons of videos of people getting arrested.
Sure, there are some that are arrested. There's some that get away with it. Would you like me to show you video?
Okay,
in Portland?
so some people are escaping, is what you're saying.
Sure. Well, escaping
But
or the
if-
police
so
are
if the
incapable
police
of protecting.
So, Rob, you agree the police are arresting people if they're capable of it, right?
No, not necessarily. We have plenty
Police
of
are
evidence. that
standing
they've-
police are standing by and
Correct.
watching
We have
them
correct.
assault
We have
officers with
plenty of
doing
we have
nothing.
We have plenty of evidence, for example, in places like Portland, that police have stood down and done absolutely nothing. For example, there's video of Katie Davis Court getting smacked in the face and getting a black eye the other day. The police caught up exactly to the girl that did it. Said they're being
it's the dumbest thing. He's like, oh, okay, the solution is to send military on people that are assaulting the police, or the police could just fucking arrest them like they were supposed to do in the first place. Like, so it's such fucking stupid argument, right? It's like, oh yeah, now we all of a sudden need a military, waste tons of money, to bring in the National Guard on, citizens and a bunch of fucking crazies.
Well, I would get if we said now if Flow State's taking the liberal position. Now is he actually taking this position? Because he's a former freaking Proud Boy, right? Admitted he used to wear his cap. He was there until shortly before, big day. And
I haven't gotten to like him speaking yet. I guess I don't know.
Okay.
Talk?
All right. Let's find when he talks. I want to see what he says. Let's see what these arguments are. Like, what do they
so far? Yeah, like so far, it seems like Rob Norris' argument is dog shit, right?
Oh
He's
yeah,
like, let's go, like the military, like.
And he just found this dude. I remember and went on a stream like a week ago. As far as I know, that's like the first time they started talking. What I saw.
Okay, there goes Flow State. No,
yeah, let's hope. Oh, not yet.
All right, I'm just gonna play it.
It's safe spots for the January Sixers.
The January
How would
6ers
you
were
feel?
the ones attacking. The January 6ers were the
No,
ones attacking.
not afterwards.
So if people went after them to arrest them,
let's assume Dusty was at January 6th, right? And he goes back. I don't know where you're from, Dusty. Let's assume you're from Alabama, right? So he goes back to Alabama, and the federal authorities are like, we're coming to Dusty's house to arrest him. And Dusty shelters up in a state courthouse, and the governor of Alabama is a right winger and says, no,
again, not comparable because the safe spots are for illegal immigrants, not for people who are engaging in insurrection or whatever, as you put it.
It does not matter. The reason that we're saying the reason that it matters would be this: that the people attacking federal law enforcement to protect Dusty would be engaged in an insurrection. Right?
It needs to be going against the government.
Yes.
Right. So sure.
I can give you the criteria from
the legal criteria.
That is insanity, dude. How the fuck are you committing insurrection against the government because you attacked a fucking police officer? That seems like
if that police officer is carrying out federal directives to enforce the law by deporting people who are illegal, then you're literally interfering with the government process, just as was done on January 6th. That was the case they made. Using violence to stop the government from doing its government shit.
Is that the government doing government shit? Or did they just go out there?
Sounds like government shit to me, and don't get me started on that election, right? Because I don't see any legitimacy to it.
Which election?
The one that the people were all pissed off about and went and tried to insurrect against.
Oh yeah!
Oh my god!
The election was fake. Yeah, the election was fake.
Yeah, it was fake.
I think they all have been since 1999. Honestly.
Yeah, I'm not comparing the two. I don't think that those people on January 6th should have got arrested at all. So I'm not doing the two wrongs make a right thing. I'm saying neither of them should get arrested. I mean, I don't think neither is insurrection, in my opinion.
Oh, I'm done with that for sure.
Yeah, like that's overreach.
So they're basic. So the left was like theoretically in the drama performance in the media. The left was celebrating when J6ers were getting arrested. So you're saying they've now flipped that against the people trying to stop people essentially and get the right to cheer now.
Rob Noor is saying if that was an insurrection, then how are people who are violently trying to overthrow ICE not an insurrection?
Right. Wow.
That's whataboutism for false
but then he's just right. He's justifying the fact that the first one is seen as an insurrection. Then, right? So he's doing the two wrongs.
He would have to be. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the problem is that you don't think it's like in his view he doesn't think that the January 6ers should be locked up. So why is he using the two wrongs make a right? Bullshit argument
Right.
the way Andrew Wilson does in every single debate. Right?
Yeah, his argument would have to be that neither should be arrested in order for it
Right.
to be honest, intellectually
Right.
honest.
Okay, now slow state's on the front stage. So let's see how he rocks and rolls at this point.
Say this, right? You do agree it's the purview of the federal government to enforce immigration law, correct?
Just like that song, he's been waiting for a moment like this.
I've been waiting.
For a day like you. Yeah, it's opportunistic for sure.
Yeah, it's like this Kelly Clarkson. Is that her name or yeah?
The voice, the first voice.
So if a state such as California says we disagree, we want to allow these people here, that's irrelevant. The federal government.
If the federal government is doing a
Yeah, just put her up.
change in their approach to enforcing the laws, that's bad leadership. That's bad management.
You might say that. I think it's bad management that we've let dozens of millions of illegals in here. So I think that was bad management, and I think turning that around and enforcing the laws is good management. Nonetheless, so to answer your question, once you agree with that, yes, it would not matter if it's in the heart of America. I don't give a shit if it's a completely insulated state like Nebraska. Of course, I want the feds enforcing immigration law there. The idea that because they get to a state that's not a border state, then we should no longer enforce it is nonsensical. Not to mention that maybe many of these people that are being deported, in addition to just being, the laws should be enforced anyways, because that's the immigration law, many of them are members.
Whoa, he's getting railroaded. Like, cut him off, dude. This is crazy. But yeah, man.
Of gangs or people that have engaged in violence that the state governments have allowed.
It's hard to articulate a bullshit argument with a bullshit point. It's like a very difficult task.
Right. Right, exactly. But it's a task he's taken up.
Going to promote the ones that are, for sure.
Sure, but let's say I can concede. We'll say some are, some aren't. Forget the percentages.
Let's say most of them are.
Okay, let's say that for the sake of argument. I don't know that that's true, but let's say nonetheless, the law should be enforced to all of these people. And why would we say that the feds would not be allowed to go into these states if it's clear that they're ones that even you're admitting are hardcore criminals that the state government's incapable or unwilling to detain?
Well, there are hardcore criminals everywhere. You could throw a dart at a map and there would be a criminal there.
Nonetheless, your point was, why would we accept federal authorities? Why would we want them to enforce immigration law in non-border states?
If you acknowledge that there are criminals everywhere in the world, right? And now all of a sudden we have ICE choosing to enforce these across the country in a way that we've never been done before. That's an aggressive act by the federal government against states, against the states' wishes, and it's purely antagonistic.
It's not antagonistic.
Purely antagonistic.
Right? Enforcing the federal law isn't antagonistic. And again,
you don't think
let's assume.
I was so hopeful he strung together just a series of factual statements that weren't inflammatory or full of shit at all. And then he just jumped off the cliff into bullshit oblivion.
Let's assume, I just want to be clear. If ICE was an agency that found through their investigations of a criminal cartel that was smuggling people in, that a member of ISIS had been smuggled in and was in California, and the government of California is like, we just don't cooperate with ICE, and ICE went in there and arrested this member of ISIS planning a terror attack, your argument is no. They shouldn't do that because that member of, let me finish, that member of ISIS made it to a non-border state. So therefore we shouldn't care.
Nope. My argument is that terrorism is a DHS thing. It's not an immigration. At this point, that person, their immigrant status, not really even doesn't matter at all. What matters is that they're planning terrorist attacks. And so yeah, that needs to be stopped and that needs to be picked up. But their immigrant status is.
You said it's DHS. I want you to take a guess. ICE operates under which agency?
They're like debating how the government should run. Like the government's our daddy, but it shouldn't be doing this. It should be doing that.
Right, and it's also saying like he's admitting there's no principle. It's like, yes, the government should enforce the law that I think is really, really bad, but the law that I think is not really that big of a deal, they shouldn't enforce at all.
Yeah, I think that if there's any majority that thinks that a law isn't really that bad, probably we should look at it and see if it really is that big of a deal and try and downsize some of these regulatory or and it's like on numbers of people, not on power of dollars.
I
Yeah.
don't disagree. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just saying it's like you said. There's no principle behind what he said. He's like, oh, it should be labeled a terrorist act instead. But it's like, how is that any different? It's like two ways to use the federal government, and it's like, it's like he did in the Fugelsang versus Wilson thing last night that he did. He just listed his opinions.
Yeah, it's because they don't see the danger of the loopholes that they're creating for the downward spiral at the same time.
It's an admission that you don't believe in the law, which again, neither do I. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying it pulls the rug out from like half of everything that you're saying, right? Like when you admit that. And then you have to admit that, well, what is it that you do believe in? And it's arbitrary enforcement of your own moral beliefs.
And that's how everybody is, right? Really? I mean, like,
exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Unless they think about it for 40 years, and then maybe you can like slightly be out of phase with that. I'd still argue underneath it all, we're all the same.
In some ways, yeah. I have to concede you on that one, especially after our discussion with like all guys wanting to sleep with girls they're friends with. Like just the other day, that was pretty eye-opening for me.
I don't know. I can't speak for all guys. I don't know if you're talking about a conversation you and I had.
We were talking on the freaks.
Can we get into the now, brothers and sisters?
Yes,
Yeah, somebody needs to zoom in on this dude's eyes. It's insane, right? It's like the blackest eyes I've ever seen. Yeah, it's like wow. Yeah. It's like just straight up just two pupils.
Yeah, it's strange.
I'm sorry, it's FBI. FBI is.
ICE operates under which agency?
Meth is a hell of a
I
drug.
want you to take a guess. ICE operates.
Is that like Cottonmouth that he's facing there?
It's under which agency?
I'm sorry, it's FBI. FBI is who's in charge of.
I don't think that the FBI is the sole. You don't think the DHS also works on anti-terror investigations?
I don't think that ICE is primarily responsible for investigating terrorism.
Well, it might not be primarily, but certain in the course of law enforcement, if they come to find that there are actual terrorists, why would we? The point I'm
arguing which branch of the government should govern people. It's just insane. It's like,
well, I mean, you grant them that they believe in government, at least.
Right.
And move on from there.
Yeah, it's authoritarian.
But I mean, that's 98% of people. And really, I would argue that it's inherent in the rest of the people too, right? Some people either have an extreme aversion to authority, or some people have thought about it long enough to realize it's all bullshit, and at least there's some kind of cognitive dissonance there. But human beings in general were authoritarian monkeys. And with good reason, because we come from like a habit of beating each other over the head for scraps of food.
Allegedly.
Sure, yeah. We could be unlike any other animal we've ever observed on Earth and been created by the divine and put here perfectly with everything we need and fig leaves and all the things.
Could be.
And then I don't know how the fuck we got like this then.
I don't know.
Or I can assume that we've been through all the struggles as the dolphins and the chimpanzees and the gorillas, and that we're slightly more socially advantaged. And then I don't know, I don't know if it was aliens or God or mushrooms, but, somewhere where we started eating more protein, the brain got bigger and We're like
Yeah.
what, 1.5% better than a fucking animal?
It's like a whole discussion.
Better in quotes. Where's avian?
Yeah, I think they're better personally, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And certainly. Well, yeah. Depends on what you mean. They're better at being
like
in tune with
flying-
nature, that's for sure.
Yeah, like
With-
flying squirrels, right? Like, what do they do
Dude,
wrong?
oh my god. Wow, dude.
What did they do wrong?
Did I tell you this? I didn't tell you, did I?
You know what? Machine lies, they're really fucking
Did I tell you?
selfish and racist. That's what they do
Right.
wrong. How do you
I
like
forgot
that?
to tell anyone.
Right,
So
right. They're
last
racist
night-
against the brown squirrels, you know.
Dude, the flying squirrels that have lived in my attic forever, for like a year and a half. I've never seen them before. And yesterday, a flashlight fell off the shelf, and I was like, "What the heck was that?" I went out, and then I looked up, and flying squirrel sitting right there on the shelf, like inside my house. I was like, "Oh my god, he found his way in."
That's awesome. I
Now,
hope
how
they
do you know
don't
he
eat
was
your
flying?
cord.
Did he
'Cause
fly
I've
away?
No, I've had them as pets before. The Carolina flying squirrels are very common, actually. They're like, they don't, they're like the least flying of the flying squirrels, but they are. They can, go quite a ways. But not like
In the East
they don't have
Mountains,
the
we
big-
have these gray squirrels. They're called Ebert squirrels, and they are terror agents. They're terrorists. They literally will like eat anything. They use things for their nest. They steal your shit. Yeah, they're horrible. But not all squirrels are bad.
Trying to make is it's clear that your argument that it's somehow different if ICE is enforcing getting rid of illegals in Texas, that's somehow different than California because California doesn't directly border Mexico, which by the way isn't true. It does, I believe it.
Oh yeah, by the way, like what he just mentioned, like obviously if somebody's doing like works in the immigration thing, if you're part of the immigration police and somebody's being prosecuted, right? In terms of Homeland Security, right? And they came under the country under false pretenses, then they're going to be working with the same people. Like, I don't understand how, he doesn't see that, like, it's part of the same government. So obviously they get information from each other. Like,
The southern
Well,
part.
I said not all of them.
Okay, so then
Illinois, right?
Okay.
So
Well,
these
but there's that distinction doesn't matter. Who cares?
It does
But
matter.
why does it matter?
Because
So you're okay with ICE in Texas, just to be clear.
No, but I think that they've got a better justification for it because it is a border state. So you could say
I
mean, if Texas is making the problem worse actively in the moment, that's different than the status quo. The fact of the matter is, for my whole life, your whole life, we've had pretty lax ICE enforcement. For Trump,
agreed.
Right. So for Trump to just all of a sudden go, "Hey, we're coming to all your states, whether you like it or not," that's a dramatic change in policy. It's aggressive and it's overreach.
Do you think that if
he
you
did it
were an
again.
illegal, that you would
right. Like, it's just an opinion with no justification behind it, no arguments behind it. It's just a flat opinion. I mean,
Yeah, it is a dramatic change. It is aggressive. It's not an overreach. It's literally his job. It's written down in that thing that you think should govern everything, that he's supposed to do that shit. And just because you don't like it, now it's overreach.
right. And mind you, you were in a debate with Andrew Wilson supporting Trump. So it's like, so now all of a sudden, you just change your mind, or do you take public stances in the debates just based on who the audience is going to support and how many donations you're going to get?
Right. It's a ridiculous concept. Like, it's just so. It's why.
Yeah, like we all know what's going on because, like, look at the bottom, right? It says crying faces send money, literally. It's like begging. But yeah,
It is kind of like watching if someone were going to create a satirical representation of these people to try to mock them and put them down. But it's not what it is. It's just they've become the caricature of themselves. I guess just like everything else. It's
Right.
another form of hyperrealism.
right. Like, I wonder if Flo's gonna have a cartoon character of himself as well. Well, he might as well. At this point.
Be more willing to go to a state to settle in that claim to want to support you and call themselves a sanctuary state.
Yes.
So do you think that if you're a federal government trying to deport illegals, that the best place and most likely place to go to find them would be these very sanctuary states?
Yes.
So then your only argument seems to be here, well, hey, I want these illegals to stay because we've always let them stay, and it's radical to now enforce the law that's on the books.
My argument is that there are proper ways to start re-implementing things that we haven't been implementing, and having federal agents kick the door in on states that don't want them there is not a good way to do it. It's an antagonistic way to do it.
So what should they have done?
And it's going to create more problems than it's going to solve.
What should they have done?
They should have they should start slowly restricting and increasing enforcement of immigration laws over time. They shouldn't.
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What's that mean? If we have not been enforcing these laws.
Yeah, I think he's right. Like, that was a totally vacuous statement, and it was not an argument. At no point did he present any arguments. He just stated, somewhat of what should be the alternative without really hashing out, what it means. So, so let's see if Flo's got anything.
But we want to start enforcing them.
Okay, so I'm Trump's administration. I'm Trump's administration.
Mm-hmm.
I just watched the previous administration let millions upon millions of.
So now he's admitted that it should be done
4 years.
just over time.
Right. Like, just slowly. So he hasn't really hashed out like what that means. So yeah. So I mean, the argument would be, why should that happen? Right? That would be the argument. But he didn't provide that. So yeah.
Because a frog doesn't know when it's in, warm water. If you slowly boil the frog, it doesn't jump out. So that's essentially his argument. This was too hard and too fast, and now everybody's upset about it. So I agree with you on everything except the way that it was implemented. And even the implementation is acceptable. It should have just been done slower. That's his position now at this point. I think
his why is basically it's too harsh, bro.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
But not, and then like still agreeing with it. Right?
Yeah,
like this version is too harsh. Overall, if we just did it slower.
What they do with these protests, the cops, it's a process called kettling, and it's like they like get everyone. I don't even know. It's like, I don't know. It seemed to be like tying to what you were saying though, on like a larger scale, where they're like bringing it to a clash point to provoke. I mean, really, that's not de-escalation. It's like.
Yeah, that's how the binary system works here, I think, in my opinion. And it's how they get people to support shit they don't believe in, is because they're really trying to defend themselves aggressively, offensively against the other side that they're terrified of and hate. And they were literally programmed by that. The collective of information is left versus right and right versus left, and depending on either circumstance or maybe tiny differences in human personality, you pick one or the other instead of thinking about the multitude of possibilities that could be out there, and then they've got you, and you can only vote A or B.
Yeah, it's very sports-like mentality. It's like,
yeah, it's also clickbait. Right, because they're wondering how many debates will be on this topic, and then the fact that Trump's name is on it, and right, so all that type of stuff. So they're trying to do it for clickbait, and I think one of their debate titles on Sarah the Raging Tomato, it was literally, "Who is worse for society, George Floyd or the internet influencer Destiny?" That was literally the debate. The entire debate.
Oh my God.
So it's like a vacuous topic. I mean, right? Like it's like, you could literally argue either side all day and get nowhere. Right? Is literally
Right.
the
Dude, that's like I can't believe I didn't ever find that clip. It was the whole parameters of the Owen Benjamin versus Andrew Wilson debate. Is according to the text Owen Benjamin was reading from Andrew Wilson, or the whole message Discord or whatever. Owen Benjamin was going to debate that Andrew Wilson was responsible for the death of his child, and he was talking about his special advisor or whatever. He said he had like an anonymous informant, and I'm fairly certain we know who that is. Oh man, what were you gonna say there? Oh, and the other, let me finish really quick. Andrew Wilson's point was going to be that Owen Benjamin was a fraud. But they were just going to demean each other's character, and like, how do you win that either way? How do you even win that argument? What is that?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like, yeah, and it's like essentially just slap the name debate on it or whatever.
It's so demoralizing, though. It's like what a foreign government would demoralize a population, right? Demoralizing. And they would incentivize that through money. It's very easy.
Like these guys are incentivizing like doing clickbait content for views and also for cash. I mean, in order to take opinions, that they didn't hold just months ago. They didn't hold these views. So
they'll say anything for the dollar. Now, I think Flow State would be. I think Flow State would be honest about if he's getting paid behind the scenes to push something. But I don't think all these people would be.
I mean, because of the clickbait, because of the algorithm, they don't have to, right? They don't have to directly get paid.
They're getting PayPal donos, and who knows who's really from? We don't know.
Right, they're clearly getting paid. I mean, members only. I mean, right, they are getting paid. I mean, right, they're getting paid in terms of, and they know that they get paid more if they have thumbnails, if they have titles that support the status quo. So they know if they produce content that's like, oh yeah, about this or that celebrity guy or this or that, guy, right? They're gonna show up with Rob Noer because he debated Destiny, right? He basically got famous debating Destiny. This guy, Rob Noer, right? So I mean, for him to show up in a debate and say like Destiny is bad for society, it's like, dude, you built your entire career, even right off of you built.
We can agree. He should have used himself as an example.
Right, exactly. Right. Yeah, he could have used himself as an example, right, of somebody who's, used it for negative influence or whatever. I don't know. I mean, but yeah, it's wild to me.
Your argument is I should come in Trump's administration and say, listen, California, Illinois, we want to gradually start enforcing immigration laws. They say, no thanks. Now what do I do?
Well, you started with it at the border. You as the president in charge of federal agencies, you do what you're chartered to do. What you don't do
enforce immigration laws. Correct. That's what you're chartered to do. That's
now he's laughing at him because he's like, you disagree with me now. So it's like, he's like just laughing at him now. He's like, all right.
Part of the law.
You have no ability. You have no ability to think in nuance, do you, or to understand the kind of the give and
I do. I get this. You're looking at it in
the diplomacy. The diplomacy in America, we've got states' rights, we've got federal rights.
Let me ask you this stuff.
Hold on, it's a big, complex system that works on checks and balances. And
what did you just call them? Let me ask you this: what
kind of the give and
I do.
This is what happens when he gets cornered, like logically and intellectually. He's got nowhere to go now. So now here come the personal insults to see if he can just turn it into a digital dick measuring contest.
Right. You can, if all else fails and you don't have an argument, you just jump to name calling. It's like
he'll always win that
Wilson,
too.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing he's not willing to say and nowhere he's not willing to go with that.
Right. Yeah. See, to Flow State's credit, he's never like he doesn't. I don't know. He doesn't attack people much. Like I've seen a lot of I've seen that in them. He's got a lot of other issues though. Just a critique, flow state. All right, relax, dude.
The diplomacy in America. We've got states' rights. We've got federal rights.
Let me ask you this,
It's a
Dusty.
big. Hold on. It's a big, complex system. We've got states' rights. We've got federal rights.
Let me ask you this,
It's a
Dusty.
big. Hold on. It's a big, complex America. We've got states' rights. We've got federal rights.
Let me ask you this,
It's a
Dusty.
big. Hold on. It's a big, complex system.
Z.
Dusty?
Z. Oh, Dusty.
That works on checks and balances.
He sounds like a cartoon
and
character when he yells.
You
that.
just want, and it seems like you
Right.
want a king.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that there are members of Congress that deal in insider trading?
Yeah.
Do you think that's something, I think we would both agree that's something we would like to be enforced?
Yes.
Do you agree that it's hardly ever enforced?
Yes.
So if we elect, I don't know who your ideal president would be, but let's say we elect Rand Paul.
Wait, sorry.
And he's like, you know what?
I know this is the second time we've heard this, but can you give me 20 seconds? Let me listen again. Just the last 20 seconds.
That there are members of Congress that deal in insider trading.
Yeah.
Do you think that's something, I think we would both agree that's something we would like to be enforced?
Yes.
Do you agree that it's hardly ever enforced?
Yes.
So if we elect, I don't know who your ideal president would be, but let's say we elect Rand Paul and
Yeah, so I guess they're just talking about how they wouldn't support insider trading or whatever. But
Right. That's the and that's the part that I didn't hear. Was the
Yeah.
thing that they agreed on.
yeah, so so that is an interesting agreement.
he's like, you know what, my first act, fuck it. We're aggressively going after the Congress people that we know of insider trading. Your argument would be, no, because we have never enforced those laws.
Well, that insider
So you can't just
debating.
go after.
And how about those shapes? Am I right? Coach Prime returns back to Boulder, and with someone.
I wonder if they feel the same way about insider debating.
Right.
I don't know.
You don't think that the sentiment of the American public watching what their government's doing, you don't think that matters?
Of course it matters, right?
Okay.
And if they don't like it, then they could go to the ballot box and they could vote to change the law. But both scenarios are analogous in this. There are laws on the book, right? In both cases, the government have ignored the laws on the book. In both cases, someone would run on promising to enforce those laws. In both cases, they come in and say, okay, it's time to start enforcing. And in one case, you say, of course we should do that. And the other, you say, no, we shouldn't, because a lot of people don't like that. Fuck it. I don't care. The law is the law.
I think he got worked just now. I mean, I don't know how he's gonna respond to that one.
But that is his argument, though, and it's valid. Like the fact that one would be holding the government accountable, and that everybody would support it, and that it would not cause a bunch of unrest, insurrection in quotation marks, riots, etc. That matters, because the other is something that is very unpopular among the people, especially the people who are going to be directly impacted by it. And they're out there supposedly fighting the police in the streets over it. That's a valid argument, I think.
Right. So let's see what Flowstein says.
If those people don't like it, then they could vote to change the law.
What is the objective? What is your objective with the situation? You just want all laws enforced, or is there a bigger picture here? All laws enforced no matter what?
I want our illegal immigration laws enforced and the illegals to be removed from the country.
Regardless,
That's what I voted for.
Regardless of whether or not it creates other issues, it creates civil unrest.
Yes. If other people decide, you tell me, then what else should we do? So if the left decides to riot every time they don't get their way, then the right should never do anything that they'll be willing to riot over?
No, I don't think that this is the right issue, and I don't think that this is a very, very predictable situation. It's actually, this situation is guaranteed.
Do you remember when the Insurrection Act was declared against Governor Wallace for integrating schools?
I don't remember it. I wasn't there.
But you know that occurred.
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that
Jimbo
forcing integration
time.
was something
What's
that was
up, dude?
likely to inspire a lot of
to see
anger
you.
and violence?
Yes.
So therefore, we shouldn't have.
Interesting timing. Several new
Yeah, but
characters haven't been around in a long time.
right, like all your hoax wars audience went away.
Hmm.
Like what the hell?
Hmm.
It's kind of weird, right?
Hmm.
Like oh darn, like all those other people that trolled oh darn. There's like a
Hmm.
whole saga that happened on your show for like for like weeks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like what the hell?
It was so random.
It's like oh darn saga.
Oh darn. Aptly named. Oh my god.
Yeah, he came in hot on Flow State one day too. Because he invited him to a barbecue and he didn't go or whatever.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They hashed that out several times. Yeah. Right. I mean, like, he's got some wild drama. Yeah.
He's just mad because he didn't go to the barbecue.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! It's this whole thing, dude. It's so.
Yeah, he started cussing out Flow State because he wouldn't go to his barbecue. So yeah.
Oh my god, dude, that was
weird.
yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, it was a big block party or whatever. He invited Flow State to. I guess he was hoping he'd come up, have some brisket. It's important to him because he's like a Barricade Garage fan, allegedly. He's also I don't know. Very interesting.
That makes it less bad. Like the worst it could be is, I know you like barbecue. I'm good at barbecue. I invite you over personally, and it's just going to be me and you, maybe a couple other people. And so, like, I'm doing this whole fucking smoke this brisket for 13 hours or some shit. Spend my whole day trying to do something nice for you because you already agreed to it, and then you just flake out. To me, that'd be the worst thing you could do to somebody. And I don't know, like I probably would feel some type of way about that person, but I don't think I would cuss them out over the internet for it.
It made for great entertainment. I'll call it that on my show for a bit. I was just like, oh my god, are they really going to argue about this? Like, what? Oh my god. He drew Flow State out, like, I think even on 2 different occasions. Yeah. Oh my god, so ridiculous.
Done it, correct?
That's my opinion. I don't think that it should have been
You don't
forced.
think? So you don't think that we should have enforced integration?
I don't think that we should have bused black students to white schools and enforced it that way.
Busing's
No.
different. Busing's different. The question was allowing black students into public schools.
Again, I think that I would have, if it were me, and this is not really the point of the debate, but I would have just removed the laws without enforcing the integration part. Yeah, I think.
So just to be clear, you would have said the federal law would have said, look, if you're a public school, you can't discriminate based on race. We both agree that should be, our tax dollars shouldn't be allowed to white only spaces, correct? Okay.
Correct.
But you just wouldn't enforce it. The schools would say, fuck you, we're not going to leave blacks, and you would have said, okay.
I wouldn't force it. I would enforce it, but not force it. What they did is force it.
Wait. Explain the difference between enforcing the law and forcing.
Enforcing means you prevent the school administrators from breaking the law.
That's what they did. Wallace refused to allow black.
Enforce it means that you bus in black students. So I wasn't allowed.
So you're telling me that it was a forced busing issue. It wasn't that there were black students that lived in the area and wanted to go to that school.
I don't know for sure because I wasn't there, but the impression I'm under is that they brought in black students to white schools and that created conflict. I wouldn't have created that conflict to prove a point.
I don't think that's the case, but even if it was, it would have been inevitable in a very short amount of time, right? That once integration in public spaces was the law of the land, that there would have been blacks that if you just took them to the nearest school, would have been schools that were predominant, that were always white. You agree with that?
Right.
And in that situation, if the governor said, nope, we're not allowing this, you would have sent in the National Guard and used the insurrection.
Then that's when you enforce it. Then I think when there's.
But you don't have any clue if that's what happened or not.
No, I don't. I wasn't there. This isn't the point of the topic of the debate.
The fact
asking
that he
me to
doesn't
speculate
know
about something that
bolsters his
happened 50 years
argument.
Right.
Because we can never know because it was forced. So yes, you're making Dusty's argument better. Thank you. That's part of the
The
point.
topic, the
Sorry, go ahead.
reason that this matters is because you talked about the need to not do things, even if they are enforcing the law, if there are segments of the population that would be angry about it and maybe use violence.
Is the law always right?
No.
So why is that your number only priority is enforcing something that you acknowledge can be wrong?
It's not my only priority. My
Well, I
priority,
asked you.
regardless, if I had to vote right now, if we as a country had voted for open borders and that was the law of the land, I would want to vote for not open borders, right? Now, luckily for me, that's already what the law has been. So there is a law on the books that I want enforced, that lawfully should be enforced. And one of the reasons, so that's the reason that I want it, because it's a law that I care for and think that should be enforced, that would make things better for the country, and it's already the law. But let me turn the question to you, right? Do you think that political violence and political terrorism is a bad thing?
Yes.
What about political terrorism itself is uniquely bad?
Unique amongst other violence?
Yes. Like, so example, it's bad if I stab you for money, but there seems to be something uniquely bad if I stab you for a political reason. Why?
I disagree that they're
Well, yeah, let me explain and you tell me
Okay.
if you agree or not. Because when we allow people to change the course of our laws through violence, that's uniquely bad because it encourages other people that are unhappy with the law to say we too will use violence, correct?
Correct.
We'll just do it.
So then then I'll finish with this. So then your argument that we can't enforce immigration laws that are on the book because people will act in violence is giving in to political terrorism.
If you have states and communities that have massive illegal immigrant populations because we have not been enforced, because the government's been lax on enforcing those laws, and you go in one day against the local community's wishes, yes, then that's really not on them. That's
And by the way, there is also a lot of controversy about whether or not they are actually just enforcing the law because courts keep ruling against the way they're carrying out their job.
Doesn't matter, and the courts get. Show
Of
me
course
one
it
time-
fucking matters. It doesn't
show me
matter.
one time show me one time it's made it to the Supreme Court and they've upheld those court decisions.
I mean, these are still a lot of things are pending because it's happening in real time.
Right.
Like
in
I said,
real time, what we have in
real time is ICE is carrying out what they're trying to do. They are arresting people. They're successfully doing it. The DHS is bragging about it. They are successfully doing their job, and police are arresting people. They're charging people. The courts are ruling. The system is working as it should, and you're demanding that we invoke the Insurrection Act despite all that.
Okay.
Why?
One, what we see in real time is
Sky's
the courts
falling.
are being activist and ruling decisions that they absolutely 100%
No, it's rulings
will
you
be
disagree with.
overruled.
You're
No,
alleging they're
that's-
activists because
that's-
you don't like the
let me
rulings.
finish.
You
I
don't like the
understand the need
rulings.
to-
You
I
call them
understand the need to-
activists.
I understand.
You're a
the need to
crybaby.
spurg- I understand the need to spurg out, right?
Bro,
We
you've
will
been
see
talking
that-
for the past 10 minutes. I haven't even got to be up here.
So what? When you get a one-on-one, you'll get to talk for 10 minutes and I won't have the opportunity to interrupt you. You made a point.
But I
I'm
get to talk to
responding.
Tiffany because she doesn't even know what the Insurrection Act is.
You made a point and now you're spurging out. That's what you're doing. I'm the only person who's read from the Insurrection Act here.
Bullshit.
You're the one-
I
you're
literally
the
spent the
one
past
who
3 days
claims-
reading it.
We read it this morning on stream. You can go back and watch.
He
it.
read.
What you're
He
talking
may
about.
read for the first time. I've been studying.
They're all
You're
like
the one
just
that made the
conceding
claim
that,
the
yeah.
only time the feds
Police
enforce
arrest
the laws
people, the
through laws of
government,
common
you know,
goddess and
Did not say that. I
enforce
said the military. I said the military.
You fucking brute.
Like-
Anyways,
No matter which point they're arguing from, it's, oh yeah, the government's going to enforce the law. It's just going to do whatever. But it does whatever through this method and not that method. And it should be doing it like they're arguing about how the government should control people. Like, so
Here's the
crazy.
beauty. Here's the beauty of the brainwashing that tickles me when I think about it is all of these people are right now. Dusty's probably calmer than I've seen him usually. But they're all generally, and I don't know about the host, they're angry, right, and upset about the way things are going,
Yeah.
the way things are being done. Like D-Head says here, laws failing them. Like none of them are satisfied. But as soon as the guy with the right letter gets in, they all will say that they're generally happy with the way that the government is going. Like a vast majority of them. But clearly they're not. So there's some kind of, delusion there as well.
Apparently, Flo Sato's Browns weigh $200.
Huh.
Point that I'm
What do you
trying
mean,
to
Ruth?
make is
Wait. So you deny that even if I said the feds, you acknowledge that as soon as the debate started, I clarified, even if I had misspoken earlier, right?
Okay,
You
so
acknowledge that?
nonetheless, I think
He does not acknowledge clarification.
Which I don't
He
think that I
can
misspoke, by the
clarify,
way. I'm
but
pretty
he'll
sure I
say
said the
why.
military.
Yeah.
I think you actually misheard, but that's fine.
Okay,
Only the left.
nonetheless, we can see that these are activist courts, and there is no understanding of the law whatsoever.
That's just an assertion. You have no evidence that they're activist courts. You just disagree with the rulings. You're such a fucking baby.
I'm going to refuse to
Maybe.
speak while people interrupt me. I don't give a fuck. I'll sit here.
Cool.
silent.
That's fine. Awesome. Then that means I get to talk more, right? Okay. Cool. So again, the system is working. Police are arresting people, even the ones who assault officers. They're being arrested. People are being charged. People who are committing crimes are being arrested. The system is working as it's supposed to. The Insurrection Act is for when the system is not working. Okay, that's how it's always been used. The last time it was used, there were 60 people, at least 60 people dead, thousands of buildings on fire, thousands of people injured, and this is completely incomparable. And you brought up the Little Rock situation. That was when the governor was explicitly refusing federal court orders. Show me an example of a governor explicitly refusing a federal court order. You can't.
I do believe, didn't the governor of California do that? I believe that was one, didn't he?
I don't believe so. I believe that he denied ICE, and they're trying to pass a no face mask law or something like that. Ironically,
Interesting. After they made everybody do
ironically, but appropriately, right? Criminals wear masks and hide their face. Law enforcement should.
Yeah, crazy that when there's a deadly disease that kills 1 million Americans, people want you to wear a mask. But when you're kidnapping people off the street and deporting them to a concentration camp in a foreign country with no due process, people don't want you to wear a mask. It's so insane. What a crazy double standard we're living in.
Well, I do believe organizations and people on the street who are terrorizing government officials trying to do their jobs. Those are considered terrorist acts, honey, and those are also considered terrorist groups.
Bad moderators.
So that's where the
They
federal
are.
government
They engage with domestic terrorism all the time.
Look, the reason why the people that are in ICE need masks is because the people on your side, Ryan, like to dox them and find their home address and then threaten their family.
Just like you guys are doing with Antifa and people who make fun of Charlie Kirk.
For a second, you can stop for a
I
second because Antifa is not a government organization. They do not need to be wearing
Wait,
masks.
they're citizens who don't want to be
Rob's
identified. So
I
it's
don't know if
perfectly
he's a
reasonable for them not to wear masks. What do you mean?
No, they shouldn't, because in each state, most states, there's a law in the books that says that you are not allowed to walk around in public wearing a mask.
I don't think that's true.
Did we forget about this?
The federal
Yes, it is.
law enforcement agents need to be held to higher standards of transparency and self-restraint than the general public, because they have a monopoly on the use of violence. So to say that federal agents who are rushing in with AR-15s places should cover their faces so they don't get doxxed is absurd. If somebody's scared of getting doxxed, they need to find a different job. And also, DHS needs to stop
SWAT teams.
and DHS needs to stop doxing people who are protesting. I'm looking right now on X at a post from home.
Yeah, we don't need secret police here. If the cops are doing shit that's so odious, they have to hide their identity. We found a problem.
Right. It's just there's so many justifications involved. It's like, why do people just so passively just like, oh my god, so ridiculous?
Why do people what?
Like so passively just like appeal to authoritarian, like just like
Because they live
justify.
in okay, so right now these people are maybe not to the extent that they could be, but compared to a suffering death, they are thriving in this environment. And this is arguably one of the most authoritarian times in human history. So the human brain is going to resist any kind of change or radical thinking that could upset the status quo, because we're very adaptable to harsh situations. That's how we've survived. And mentally, they can't let go of these beliefs, right? Because they could be in a dramatically different situation. Every one of them is living indoors. Every one of them has central air. Every one of them has more than enough food. You know, these are
Right.
when you attack the system and these ideas, they're going to defend it to the death, literally.
Convenience, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's also interesting that you know, that they identify with the strength of the system, right? When they're clearly pawns in the game, right? It's not like they're the ones that are making these decisions. So they identify with the power that's not
That they don't
identical.
have.
Yeah, that they don't have. And then
Isn't it beautiful?
right. And then also you know, if you try to critique the system, right? It's always you that's the problem. And it's never even if you don't make any value judgments about what should be done, right? You could offer any critique and you're an insane person, right? So this is the thing. It's like the only possible response is to try to reform the system. Right. So yeah. So that's obviously part of the game here. I mean, it's part of the whole, setup for sure.
Homeland DHS doxing a college professor in Kansas.
Also, what's interesting is whenever somebody else is talking, these guys go and talk to their own audience. So they're clearly not listening to the other guy's points. They're just waiting for their turn to talk.
I can hardly
right?
keep up with the arguments, dude. I can barely keep up. So, like, if they're talking to other people, there's no way to.
Right. Like look, like Rob and Radical Coder, now that Dusty's talking, they're not even really listening to him. They're talking to other people. They're talking to their own audience about the point they just made. Clarifying and doing all that stuff.
Or making a joke, like Jim Baba did, make a joke. Look at this.
This and talking about him for doxing because he was giving instructions on how to dox ICE agents. The irony and double standard is absurd, and it reduces the public's confidence in their institutions.
Well, he can.
And we should really instill confidence in the authority, the institution, shouldn't we, guys? Oh yes, well, I'll just agree to that. Let's move on.
Personal information would be put out there on a public website.
He's not breaking the law, and he has not been arrested.
So there's no law in any books that's against doxing.
I'm sure there's a law somewhere, but he has not broken.
Right.
They're starting though and I wasn't sure it would ever happen. The way doxing was treated when I came to the internet in the 80s, I never thought America would go the way of Europe and actually protect people's privacy. But they're trying in little ways by latching onto harassment laws.
Well, it can get crazy. I mean, potentially.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm a full-blown tanky when it comes to doxing. Whatever, I would go with something more along the lines of what they have in England.
Yeah, there's a lot covered. I ranted for most of the first 30 minutes. Nobody cares about that stuff. We got to talk about flow state. It's ridiculous logic. Maybe we can save his soul. If possible.
In the law, he has not been arrested. He is getting doxed because, well, DHS is accusing him of doxing. How are we supposed to take the doxing seriously from civilians if we allow our own law enforcement to do it? It's absurd.
I can hear you typing over there, Nova.
Sorry. I'm answering something.
If I was on the internet and I doxed you or Rob or Radical Coder or Nova,
not a crime.
How would you personally fight against it?
I would dox you back.
Exactly. So the government does that, and that's super bad.
Yes.
Not really all that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Before we
Literally.
go too deep, Ryan, you got a question in the form of a donation from Sean Whelan. I missed. I don't know if I read it. He says, "Does Ryan support JFK using the National Guard against Governor Wallace?" Oh, that was actually what you and Robert, or what
Little
Robin,
Rock. Yeah, yes,
Dusty were
yes,
talking about.
I do. Yes, because he was
To,
defying a federal court order to enforce integration of schools, and there's no comparable situation right now. And Rob, whenever he decides to stop being a crybaby, because I interrupted him a few times, it was just hilarious coming from him. Whenever he's done being a fucking baby about that, he can clarify why he thinks there is some example of that, which he won't be able to because there isn't one.
All right, Rob, you okay over there? He's just chit chatting with his chat. It's
wow. The top debater and the top rated debater on stage is totally signed out. He doesn't need this platform. He doesn't care about this platform.
I mean, I get it. They kept talking over him.
Yeah, but they're asking him, live questions now in a live debate, and he's not even responding, and he can't even hear them. That's incredible. And so yeah,
Everybody's getting donuts though, man. Everybody's getting their money.
yeah, they might as
Who-
well just
who
debate each
cares?
other. Right.
fine. But yeah, like I didn't know, Dusty, about the professor doing the doxing and then being doxed by the government. But I will bring up, don't SWAT teams get to wear masks when they have to go into someone's home? And that's also a way to protect their
They
identity
shouldn't.
from,
I mean,
people
some of
around
them do. They didn't when I got raided.
witnessing. Yeah, some of them do, some of them don't.
Yeah, I don't think it should be illegal for people to wear masks, right? I don't think it should be the standard. I don't think that it should be encouraged or standardized, though. I do think it's right to be suspicious of law enforcement agents that are masked, just as I think it's suspicious when how like police vehicles now are. It's like black with dark gray lettering, right? The camouflaging of law enforcement implies they're up to something devious, and I think that it's right to question it.
Well, I mean,
if you're scared of,
that some of them are going to use it in that fashion.
If you're scared of being doxxed by a woke 20-year-old skinny retard at an Antifa thing, you need to find a different job. You're not cut out for law enforcement. You're just not.
Well, I mean, you could say it's that they're just not qualified or just not cut out. I mean, not qualified, but you said just not cut out for it. But if you're out there and you're thinking about continuing this job, and there's already an app that's set up to try to locate and find where these ICE agents are.
How
in the
many
first
ICE
place,
agents
that's already
have been
setting
hunted
up for a
down?
plan
How
of
many
attack?
ICE agents have been hunted down in their homes and had something bad happen?
I don't know the numbers. I'm sure
I don't
at
think
least
any.
a couple.
At their home, they've been hunted down and tracked from the doxing.
I have not seen anything.
I'm not entirely convinced that this is actually a real threat, and I'll tell you why. Because on X, another thing that's on X from Department of Homeland Security is them several posts they made talking about how the cartels are putting out hits on ICE agents and looking to hire hitmen. One of them even included the prices that they were paying for different things. Now, if that were really a threat, DHS should arrest itself for conspiracy for putting out the help wanted ads for the cartel. It's craziness. I think it's propaganda, and they're trying to skew public opinion to support the ICE agents for even though they're looking bad.
I think they should be able to wear masks. I think they should be able to. They should be able to cover their identity, protect themselves.
He believes in secret police. That's awesome.
It's all wild. It's all just like I think. You know what I mean?
You got to come right out with that one though. That's bold,
right?
You're like, the Stasi wasn't that bad,
right?
But they're arguing about the costume of the Stasi. Debatably, is what they're talking about right now. They're like, they should be wearing masks. They shouldn't be wearing masks. It's like, dude, what are you talking about?
Yeah, pretty much.
Damn, man. And there's people who think we can vote our way out of this, or that we're going to convince people to believe in freedom, if that even exists. These people are arguing over whether or not the people who have been given the right to murder strangers randomly should be able to do so while covering their face. That's what they're
I
arguing
mean,
over.
debatably, I know some great people. Like, dude, I know dude, I've heard some stories. I'd like to get him on someday if this ever became like a serious enough space. Dude, I've heard stories. This guy, like, dude, like moments before, like having to pull it and just not because the other guy's got a gun on him and they get to the out because they'll fight. This guy will like fight, but like police don't like to fight. This guy grew up rough. So there's a lot of like I don't want to just bash law enforcement, but yeah. Debate, but theoretically, it's like, what are they? That's what they're arguing about. I got paid $1,000 by the.
They
shadows.
don't think their institutions are corrupt. They really don't. I've had these conversations with these people. And they make fun of me. I'm negative. I'm a
Right.
doomsdayer.
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
yeah. I've been called
Just
that on
bec-
that. Yeah, I've been called that on
Yeah.
that channel. Yeah, a doomer. Yeah.
Yeah, just because I point out that the FBI is rotten to the core, like the government is run by the sickest, most evil, most corrupt, most illegal, literal PDFs and traffickers. Run ICE, the DEA, the FBI, like just pointing that out, that fact, like I made it up or something. And when you argue with them long enough, they admit it. It's that they don't not know these things. They know their government's run by PDFs and human traffickers. They know it.
And so if they know shit
You
like
can-
that, why are they out there arguing these bullshit points? Like,
Because
why?
they're afraid of what could be worse. Look at my 1.2 cars and my 2.2 kids. Look at how well I'm doing. Look at all this cool stuff I have hanging on my wall. Look at my cool lighting. I can afford gym equipment. I'm on top of the world. Do you know, like, it's exactly the 78 degrees in this room right now? And if I wanted it to be 79, I could make it so.
Climate control, man. Right there.
You're gonna go start fucking with the system, man. You could ruin my gig. Like, this is see, these are pretty comfortable digs. I don't even have to like keep a bucket of my own shit anymore. It goes down a little hole in the floor, and I push a button, and it's like it never happened. I don't care where it goes. Who knows? Not my problem.
Call the plumber. Make him deal with it. The city will take care of the rest. You know? Wild. Mm-mm-mm. Well, people like literally think that. Well, people made the system their god. Essentially, is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like it gives them everything they need in their mind.
You gotta believe in something,
right?
And talk about starting them young. You know, like we start programming 7-year-olds on how to be corporate slaves, how to love their enslavement.
Oh yeah, that's insane.
And you know, factually and statistically speaking, it's not that bad of a deal. I live better than a king from 500 years ago. You know?
Right. That's true. Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Now, Elon Musk can literally buy the public square if he wants, and did. But, you know, poop goes down the hole.
Ridiculous. Speaking, you said 2.2 earlier. I'm going to end this soon. I was thinking around 20 minutes from now. So,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is going nowhere. So, you know, yeah, I think 20 more minutes of this. I mean, it's bound to go nowhere.
It's interesting to see. Like the only thing interesting about it is to see what they're promoting, and the idea is like it's like why like
Right. Like there's like a Nazi clown, like, and he's the only one that's not cammed up. And right.
Right.
And he's like, which is interesting. It's like all the Nazis like that are like, yeah, they're pretty much like they're always hiding their face. Right. So yeah, it's interesting.
Their life is already at stake. So why add to it?
So
especially when they're
I
using
think
like
these are
traffic
people.
cameras.
These are
to
people
find
who
these
are
people's
potentially
photos.
engaging in. These are people who are potentially engaging in extremely illegal activity, and when a competent administration returns, these people are probably going to be charged, and that's why they're hiding their fucking faces.
Well, you say that, but that's probably because that's the kind of thing that you would do if you had the power. You can't just put that on people. Like Ryan, you can't sit there and say that these people, certain people, want guns. Gun owners are bad because they want to shoot people. That's not what gun owners want to do. They want to shoot targets or deer. But you're putting out what you think they would do with the guns. You're going like, but you might as well go out there and go, if I had a gun, I would just go shoot somebody. But, not everybody that owns a gun wants to do that. So you're saying like, oh no, ICE agents are dangerous because one or two of them like smack some guy around. That happens with police officers too. It's a line of duty where people that are fucking bullied throughout school their entire life, they'll go into that job so that they have some kind of power in their life.
Correct.
And that happens a lot. So I'm not saying that anybody's innocent, and it doesn't just mean you're innocent just because you're in that work. But
It's also a numbers game. So like it's only a matter of time before you encounter that situation.
Which situation?
yeah, it's only a matter of time before you're going to find somebody who's going to want to use that position to do something bad.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are. I just think if you are scared to do your job, you're in the wrong job. That just full
Pretty
stop.
much.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
And also it's a pretty good indicator, not perfect, but it's a good red flag. If you're scared, if you think that the public at large is going to be mad at you for doing your job, if you need to camouflage yourself so that people aren't mad at you, maybe you're doing the wrong thing.
I just don't see that being the case. There's too many situations where these people are using traffic cameras to get pictures of the cops while they're driving, and not the cops, but even ICE agents. They're using every
That's
like,
because cops and ICE agents are not doing the right
to
thing.
get a photo of the people. Like,
It's like he wasn't even listening. If you're worried about what you're doing is going to piss off a bunch of people, maybe it's an indication that you're doing the wrong thing. And then his response is to describe the methods in which they go about trying to find out who these people are.
Yeah, because a clown is the one that's hosting. He works with the shiksa down there, right? So, yeah.
What sphere are they like? Who else would they be like? What panels would they be around?
I seen them on the Raging Tomato.
Right. I thought I'd seen that cartoon. Yeah, before. A while ago, though. I haven't watched her in, oh my god, months. Such ridiculousness.
Trippy Cat's avatar looks like a juggalo. I don't know what that says.
Could be.
Looks like Joker too.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, I mean, and I'm not like against Heyoka energy, but I don't know.
I don't see his position as being very chaotic. It's the opposite. Like it's very, what's the word? Corporate.
corporate's not chaotic.
No.
They're chaos inducing.
I mean, it could be chaos inducing because like people might react badly. So there might be a reactionary response. But I don't see that like in his argumentation or his tone. It seems to me he believes we should have secret police. So he's not much of a Joker figure, or
I'd have to disagree with that, and I hope he's joking. But maybe that's the whole point of that too. Is that maybe he hopes that we think that he's joking.
You think he's joking?
I don't think he's joking.
No, I don't. But maybe he thinks that we might think that he's joking, and so. I mean, I can't think of any reason why somebody would have that kind of an avatar.
Because he doesn't understand all the symbolism. It's just about like it's just violence and resentment, I think.
Well, that seems pretty chaotic.
But he's not chaotic.
He doesn't seem to be, at least.
No, he's not taking the side of it either. He's taking the side of the authoritarianism. So, like, in other words, based upon what he said so far, I think if we gave him a test to see where he was on the orderly spectrum, he would be way towards orderly.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you.
Almost a conservative Republican psychologically, right?
Well, and that is something that people who have authoritarian tendencies tend to support.
It's the way it doles out for the masses in this binary programming, yes.
Yes, agreed.
And so now I'm upset that he's using Joker. That's cultural appropriation.
Yeah. Well, that is what America's good at. I wonder what happened to flattery. What is it? Whenever you copy somebody, it's supposed to be the sincerest form of flattery.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I wonder what happened to that.
Doing with if I was following either one of you guys around and I was taking your picture every chance I got and getting your real name and then, putting that out there for other people to go to your house,
I see you looking at me. Ooh, you're zipped.
Stupid commercial.
You can't ignore me.
Yeah, we can advertising on this stuff.
They're authorized to use violence, and because of that, they should be identifiable.
I mean, in what way? Like, if they're going to identify them strictly for the purpose of threatening them or trying to
and
attack
at all
them.
personally identifiable. Just like when you get pulled over, you can ask the cop for their name and badge number. It should be like that for everything.
Yeah, but if you're a political figure, if you're like a mayor or a even like Supreme Court justice and judge and all that, you get state plates so that people don't use your plate to find your real home address. That's a way to hide where you're living.
That's fine. Just because some people do it doesn't mean that everybody needs to do it. Judges are not running around with AR-15s, kicking in doors and arresting people. It's a whole different thing. They are held to a higher standard for a good reason. They should be.
Yeah, but again, SWAT agents are kicking down doors and putting people in jail.
Yeah,
SWAT agents do it. SWAT agents can wear masks, and nobody's ever raised a red flag about that.
That's whataboutism. Well, nobody's ever asked me. You think? I got opinions on. I got opinions on those people too.
Well, Dusty, that's why that's never come up. Is because nobody's come up. Nobody was me.
Yeah, no. If
Well,
it were up to me,
would you two gentlemen like to have a quick discussion about that? Bring up the panel
and stuff. But hey, I'd like Rob to be able to talk. He's over there just
Rob's
hosting the
rage.
show.
Rob rage quit because he's a fucking baby. He's a big baby. He's the military on U.S. citizens because he's a coward, a pathetic loser who's going to sit in his chair and cheer it on.
He gets to just insult him now.
Yeah. I guess Rob really hurt his butthole.
Yeah, he's cloud sharking off of him to get like a 1v1 with this dude where he should actually be the one doing 1v1 with Rob Noah instead of Powder Dusty because this guy has done more debates, right? So it's kind of sad that, like, because I think Brown's boy said that earlier that Powder Dusty and Rob Noah are going to do a debate on modern day debate. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
So
none of
this is
these are
the laying
debates.
of the foundation for that or something in the narrative.
Yeah, it's like some type of like practice match.
Gotcha.
The military assaults U.S. citizens, which is what he wants. Fucking coward, pathetic.
I don't even know if he can hear us. I would have liked
Probably
him to
not,
be able to
'cause he's
chime
scared.
in, you know.
He's scared.
I do a one-on-one with you two. You, Ryan, and
Well,
Ryan and
yeah,
Rob.
Thank you.
It'll
If
be
you want one on
R&R.
Dusty, or if you want one on me, whatever.
I would like
Yeah,
to.
You should just drop
I'm
him.
not gonna run or rage quit like
Why
Rob.
don't,
'Cause
yeah,
I'm
you
not
should
a
just
fucking
drop Rob if Rob's not going to participate because he's.
Yeah, if he doesn't want to be here,
Yeah,
I mean, like
Pat
I'll talk to Rob. I don't care. I'll sit back and listen while he talks. I'll even mute myself. Like, but if he's
Just
gonna
drop
be a
him.
baby, then
How much?
that's what he's doing.
I'm going to ask him in this chat. Can he hear? I'm going to ask him. Can you hear us, Rob?
He shows up with this kid screaming, and then he mics down and starts talking to his chat. He's not here anyways.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same situation. And in a minute, it'll be you guys
Hi,
versus
Rob.
me and Nova.
You know what? This might get his attention though. If you want, I just released a new short we could play.
Oh,
He's too important to even debate them. This is the saddest thing I've ever seen. It's crazy.
What is it?
Well, let's talk. I mean,
What
before we
is
get into
it?
shorts. Okay, go ahead.
Well, hold on. Also,
Give me a second. Give me a second to grab it, and I'll throw it backstage. So
That came through.
you can take a look at it and decide what you want to do.
Thank you. So, Rude Mothercrab says, "Who is the moderator for $5?" That'd be Nova Star over here. She's she's the moderator. She's all pretty in pink over
He's
there.
also currently serving as
blue.
Rob's replacement since he ran away.
I guess you could say that.
Aren't you excited?
Yeah, old fun
Damn,
bags
look at
over
those
here.
titties.
I know.
Oh my
Old fun
God.
bags over here.
She's
Yeah,
not bad to look at. She's not bad to
She's
Yeah,
not,
that's the
yeah,
thing.
she's not bad to look at.
I think
don't
we
know
got to
her
the
at all.
conclusion of what we needed to get from that, which is, so this is all practice run for modern day debates, the same performance, essentially.
Yeah, and the one dude that he's debating is tapped out. It's crazy. Which is like, and he's like, you should drop him. Which is funny. I think he's right. Like, it's like, dude, like, excuse yourself if you're gonna be on stage and not participate. Just excuse yourself.
Yeah, it's weird that you're just sitting there.
Yeah, I could see. Yeah. He should at least calm down, like, and drop a note in the back, maybe. Because there's been times where I've dropped out like accidentally and just been like, "Well, screw it," I'm not gonna go back and explain myself. But
Yeah, he's showing
Well,
them like, no, like I have like more subscribers than all you combined, so I don't need to respond to you. Like, it's
and I
pretty
don't give
sad.
a fuck.
Yeah, it's
Right.
pretty
I'm
sad.
just gonna do my show here.
Yeah, like that's how it works. Like, like big fish eat little fish, and it's just like it just moves on.
Rude, rude, rude. Yeah, I was kind of disappointed that the moderator didn't have more to say, though. I think she should have said more.
Yeah,
What
she went on
difference
there and
here?
tried to like debate Wilson, and Wilson tried to shut her down.
Of course.
And then she's like, she's like, you're really rude and shit. And she was right, but yeah.
See, that's why things are so muddy as far as like who's aligned with who and stuff is because that's dynamic. That's like, I think that's constantly changing because it's like a dog eat dog sort of environment.
Largely.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, let's
I'm gonna
not
close
do
this thing down. Closing her down.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's good to talk to y'all. Oh, I never know what the playing streams is, but enjoy the conversation. And
Yeah.
that'll be interesting to watch that unfold.
Good job, Truth or Cop. You did
Yeah,
good. I've been watching your show more. I'm just saying.
Oh my goodness. God only knows. I don't know. Good to hear. Yeah. That's because it's the best show ever, right? That's what I'm supposed to say.
The jury's still out on that.
Get
but
out
you're
of
doing
here,
better.
Zephyr.
You're doing good.
Get out of here.
Bye. Love you.
Good night. Be well. Dennison, what you got going on? Anything new? Before you go?
No.
You're streaming soon?
Maybe once December comes around.
Yeah. Just taking a break.
I'm moving.
Oh. Well, good luck on the movement.
Yes, thank you. It's one of the things I hate the most in life.
Yeah. Rough. Can be.
Anyways, bye.
Be well, man. Take care.
Yeah, we're playing music later on the Machine Lives. We did a music stream earlier. It's pretty chill. Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna do another one tonight. So yeah, blessings to all the people, and I appreciate you guys, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, of
And,
course, dude.
yeah.
Shout out to the audience.
Yeah.
People who tolerate me out here for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah, but you
No,
should
man.
end at 2:22. But yeah,
Yeah,
blessings.
dude, that's what yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all right. Peace, homie.
Be well, man. Take care. Look forward to your stream later. All right. Got a minute and a half to talk. I don't know. Can I do it? Can I do it? Minute and a half. What if you get things? What if you say the wrong thing? Oh no. Okay, as many times as I've talked on like streams or like podcasts, it's always like when I'm by myself, it's like it's strange. It's always like unless there's some sort of audience engagement, right? But that's like kind of chaotic sometimes. It's a little bit. Well, it's like just spices it up a little each time, you know. But I don't know. I've seen big panels have a lot of good discussion sometimes. It can happen. Some people can do that pretty well. Sometimes I can, I guess. Anyhow, yeah, it's almost got 30 seconds left. Y'all be good. Do something good. Do something fun. I don't know. Enjoy your life. Thanks for spending some time here, y'all. Be well. Woo! Best show. Have a good night, y'all.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's, because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify the rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life, food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1, those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2, those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3, those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless: nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power. But for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent, but we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. Food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens. Hence, it was relatively easy to evade control. As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way, but what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful would be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress, progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hugh meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chang Chen-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle: if a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example: a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle: if a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle: if a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle: a new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle: people do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency going back at least to the Industrial Revolution for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, Modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a mass of propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of the catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent, and in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution would be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology, as it progresses, would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system. No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually, but technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble. For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior: alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. In paragraph 125, used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward: economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan. But if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion, or crime, or corruption, or evasion of work, or depression, and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate, or a declining birth rate, or something else, so that either the society breaks down, or its functioning becomes too inefficient, and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational and consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143 and 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan Learning Centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance considered by itself will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state, as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once, but since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. Human race at a crossroads. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they were developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival, among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved in the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system. That being accomplished, it does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance towards its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition, just as today the government, the corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom will mostly have vanished because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-a-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings, besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion. Only a small number of people will have any real power, and even these probably will have only very limited freedom, because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today, our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within fairly narrow limits. Don't imagine that the systems will stop developing further techniques for controlling human beings and nature once the crisis of the next few decades is over and increasing control is no longer necessary for the system's survival. On the contrary, once the hard times are over, the system will increase its control over people and nature more rapidly because it will no longer be hampered by difficulties of the kind that it is currently experiencing. Survival is not the principal motive for extending control. As we explained in paragraphs 87 through 90, technicians and scientists carry on their work largely as a surrogate activity. That is, they satisfy their need for power by solving technical problems. They will continue to do this with unabated enthusiasm, and among the most interesting and challenging problems for them to solve will be those of understanding the human body and mind and intervening in their development, for the good of humanity, of course. But suppose, on the other hand, that the stresses of the coming decades prove to be too much for the system. If the system breaks down, there may be a period of chaos, a time of troubles such as those that history has recorded at various epochs in the past. It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate the human race would be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that the industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown. Certainly there will be many people, power-hungry types especially, who will be anxious to get the factories running again. Therefore, two tasks confront those who hate the servitude to which the industrial system is reducing the human race. First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factories should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc. Human suffering. The industrial system will not break down purely as a result of revolutionary action. It will not be vulnerable to revolutionary attack unless its own internal problems of development lead it into very serious difficulties. So if the system breaks down, it will do so either spontaneously or through a process that is in part spontaneous, but helped along by revolutionaries. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overgrown that it cannot even feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that the reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevations of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. It is naive to think it likely that technology can be phased out in a smooth, managed, orderly way, especially since the technophiles will fight stubbornly at every step. Is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there will be a good chance of its eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. In the third place, it is not certain that the survival of the system will lead to less suffering than the breakdown of the system would. The system has already caused and is continuing to cause immense suffering all over the world. Ancient cultures that for hundreds of years gave people a satisfactory relationship with each other and with their environment have been shattered by contact with the industrial society, and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance. Hence the population explosion with all that implies. Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work the bugs out of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be any escape. The future. But suppose now that industrial society does survive the next several decades, and that the bugs do eventually get worked out of the system so that it functions smoothly. What kind of system will it be? We will consider several possibilities. First, let us postulate that the computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably, all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results, because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines, but we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machine off, because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer. But control over large systems of machines would be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. Because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity has become extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consists of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they will most certainly not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence, so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be more reliable, conforming, and docile, because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task. But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is endless competition for positions of prestige and power, but no more than very few people will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by giving relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. But we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will become more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the result of chance or God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence it will no longer be truly wild. In the long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today, because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, there is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that the modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. Strategy. The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Many people understand something of what technological progress is doing to us, yet take a passive attitude towards it because they think it is inevitable. But we don't think it is inevitable. We think it can be stopped, and we will give here some indications of how to go about stopping it. As we stated in paragraph 166, the two main tasks for the present are to promote social stress and instability in industrial society and to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. When the system becomes sufficiently stressed and unstable, a revolution against technology may be possible. The pattern would be similar to that of the French and Russian revolutions. French society and Russian society, for several decades prior to their respective revolutions, showed increasing signs of stress and weakness. Meanwhile, ideologies were being developed that offered a new worldview that was quite different from the old one. In the Russian case, revolutionaries were actively working to undermine the old order. Then, when the old system was put under sufficient additional stress by financial crisis in France, by military defeat in Russia, it was swept away by revolution. What we propose is something along the same lines. It will be objected that the